There are many corpses in the wasteland. They are all covered, killed with special cruelty. And it was all the case of a man's hands with a goat beard and gambling in his eyes. He throws his enemies on the ground without any regret. It was very strange. Although all the demons are defeated, but for some reason the man feels malicious energy, with very strong. The energy was so strong that he even burned. Meanwhile, there were some two silhouettes behind his back. Behind his back were Chanvan and Kwanvan. A smile appeared on the man's face. The men sincerely thanked him for everything he did. They will not forget his act, which he made to win over demons. But the man did not take it seriously. He believed that they were saying some nonsense. The doc was evil because these two fell into the back of his back as soon as he defeated the demons. These two do not have personal dislike for the doc. They just want to pick up his life for the sake of Muram's peace. Doc P was absolutely confident, because it seems that they did not have much combat experience. In a second, the enemies did not wait, and one of them rushed into battle. Chanvan jumped up and used the lightning technique. A moment, lightning appeared from the sky, but the doc did not scare it at all. He considered this technique very loud and boring. After a second, Chanvan again rushes to the enemy to strike him. Chanvan thought he had caught his enemy, so a smile appeared on his face, but it was not true. Doc Pe grabbed the spear of his enemy by the tip. Then, Kwon Wang ran to the aid of his comrade. At this point, Doc Pe released one of the men, preparing to block the attack of the other. The man was going to use the technique of 9 tiger fists to harm his enemy, but Doka was skillfully evaded all his blows, which annoyed the man. This time, Kwon's blow was much more powerful than before. In a second, men begin to attack it together at the same time, but even so do the docs skillfully evaded the attacks. The main character was not difficult to withstand their attack. On the contrary, he wanted the enemies to show all their power. These two were very annoyed by the self-confident behavior of our hero. They wanted to end it faster. A second later, the doc was in the air, and these two immediately jumped behind him. A moment after that, a powerful explosion occurred in the air, from which even the earth began to crack. Kwanwang and Chanwang landed to the ground, breathing hard. They seemed to be very confident because of these attacks, but the doc was still full of strength, and he was surprised that his enemies had already tired. These two were shocked. Their enemy is not a man, but a monster. A person cannot be so strong. Doc did it all even without weapons. So, now he was frozen, so it was the only chance to attack. Suddenly Doc P saw a small scratch on his finger. Because of this, he was angry with these two who dreamed of leaving a mark on his body. Now the protagonist decided to fight for real. He will no longer regret them. Men shock when they see that their enemy's sword is completely dull, but men did not expect what would happen to them. The sword walked right on their heads, and in a second, they were already lying on the ground in their own blood. It has been 10 years since that moment. The man sat under the waterfall and meditated. The man came to this place to get out of the madness and darkness that hugged him. Finally, he was able to find the answer. The man reached a level that could no longer be risen on the ground. The martial arts are over. Now he must become a dead man to reach a higher degree. After a moment, the man literally flew out of his body. He saw himself from the third face. The man was happy that he had achieved this after 10 years of great effort. Now he goes on to become an innocent. A second, he flew into the sky rapidly, scaring the birds around. But suddenly a bunch of heads appeared in front of him. They looked at him from top to bottom and ordered to stop. They all looked at the guest very vigorously, without losing his eyes. The man smiled affectionately and introduced himself. He was called Ha Ha Ha. The inhabitants began to discuss the guests. His body was soaked in death. He killed a lot for all. If they take it to the inhabitants, it will only be worse. The inhabitants forbid this man to join them, but instead give him another chance to wash away the sins of the past. Huen was very angry because he tried very hard to get here, but now he is just driven out. He was very angry. They need to free up a place for him. It seems that he does not understand the words at all. So there are only one way in the inhabitants. In this case, they decide to send the man by force. But he is not going to give up without a fight. He wants to withstand the inhabitants. Such brazen behavior was very angry with the inhabitants. After a second, all around our hero became black smoke with a bright flame. But even this man was able to break free. No one will be able to stop it in their way. The inhabitants did not understand where such stubborn people came from. Another inhabitant said he would solve this problem. After a second, he spat in Hujan. The man realized that because of this saliva, he could not breathe. It was not the end. The innovative began to absorb him in a strong flow of air. It seems that our hero will not be able to get out of this. Huen have lost consciousness from shock. It was necessary to get up and gain strength to crush these inhabitants. Suddenly, he sees a frightened girl in front of him, who seems to be very worried about him. The man does not understand why his hands are so white and smooth. Immediately afterwards, our hero goes up and approaches the mirror. He is shocked when he sees a young man there. He is shocked when he sees such a thin guy. The young man begins to do with his face a lot of strange things to check if it's all true. After that, he realized that this guy, and he was. The girl immediately began to worry about the young gentleman, because he could not strain so much. The girl does not understand why the guy does not remember her, although he just lost consciousness. This girl is called Eni-san. She helps her son and young gentleman of the family. This guy is called Hack. He is the second son of the Nagan family. The guy was shocked from the information received and seemed to be unable to digest it immediately. He does not believe in it and hopes it is just a dream. They were now in their 70s. 70 years have passed since the founding of the Union of John-chan. The girl ran to bring to a young gentleman. At the time of the Union of the Doka PE was 80 years old, and he decided to become an inhabitant after 90. In this case, his real age is now over 150 years. He was reborn with the second son of the family. It seems that in this way, the inhabitants decided to make it up. The protagonist was very angry with the inhabitants for being so mocked from him. The guy does not understand why he was sentenced 60 years, not the same day. The Heck was very annoyed, because now all the skills he studied all his life just disappeared. But even so, it was not necessary to lower your hands. Although the boy in another body, he still has memories and experience. Our hero is confident that this time he can achieve more than in her past life. At first it was necessary to get out of here. It is necessary to find out what the guy is in the body of whom he now found himself. It was already night. The Hack went outside and tried to walk quietly from the gate. But everything was not so easy, because he saw the guards in an angle. The guy realizes that you should not kill them on the first day after rebirth. It was just necessary to run quickly. We need to focus. The guy hopes that he will be able to run for one jerk. But suddenly the Hack realized that he just couldn't make a jerk, as if it were simply impossible. The protagonist thinks that it is all because he is not used to his new body. Then, the Hack gather all the strength because he wants to try it again. Suddenly, the young man heard the sound as if a bone had broken somewhere. And when he looked at his leg, he realized that it broke his bone. After a second, the main character fell to the floor and began to shout that he had a very sore leg. Immediately afterwards, he was taken to the room, and the doctor took his leg. Everyone was very surprised how easy it was to break the leg. It turns out that the boy's body was easier to break than any crystal. The doctor prepared the medicine for him, but the Heck wants to be alone, so he asked them to leave here. However, since no one was about to listen to the guy, he repeated it again. But this time, he screamed very loudly to make everyone away. But as soon as the guy dredged his hand, some crunching heard again. He seems to be his shoulder. The guy thought that if he was in the body of Clan's son, he already had a base. Our hero wanted to understand why this guy was so weak. After that, our hero sat in a lotus pose in order to relax and start meditation. The young man is most concentrated and accumulates internal energy. The guy noticed that in this body there were clogged energy flows, all 9 pieces. The main character realized that in this body, all 9 energy flows of yin were clogged. The body was fragile as a crystal vase. All the streams were closed. Our hero has accused of this inhabitants who decided to play with him an evil joke. The Hack was full of determination to take revenge on these scums who dare to laugh so much. But as soon as the guy jumped her hand, she immediately crushed and seemed to break. It was urgent to call a doctor. It turns out that this movement has broken our hand again. The doctor again repeats that you cannot move so sharply. Earlier, the guy pressed the enemies as an ant, and now it is difficult for him to crush. Even if there are difficulties on the way, you cannot give up. Doc will not lower your hands, but because he clenched his fist too much, his hand crushed again. The young man realizes that he has only 2 ways to do this test. It is necessary to use the technique of light heart flow and the technique of filling the heart and muscles. Then everything will be the best. And after overcoming 9 energy flows, Yin may be able to get a combat capacity that he did not have in his past life. The night has come. Why did San came to the guy's room to check if he drank pills? The girl thought that the guy was sleeping, so with a shout broke into his room. He can't sleep until he has taken the pills. But when she saw that the Hack was just sitting in the lotus pose, she came in shock. She saw that blood was coming from his head, so she quickly ran and closed her with her hands. But it did not work, and after that the blood went from another place. And in a second, blood came from different places of our hero. It seems as if there are many holes in his body. Blood begins to flow from the guy's head, but it seems to him, it's been a while. When the guy opens his eyes, he realizes that he is completely in bandages. The Hex spell was just starting to control energy and became a disabled one. After that, the guy begins to cry. Tears full of anger and insults flow from the eyes. The girl told him to stop saying nonsense and jumped a ball into his mouth. It was a very expensive pill. This pill is capable of producing 10 years of energy. Suddenly, the main character feels the flow of energy. It seems that the pill really worked on it, but it only has been in effect a few seconds. After that, everything became as it was. The hack drank the best pill for energy recovery, but even it didn't work. The main character is full of determination to correct this unhealthy body. Before the San left, he asked if they had books in martial arts. Our hero needs to tell him where their library is. The energy management technique he knows is too strong for this body, so it is not suitable for this body. The only way is to find the right technique. New techniques are new opportunities for him. Due to the fact that the reconciliation of hake was closed energy streams, even from the cool wind, it froze greatly. He thinks that if he goes to the library, turned into a blanket, it will be better. But the blanket was too heavy for him, so after a moment he fell to the floor. The heck was angry because of this, so he quickly got up and dropped the blanket. Therefore, the guy decided to wear several layers of clothes. Now it has become a little easier. The scale of this library was indeed grand. He remembers how in his past life he was told about what kind of library the reconciliation is cool. This library can be called the heart of their family. It stores a millennial history. He recalls that they did not catch anything that day. Soon, Hack came to the library, but at the entrance it is stopped by guards. The protagonist was shocked, as these two dreamed of sending his weapon on him. After a second, the young man rushed forward to bypass the guards. When he was behind their backs, he hit them in his neck to stun. After that, they immediately fell to the floor and lost consciousness. But as it turned out, it was only in the head of the main character. As soon as the guards recognized the young gentleman, they clapped and apologized for the rudeness. After that, the protagonist passed through the security. But the guards were going to urgently apply about it to the head of the family. After that, the main character was in the library. There were many shelves with books. The library was giant. It seems that some cool secrets are hidden here. Now the heck was about to dig into these treasures on his own. Morning came. The guy was digging here all night but did not find anything useful. He was not very pleased and disappointed with this library. He began to think that the king of the sword, who praised this library, just deceived him. The hack did not restrain his anger, shouted loudly and scattered books. A moment after that, the young man felt unbearable pain in his chest and grabbed them. It seems that the boy's energy paths were blossomed again. If the hacks does not solve the problem with the flow of energy, it will see the mortal pit rather than the dead. After that, our hero went outside and immediately heard a strong cry. Someone seems to call him. From such a strong cry, the guy even fell to the ground because he didn't expect. A man appeared in front of him. The reconciliation of Hack did not know who was before him now, after which he shouted again, and the sound wave of the boy rejected. It turns out that this man forbade our hero to go to the library because he cares for his health, so he was very angry. The subordinates tried to reassure the head of the family, because the young gentleman did not fully recover. After these words, the main character immediately realized that he was his father. The harsh man ordered everyone to get away. Now he will strictly deal with everything like the head of the family. After that, the subordinates obediently go away, leaving the father and son alone. As soon as everyone left, his father grabbed his son in arms and called his desert. The man is very worried about his son. His body was cold, like an ice floe. Our hero concluded that this man is very stupid and naive, so they can be used. The heck renew only two things from the father: potion to strengthen the energy and equipment that would fit for him. The father promises that he will solve the issue of potions, and the techniques were in the deficit. But a man is radically against secret technology, because it was impossible because of his body. It is too weak. The main character in any case will die, so you cannot give up without even trying. However, the man was too stubborn. It was necessary to convince him somehow. Therefore, the hack decided to change tactics. He suddenly began to vomit right in front of his father. The young man began to shake and say that his head was circling. The man grabbed his son and began to bring him to his senses. The protagonist began to pity and say that he could die any second. But the man believed that such words could not be told by his father. The heck says, let him be his last desire, but he wants the technique. He promises not to learn the martial arts, but to simply learn them. The man turned and wept bitterly. He was very sorry for his son. The day has come. The protagonist has a new clothing that was not so cold. The guy went to another library, but inside it looked almost the same as the previous library. There are secret techniques that can only be used by those who are connected by blood ties to the head of the family. And if he was allowed to come here, one cannot even hope for the study of martial arts. The night came, but our hero still continued to read books in the library. Finally, he read the last volume. 5 techniques were quite good here. The spiritual technique of heavenly thunder, the spiritual technique of the emperor, the control of the emperor, the glowing lightning and 13 rolled thunder, the spiritual sword of the rolled. But only this was not enough to create martial art that would fit this body. There must be some technique that will strengthen the bone structure and create roots. Although there is no strength in this power, it is hungry. It was necessary to have a snack. But in a second, the hack was overlapping through the books and just fell. He felt severe body pain. The hack hated this weak body. The guy clung to the projection of the tile that protruded from the floor and almost torn his hands. He realized that it was not just a tile. With the help of a stick, he tore it from the floor. Through the dust, the young man saw that something was written on this tile. Soon, the guy returned home and started a meal. He ate absolutely everything he was brought. The girl is shocked because she first sees that the young gentleman has such an appetite, because he is usually very meticulous for food. The Heck Rebellion liked it very much, because in his time even a piece of spinach was a luxury. The girl does not understand what he says, but he asks not to pay attention. After that, the protagonist throws the same energy for his mouth. When he ate, he can finally start focusing and working. When the assistant took food to our hero's room, she saw the older heir. She saw that the heir again brought the pills for fortification. You are not able to show your feelings. It shows that he is worried about his brother, but still does not come to him. Meanwhile, Hack sitting in his room and continues to meditate, making every effort. Mixed heavenly energy of the Dark King is the strongest combat equipment that made the dock as it is. It is necessary to strengthen the structure again on the basis of the techniques he studied in the library, and then combine them with mixed energy of heaven. The main thing in this matter is clearly confident. Soon, the man finds himself directly among his vessels. He sees many red threads. The most important will be the harmony between the mixed heavenly energy and the techniques of Chun. It was necessary to clean the dark energy and add clean. In fact, it was very difficult for him, but the man was still not going to give up. Why did San wanted to bring a young gentleman for food? Because he had never eaten with such appetite before. When the girl approached the room of our hero, she was a little shocked when she felt some heat from there. And in a second, something inside the room exploded. The door flew into pieces, and the girl with food fell. The reconciliation of Hack, meanwhile, continued to sit in the lotus pose, and sweat flowed from his face. Why did San immediately rush to the young master, not understanding what it was with? The young man behaves very strange. He is all wet with the effort he made. After a second, he loses consciousness. Why is the head of the family immediately putting about it? The man wants to go to his son right now. But the eldest son stops him and says that now is not the time for it. The girl agrees with the words of the senior heir. The doctor also said that at first the guy should stabilize. The man thinks that the Hack Nagon has found something among the books of the library and has now come up with problems. The man was very concerned. His son's health made him nervous. Meanwhile, the main character is busy trying to stand in the bar. From 9 energy flows, he managed to break through one. If he cannot create a body that will be normal for spiritual techniques, then all his efforts will be in vain. Our hero begins to think about how to name the new spiritual technique that he created. He thinks that it can be called her technique of the Dark King, Chun. The doctor and father were shocked when they saw that the guy was squeezing. It seems like a real miracle. The guy was given very difficult because his body resisted. The doctor was very surprised, but the flow of energy of the boy became wider and stronger. The pulse also became clearer. That is why our hero assured them that all is well. The father did not let him agree. Instead, he grabbed him in his arms because he was very happy. He does not know what his son had done there, but his father is happy that his health has improved. But it seems that the man overdone and hugged the boy too much, causing him to break his shoulder. Because of this, the man began to shout at the doctor because he told him that his son's health had improved. Of course, the beginning of recovery from energy flows is a fact, but it does not extend to the fragility of his body. The Heck stood with his mouth open and broken shoulders. I wonder what they will do now. The father immediately wanted to leave the scene and invented the legend that they had an urgent meeting of elders. But it is obvious that it was an excuse, because the girl I remember there is no meeting today. The man says he will go to decide serious affairs. I wish my son a speedy recovery. The Heck was angry with his father because he created a problem and just left. But a second, the man looked out from behind the door and wished his son good luck. To do this, it was necessary that his shoulder was turned to normal, so the moon flew quickly. The young man was running at this moment. It is unknown how many circles he has already run, why some suspicions appeared. After illness a month ago, the young gentleman woke up as if another person. Some man jokingly says that he probably changed with someone's souls, but the girl immediately tells him not to carry nonsense. After their conversation, they notice that they have been distracted and lost the young gentleman. Where is he? The girl began to climb the most horrifying thoughts that she could only imagine. The main character seems to go underwater. The girl thinks that the young gentleman fell under the water. But the man reassures and says that the depth of this raid is about 30 centimeters, so you cannot sink here. The nerves of the girl were already in place because she was constantly worried about the boy. Meanwhile, a little girl and a girl older were walking in the city. They walked joyfully, and the small had some goodies, but unexpectedly someone snatched him out of his hands. It turns out that it was the case of our hero's hands. The hack walked the central area and noticed that many people were quite here. He is looking for a place where you can drink something strong. Suddenly he sees some guys beat another. They wanted sleeping his feet. The unhappy boy cries and yells, trying to escape. The little boy runs to the young master, hoping that he can help him. But the protagonist says that this guy is weak, so he will not help him. The hack winner advises not to try to ask someone for help, but to overcome it. Therefore, the young man went on, looking for a place with alcohol. Unexpectedly, a stranger in the hood is approached. One-eyed noticed that the guy was constantly looking at the sides, so he decided to ask what he was looking for. The protagonist explains that he is looking for the best tavern with drinking. In this case, the man is about to hold him to the right place. After that, he leads a young man to some place. But instead of the tavern, the reconciliation hake sees many chunky men. He seems to be trapped in the tiger. But it seems that our hero is upset, only that there is no alcohol here. Band children conclude from the guy's clothes that he is from a rich family. It was obvious. A chunky man approaches him and says that he can lay out all the valuable that he has and calmly return home. But the main character calmly replies that he does not want to do it. So far, the guy was just doing what he took something from others, but on the contrary, it was never. These words made a crowd of men very much. It seems that this master has been grown like a houseplant, so he does not understand anything in real life. The head of the bandits orders a crumpled bone to this self-confident boover to show the taste of a real life. Then a chunky man begins to threaten him. After a second, he knocked out his candy, which the guy continued to eat when talking. After that, the man encroaches on the main character, preparing to strike him. But the guy will not allow himself such an attitude, so he pushes it directly into the face. The bandits were shocked because they did not expect a young man to give them surrender. But it seems even from such a weak blow to the boy's wrist. The heck was not very pleased with this because he did not want to be wrapped in front of these hooligans. Immediately after, another bandit rushed at our hero with a knife, but the protagonist quickly repels him, beats his face, and he flies back. At this time, the other bandit is about to strike him with a knife, but he grabs his hand. And then, he does not wear a strong blow to him directly in his face. And again, from such a blow, his enemy falls. Fortunately, our hero was not injured after this blow. The reconciliation of Hack sees that his enemies have already begun to be nervous, and their combat mood disappeared. This time, they decided to take it all together. But the young man was still not afraid of it. He immediately came into battle with them. The guy quickly began to strike them and evade their attacks. The head of the bandits, meanwhile, was scary for this cruel fight. Our hero explained to the man that he was not yet able to properly manage the internal energy, so it was necessary to take force. Suddenly, the guy notices that one of the bandits is still in mind. He coughed with his blood. It is very annoyed by the boy, and he will come to his head with all his strength. The guy seems to be pleased to see the suffering of his enemies. The head began to be even more afraid because it seemed to be a real devil. The reconciliation of Hack appealed to the head of the bandits and called him to fight to look at his strength. And so, in a second, a bald man rushes to our hero. But instead of attacking, he kneels before him and apologizes. The guy was ridiculous with how fast the man has priorities. The chapter explains that she is perfectly evaluating the situation. To survive in this world, you need to be smart. Previously, the bullies had something like honor, but it seems in the past, the heck is not going to believe him. It turns out that this man had a knife behind his back. And so, in a second, the man took advantage of the moment and rushed at the guy who did not expect it, with weapons. The protagonist quickly rolled away, evading the blow. A second would, and something very bad could happen. The hack winner is not going to offend himself, and wants to attack. Now the head realized that he had serious problems. Meanwhile, the older son was news that his brother went aside a crowded quarter, but it seems that the senior heir was very worried about him. Meanwhile, our hero still found a tavern, and now drunk delicious alcohol. But he drank not himself, but with the head of those bandits. He wanted more. The guy seems to be very drunk. He made up that the booze was over. The head recalled that it was a 9th bottle. They have already spent all the money they had on their hands, drinking and snacks. The head asks him to stop, but does it very softly. I also remind you that a lot of drinking is harmful to health. In addition, the young gentleman has already drank a lot, but the heck did not even want to listen to him. He pushed him with his foot and said that he did not dare to order him. The young man began to threaten all physical violence if they did not listen to him. We can assume that the bandits are lucky because there is no one who would breathe after our hero attacked. The young man was very angry. It was necessary to move the spirit a little and drink again. Soon the main character fell asleep. The bandits thought it was possible to take advantage of the moment to escape. But, unexpectedly, they heard a voice that said it was not necessary to do so. The head thinks that the young gentleman is checking them in this way. It was necessary to understand whether it was or not. The man cautiously leans up to the hake's fasten to check if he really is asleep. Suddenly, he hears someone's voice. These were the guards of the families of the Vejas who came after the young gentleman. The bandits looked around and saw many guards and even their eldest son here. They were in full shock to see a sword dragon here. Now it became clear to everyone that this young gentleman is the younger son of the Nagin family. Meanwhile, the protagonist begins to talk in a dream and mutilates something about the inhabitants. A second, the head immediately closes his mouth with his hands. He is scared that someone will think that they were forcibly drunk. The eldest son immediately became harsh and ordered this bandit to remove his dirty hands from his brother. The head immediately did what he was told. Suddenly, a hack grabs a man by the hand and says they still need to drink. Therefore, in a second, he gets a strong blow to his head from his older brother. From such a powerful blow, the man flies a few meters ago. The senior heir has already warned that they all need to remove their hands from his brother. Why did San also come here? She felt a strong smell of alcohol. Our hero, meanwhile, has already climbed on the back of the guard. The protagonist got so much that he did not even recognize his older brother. When the girl told him that he was his older brother, the guy was surprised that he had him. After that, they took the boy back home, and the older brother stayed here. Now he was about to punish them for being weaker. In a few seconds, the screams of these bandits and the sounds of the blows will be learning to the street. The senior heir is now teaching them for disturbing the tranquility of the young gentleman. The older brother seems to be very cherished by his younger. Came the next day. The guy was engaged in training. He managed his sword skillfully, as if he were a continuation of his hand. With his accurate and lightning strikes, he broke in half wooden dummies. In just a few seconds, all the dummies were destroyed and cut by his sword. It turns out that his father, who praised his son, watched the guy's workout. The young man reached the 10th circle of the technique of the sword of a lonely spirit, so now it can no doubt it can be called a sword. Now everyone considers the best swordsman of the heir to the family, but they are not yet aware that this guy is not worse. The young man wants to do everything to justify his father's expectations. After that, the boy goes away to relax. The man thinks that the son will be able to defeat the dragon the fracture before he expected. The sword tiger wins the sword dragon. In this case, the man will only be overcome to defeat the sky above the dragon. Our hero has already returned home and drank honey. He saw that something was wrong with the face. It looks like a girl is full of insult. If there is something to say, it can do it straight. The assistant did not understand why the heck Hack behaved like that. The cysts of the young man have not yet grown, and he is already running away, and he also gets into a fight. The girl reminds that the Hack Nagon should take care of her body. Why San continues to read the guy morality, but it seems to him absolutely indifferent to it. The protagonist changes the theme and says that today he also does not see these pills for energy. The girl shouts and says that these pills are, in fact, it is very difficult to get. To get one such pill, you need to sell a few pieces of gold. But the guy still does not understand how such a powerful family, like a reconciliation, cannot afford it. Meanwhile, a subordinate came to the mustache, which made that there was nothing special in the fortress Cholgan. They were just asked about the present situation. The fortress is ready to boil them support. Can they not trust a man in 10 years? The man is going to do everything himself and asks to pass so that no one interferes. Some time ago, the reconciliation family extracted a valuable pill and spent everything on it. So now there is no gold at all. The family may even be bankived soon, because for many years the head has been trying to fill the whole court with water. The man referred to their younger son. It is clear that he is not capable of anything. To save this pathetic guy, all family reserves are spent. Because of this, he cannot do things as it should. The man in the hood adds that recently the young gentleman behaves somehow strange. Our hero continues to do training, and now he even went out to the city and got drunk, after which he was brought home late at night. But a mustachioed man says not to pay attention to some garbage like this guy, and a man will not be surprised at all if this scum soon dies. The Heck reconstruction, meanwhile, continued to train. Now he was pulling. Today he went without any injuries. His body seems to be gradually accustomed to training. You need to think to break through other energy flows, because it will require another effective pill. But his family has a problem with money. Our hero wanted to do nothing, eat pills and just do his own business, but did not work. It seems that the position of the family is not the same as before. Therefore, it seems that in such a situation it is more important to find information. The guy could not just walk in the territory and ask questions, because it could raise suspicions. He wants to find the one who can get information and remember that there are black merchants. Black merchants are an underground organization that collects dark information. Meanwhile, the news that our hero got drunk yesterday and another guy. And the funniest thing was that he started going to the library and even began to train. A man think that if they drank this magic pill, now you were masters of world class. But the guy remind you that the main character never compares them, so you don't have to worry. But the man is still curious, and he wants to personally check in what condition the young gentleman is now. The guy only allows him to look. The main thing is not to create problems. The man walked past the young man, and seems to be specifically pushed, because of which he fell. The heck says that if he pushed someone, he should apologize for it. A young man cannot just walk past a person, so he gives him an opportunity to apologize. But this man is not afraid of him at all and does not take him seriously. In this case, our hero goes on threats of physical violence. The man is absolutely indifferent to this, and in a second he is about to strike. But instead, I unexpectedly get a slap on the cheek. But the young man does not stop and continues to apply many slaps on his pike. It was very painful, and the man even fell off his feet. I think that such uneducated people should get their own. After that, the guy goes away, but the man does not like it. And after a moment, he rushes to him with a knife. His plan did not succeed, and instead he got a strong blow to his stomach. The blow was so strong that the man flew a few meters ago. He flew straight into the stone wall, leaving cracks there. The guy began to doubt that this stranger was from their family because he attacked him from his back. But, in principle, there is no difference from which he is a family, because the traitor is everywhere. But still, the fight should be started only if you are confident in your opponent. The man was strongly beaten. He flowed blood and had huge bruises. The heck was about to find out who he was before. It's been a while. A little boy bought a delicious bun on the market, and so the boy is about to bite a piece, but suddenly someone grabs a bun from his hands. It turns out that it was our hero. He was looking for where he needed to go to find a black merchant. He remembers that such people were constantly hiding in the dark corners. He comes to such a place and sees that a symbol is drawn on the wall. He seems to find the right place. How long has not passed, black merchants do not change at all. Some man sits and counts his money. This month too was a problem with profit. But, unexpectedly, a hack comes into the room, which gives a merchant advice to leave his workplace brighter, and so he does not differ from a regular merchant. The merchant asks who he is, but our hero does not respond and simply ignores him. Finally, the guy felt the entrance to the secret passage, and the door opened in the wall. Trade shock, because he does not understand how the guy from the first time found the secret composition of rare goods. The protagonist invites her husband to go there and talk about everything. The man asks a stranger to leave, because anyone cannot go into this place. The guy was not going to comply with his request, so in a second, the merchant rushed at him with his sword. The fight began, but at the end with our hero, everything was well. During this fight, he broke his wrist. And the commercial, meanwhile, sat with a highly beaten face. The heck walks and looks here. There were many unusual items here, most likely they were stolen. At first, the man wanted to say that he had purchased everything by law, but then confessed. It's really stolen. The man was curious that brought the young gentleman to such a place. The guy immediately goes to business and says he needs information. The hack wagon wants to know the history of the last 70 years, including the victory over the demonic horde. It took a while and the main character left this room. He was shocked when he learned that the winner in the battle with the demons was Dehep, not the Doc, where Hep put his fate to defeat the demons and join this fight. For more than a month, the troops fought and finally won. It was all not true. The story was twisted as if the Doc became the king of demons. He was made of one of the cruel demons of the best. But our hero does not understand the reason for this. Why change history? From such reflections, the protagonist has a strongly crazy head. It was necessary to start with something more important than a false story. He also learned that the Nagin family is weak. They have long been in the last city among large families, and in the level of wealth are inferior to everyone. Previously, their family was indeed at an altitude, but then began to go down. And in the last few years, through his younger son and his illness, almost everything has been sold to get money. The guy was glad because he thought he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but it was all a deception. Finally, the assistant found our hero, but he has a bad mood now, and is better not to approach him. Why Sans said that she had urgent news. He is called the head of the family. Soon, Hack came to the right place. Here was his father and older brother, but he also saw some unfamiliar man standing next to his father. The man called his son because he wanted to ask him something. The man asked if it was really a Hack beat so much that he had lost consciousness. But the protagonist cannot answer this question because he does not even remember that name. The father asks the man not to yell at his son because he must explain everything. This dissatisfied man seems to be his father's brother, so his uncle, Suddenly the young man began to laugh at what surprised the man. He does not understand how this garbage can laugh after beating a man so much. But our hero does not think that he beat him very much, because he remained alive. The man asks the beaten guy whether our hero is really involved. It was really the case. The father was upset because of the beating of his son, and needed justice. The father tries to find out in the heck of hack whether he really broke his arms and legs, but he is not guilty that it is not true. Hearing such a lie, the guy begins to scream a lot and say that it is not true. The guy again makes an innocent look and says he didn't even touch him with his finger. The father, of course, begins to defend his son and says it is not true. From this, the brother begins to angry even more. Is he hints that his son is lying now? The father doubts that his son with such a fragile body can beat someone so much. It's just been a little more than a month since the guy went to the correction. Then, a mustachioed man begins to think that his beaten son was swearing. Another guy, meanwhile, said he believed COA because he never noticed how he was lying. Then, the older brother of our hero acts forward and says that he believes his brother. There was a voltage between the young men. Our hero noticed that the situation is very interesting. It is very interesting who wins if they come into battle. The mustachioed man began to shout and ordered the boys to stop and calm down. They are right now in front of the head of the family, so you do not have to behave so brazenly. The young man bows and apologizes for the anger for a second. The man says everything is normal because he can understand the boiling of young blood. The older brother of our hero approached his uncle and also apologized for his act. The heck was very upset because of this because he wanted to look at the fight. Suddenly he felt the strict look of this mustachioed man. Uncle begins to blame the whole guy. He asked the guy again that he was guilty of being injured. The main character's face changes, and a smile appears on the lips. He asks if a man really wants to know the truth. And so, as soon as the young man is about to tell the truth, he begins to vomit with his blood. Then she frightens everyone around. Of course, everyone rushed to him at once. They all hoped that the condition of the young gentleman had already improved. But it all started again. The heck was asked to look at the rainbow and said it was caused by his blood. Why the San had to take the guy to the room urgently and the head would contact the doctor. After that, the girl immediately led him to the room. And so, while she led him to the room, the guy began to vomit blood again. The man was very angry with his brother and asked if he needed any evidence. He is sure that such a weak guy as his son exactly couldn't do anything with CO. CO, too, was not in the best condition now, so he wants to discuss everything later. The man begins to be angry with his son and says he will have to feel the pain. After that, they are going to go back to their home. It was very offensive because everything was so unfair. But the father said a little more, because soon they would be able to take revenge. Meanwhile, Wai-san continued to lead the guy to the room, but suddenly he got better. After a second, he stood on his feet and pushed the girl, which surprised her. The young man confessed that he just woke up very sick, because he was lazy to come up with an excuse. The assistant noticed that every day his character becomes very strange. These problems began to appear on the day he was very ill. The reconciliation of Hack began to be very angry, and said that the girl did not come up with nonsense but better prepared his workout sword. The father comes to the father that everything is well with the young gentleman, although it is difficult to believe. Wai-san told her eldest son that our hero only woke up very sick, and now the head realized that his son was really beat up. It's hard to judge. Even if you mention his workout, even with such a body it would be difficult to win. But if it is true, then a reconciliation of Hack is really a genius. The eldest son would very much like it to be true. In fact, the father also wants it to be true. It's been a while. The protagonist went to the woods, away from people so that no one saw him. He is going to tie the wrists strongly so that they do not break and stand all the blows. After a while, he finally was able to tie them strongly. After that, he began to wave the sword, checking the strength. The ball was quite difficult, so if the guy tied his wrist, he would not last long. It will be very difficult to fight someone of the brothers in his current state. This means that it is early to relax. It doesn't matter what they came up with in history. First, you need to straighten the fire that is selected to its heels. The protagonist began to wave his sword, honing his strokes. The reconciliation of the Hack waved the sword lightly and cut the leaves into small pieces. The only way to improve your skills is endless workouts. It is necessary to reach at least 30% of the former power. The energy of the Dark King of Chanchon has doubled. There is a benefit from training not to life, but to death. The protagonist continued to develop everything he sees in his way to improve his skills. The guy even cut the thick tree trunks in half. They collapsed to the ground. But the Heck was still upset because it was all that he is capable of. The fact is that he is not used to these weapons. And if he is the son of the family, he cannot use Tao. It is necessary to use the techniques of possession of the sword of the family of the Vagun. The guy wants to try the technique of glowing lightning and 13 rolling. He wants to make it faster and more concise, concentrate forces, and put them in one powerful blow. It was also important to remove all unnecessary movements. And then, in a second, the young man tries this blow. After him, everything around was covered with dust and smoke. The guy has changed some steps in this technique, so you can no longer call it a radiant lightning. In this case, it gives it a new name, the technique of the sword of 3 rolls. To get used to it, it will be necessary to get used to it, but he wants to handle in 2 weeks. You also need to train racks, so time will still have to be increased. The evening has come. Some man sat at the table and seems to have studied something. It was a father why he asked her to come to him. Finally, he finished. It should effectively manage such a small amount of finances, which was very difficult. The girl was sad because they seem to have everything bad with finances. The father says that he will deal with the finances of the family, so she does not have to worry. The reason why the man called his daughter is the hack naggin. He heard that the guy has changed a lot compared to the past. Compared to what was 1.5 months ago, he became a completely different person. A man asks if a young gentleman has become much healthier than before. It is true that the guy got much better, although sometimes he training too carefully and then feel bad. And he is very fond of eating effective pills. Why does San think that his father called her through these pills? This pill is very expensive even for the family. The head of the family is too stable, so a man cannot act as he wants. Why will San will definitely try it, but not sure that everything will work out. Warriors are only concerned about martial arts, but for the successful existence of the family, money is required. And people like them need to become support, and support for the family. After that, go away. But the father asks if she is not difficult for her to do with it. Of course it was very difficult, but the girl was sure that it could withstand it. Meanwhile, the night has come. Our hero bandages his hand. To perfectly master the technique of 3 rolls, he needs to train even more, but his body does not want to obey. The Heck Hack called San to ask if they have no effective pills. For some reason, the Heck Hack could not jerk to the girl. Now the guy would like to drink 2 pills, but he can't do anything, so he will drink them after workout. Due to the fact that the second son goes all the money, the family can go bank. The young man thinks not to go far from home today and train right outside. The protagonist decided to do so, and began to wave his sword. But as soon as he tried to wave with his sword, he realized that he could barely hold him. Today, his condition is particularly difficult. He decided to relax until he has brought him pills because he cannot train now. It turns out that some unfamiliar man in the hood followed him all the time. But as it turned out, our hero noticed him. The Heck did not understand why they were monitored in their family. Maybe this father sent this person? He thinks it is the case of the head, because he loves his son too much. After that, the stranger in the hood is detained about everything that he saw the mustache to the man. Of course, our garden looked healthier than he expected, but this is still not enough to worry. Probably, you just get distracted, so I got it from the guy. It will be good if he receives at least a quarter of his older brother's abilities. The man allows the subordinate to stop watching the Heck. Now the most important thing is to prepare for a big cause. The man thinks that it is time to grow the planted semen. Suddenly, there was an incredibly powerful explosion in the forest. This explosion destroyed all the trees on which he only got, and it was all the work of our hero's hands. But the Heck was very bad. There is a long way ahead, but how to do it with such a weak body? In addition, he is very bored to train with trees that do not even respond to him. The taste of the battle can be felt only when you hear the plowing of the enemies and see their blood. But the young man believes that there will be a holiday on his street. At first, he wants to go and eat effective pills. As soon as he went into the yard, he heard someone calling him frightened. It was something. The guy was just looking for her and began to shout because she did not bring him effective pills. But now it was not before. It happened a little horrible. The meeting of the elders has just begun, and it is discussed that the heads can take his position. But, in fact, the protagonist was absolutely indifferent to it. It also happens that a person goes down during his life. You get tired when you sit in one place all the time. It was impossible to say that as if he was talking about strangers, because he was his family. The fact that the head is in such a terrible position is the fault of our hero, because he spent all the stocks to get effective pills. If the head is removed from office, the guy will no longer be able to eat these pills. It was urgent to stop it, and the young man ran to the rescue. Meanwhile, they did not sit at the table and discuss the situation. The head explains to everyone that he is going to cure his son. Weijin says there is no time to dodge. If he does not give up the young gentleman, he can be left without the place of the head of the family. In this case, the man is ready to give up the place of the head of the family, because the son is his priority. If he cannot even protect his son, he cannot take responsibility for all their family members. If it helps him to save his son, he is ready to refuse the post of head. but asks them to continue his son's treatment. But his brother says that he cannot avoid responsibility only by throwing the place of the head. It's just an escape that does not free from responsibility. The man proposes to analyze all the actions of the head in recent years. Older do not think it is too serious, and it is superfluous. Others may think of others that it is heartless. But such an opinion in a man, because he believes that the head of the family cannot spend his money for the child, it seems that a man believes that he spent money not only on the treatment of his son, but it still needs to be proved. The man tells everyone that the younger son, whose body was fragile as crystal, began to engage in martial arts and train. The elders began to think that the guy was recovering. But then where did the head spend money? Now everyone wants to know where the money goes? Suddenly the door to the room opens with strong noise. And so, before the elders there is a reconciliation hack, who does not understand what the problem is. The head was angry because his son came here and asked to go and not to interfere. But the mustachioed man, on the contrary, was glad that the guy came here. Our hero began to rude him, and said that he now crying from the fact that he allowed him to stay here. Then, the man asks him directly if all his 9 streams were recovered. In fact, they were not completely cured, but his condition became much better, and if the guy continues to take pills, he will become even healthier. All the old tires were shocked when they learned that the young man was really engaged in martial arts. The mustachioed man invites the guy to stop taking these pills, because the family spends a lot of money on it. But the hack is quietly replies that he does not want to do it. The man thinks that no matter how much the pill is drank, then he does not recover. But the guy have another thought about it. The man says that the guy does not have to give up if he studied the martial arts slightly. In this case, our hero offers him a battle. This battle will help to show that all the medicines drank the guy were not in vain. Then, the man asks who the guy wants to fight. The reconciliation of Hack says he wants to beat with the son of this man. Because of this, everyone falls into a shock. Hearing that our hero wants to beat with Hun Jun, the man laughed very much. The best situation could not be. The reconciliation hack did not understand why the man laughs because he was quite serious. The man says he accepts this challenge, but his father asks his brother to stop. Why does he listen to the child's words? But in this place it is impossible to throw words into the wind. This is a place for meetings, so every word here is for the weight of gold. The man was accurately upset and excited about what happened. Others did not support the man and said that they should be responsible for their words. The man was disappointed in them because everyone knows what his opponent is, but they still cruelly agree. Everything was resolved. They decided to name the battle for tomorrow. The man was full of excitement and enthusiasm. Our hero asks that if he wins, then no one will be mixed in the case of the head of the family. The man agrees, but if the guy loses, then the responsibility will have to bear him and his father. Passed for a while and they went back home. The man was very upset and excited about what happened. My father thought his son did not know what he did. But the young man, of course, knew everything. He found a great way to solve the problem of battle. This severely annoyed his father. It seems that the son's body became stronger, but the mind left his head at all. Suddenly the young man grabbed his stomach and said to the father that he was hungry. The evening has come, and our hero has dinner. San still didn't understand why it was to create such a situation. The young man does not even understand that we are talking about a duel. The body of the boy with great difficulty resumed, and he himself decided to spoil him in such a battle. The hack did not want to listen to the girl, because he had a mood, feeling as if she is sure he will lose exactly. But it was serious. The girl advised him to think about how to return from this battle alive and unharmed if he conceived it. Our hero asked to stop talking about it and said that she would bring pills better. Why San does not agree and says that he will give him a pill again in a week, but the guy continues to stand on his own. Then, the girl suggests drinking this pill tomorrow, because she will definitely need it. The father asked Ren that if he saw that his younger brother was in danger, he would immediately intervene in their battle. Meanwhile, the mustachioed man and his son also discussed the future battle. The guy will move like a tiger that is fully focused on catching a regular rabbit. The man says he believes in his son. With this evening, every parent instills his son and motivates him. Finally, the next day came. It was difficult for everyone to believe that such a duel would take place today. Hunjong, I allow my enemy to attack the first, so he can put all his strength in a blow. The protagonist noticed the confidence of his enemy and promised that he would not remain in debt. But the real rival of Zhan's reconciliation was the Rengoon Ren. He very much wants to beat with him. A second later, his father shouted loudly and said that the match was beginning. But in a second, everyone in attendance was scared in place from shock after they saw. The hake in just one blow lit the boy on the ground, but now he had a hand. The audience could not believe what was happening now because they didn't even see what happened. No one even understood what technique the guy used. It is unclear how a guy who was previously very weak was able to do it. Our hero has done something that usually takes several decades. The hand of Hack's Heck was much sore after such a blow. A few seconds, Jong barely, while rose to his feet and said it was a violation because the guy started an attack on the signal. But the young man says that as soon as he took the sword in his hands, it was the beginning. The mustachioed man immediately began to support this idea, and said that the guy had broken the duel because he began the fight before it began. Of course, it was a little earlier, but it was not critical, and some even supported the guy. The man was very angry with the elders because they changed their strategy in a second. The mustachioed man yells at his son and repeat again, so that he does not count the crow, but prepared. The guy apologizes to his father and admits that he was not attentive enough. Many did not believe that Jong could have lost so much, so now they expect the real beginning of the battle. Store and supports his brother, saying that he can. From now on, the sword is going to make all its efforts for this battle. The young man is going to finish it all at a time. Meanwhile, a hack, like lightning, rushes to his enemy, and the only light touch stops his hand, interfering with the sword. Everyone was shocked that our hero did not even let his opponent attack. It seems that it has become very unexpected for everyone. The young man jumped immediately from the other way to get rid of his hand. But the Heck did not give him it quietly, rushed to the enemy again and hit him in his stomach. From such a guy flew a few meters ago. He did not expect something to do with his brother. All present with the open mouth watched what had just happened. It's hard to believe. Meanwhile, the father was only silent for his son. Since the wrist of the guy was much painful, he attacked his elbow, but he is now a lot of pain. Jong is justified and says that if he gets a sword, he will be able to win. The protagonist did not argue, and said that he would allow him to get a sword and show his blow. These words very much touched the guy's pride. Now he is going to show all his strength. And so in a second he gets the sword and prepares for such. The young man strikes, but the young man quickly and skillfully evades him. The father is very worried about his son because this technique is very dangerous. John continues to attack him desperately. But the guy only laughs and continues to evade all his blows. The young man does not seem because he thinks that the enemy still cannot evade so long. All the attacks of the enemy seemed very slow for our hero, so he continued to evade. The Heck humiliates the enemy and says that he is the slowest than all of him. These words are strongly offended by the guy, but he continues to attack. Meanwhile, the protagonist is approaching him, and so, in just a moment, he was already in front of him. The Heck wanted to strike his fist, but he realizes that he could not hurt his wrist again. John used the fact that the guy from Freedom and struck, but he was still able to dodge him. And in a second he got a strong blow directly on the face. But it was not one blow, but a whole series. The Heck continued to attack his enemy ruthlessly. It remembers these movements because our hero beat him just a few seconds have passed, and the guy can no longer stay on his feet. After that, Heck beat him on his head, asking who allowed him to sit. From this blow, the enemy falls to the ground and our hero begins to cry for hurting his hand. It seems that John became scared of the power that his enemy has and he began to feel uncertain. Suddenly, the young man remembers that he had a sword all this time. You could use it instead of waving fists. The audience is starting to worry and think that the guy should be stopped. After a second, the Heck redeeming the ball to the side. John became a little scarecrow. Does the enemy go to do something with a vagina? As it turned out, the guy was going to shake his enemy well. The audience has called on the spot from what they see now. The protagonist should be hatred and anger for having climbed on him. He was shocked from what he saw right now. He was also very worried about his brother. After a while, the Heck stopped shaking him, because the boy had already hurt his hand. Jong was already beaten very much, and his whole face was bruising. But it was not the end. Our hero still has another hand. The audience began to worry that he could kill the guy, so it was necessary to stop them urgently. John pleaded with his enemy, but he decided to attack him with 2 hands. Thus he continued to strike an unhappy guy. Suddenly, a mustachioed man was full of anger and experiences, and ordered them to stop. The mustachioed man, in a quiet and sad voice, recognized that his son had lost in this battle. The reconciliation of Hack hoped that after that the man would not give up his words. Suddenly, the guy just lost consciousness and fell to the ground. He had no strength even to move. Blood flowed from it. Tears appeared in the eyes of a mustachioed man because he was very worried about his son. Our hero told to take away the unhappy and start treatment immediately. It will be very difficult for him to be. The news that once a sick nails Hack defeated Jong himself quickly flew everywhere. It is said that if you defeat the disease of energy flows, you will become the best warrior in the world. So, the Heck is the protagonist who is about these words. He really was able to become the best in the world. The young man can come out of the young man in the history of the family. But his father believed that it was too early to rejoice because the son won in a small battle. But it was still an achievement. Because earlier, a Heck could not even keep a spoonful, and now he won the battle when his opponent was Jong Nagan. Everyone began to think that our hero is a real genius. The man was very pleased with this, and this could be understood in his face, because the smile was up to his ears. Therefore, the man wants to say that the situation is not sugar, but he believes that now it is necessary to direct all the forces to support the young gentleman. The man says these words because he knows how difficult it is to study martial arts in a short time. His son is really a good fellow. Not only the technique, but also the courage and the correct adjustment of the guy do not know the limits. Meanwhile, Zhan's reconciliation was provided first aid. His whole body was in bandages. My father came to the room to find out what his son is now. Zhang's renovation had 14 fractures and 13 bone cracks. The whole body was covered with strong slaughter, so it needs to rest for at least 2 months. If the guy was not a warrior, but an ordinary man, he would definitely be 3 times dead. His youth helped to take the post of head of the family, and now his child has struck his sons. The man promised to himself that he would never forgive the vagrant Chang Chichon for having he and his son. The main character, meanwhile, drank alcohol with leaders. Alcohol is the best after you remove the body. The protagonist noticed that in Y some strange facial expression, but she did not understand what it was about. He saw that the helper had shown from suspicions. San wants to know what secret he used the hack, but he does not understand what she means. The result of his training was such that it is impossible to believe. San wants to know how the young gentleman got to defeat the sword, but the main does not consider his enemy a sword tiger, a maximum kitten. Even thinks that the senior heir dressed and went to battle instead of a hake, but for such words our hero throws a bowl into a girl. If she has times in a vain conversation, then let it better bring him a snack, because you cannot drink without a snack. But the girl did not intend to carry anything, because she was offended, and loudly banging the door left the room. The hack thinks that if he has protected the head of the head, there should be no problems with pills, although he is concerned about their problems with finances. The protagonist begins to think that he drank too much, because he sees that his hands suddenly became blue, and the veins began to bulge and throb. And in a second, the hack began to suffocate, grabbing his chest. The young man immediately realized that his energy flow was closing. The hack winner. I do not understand why he is closing, because the guy only recently opened the energy flow. The main character, I understand that something must be done urgently until he has finally closed. Suddenly, our hero is noticed by the guards, but they do not understand why he walks here in the middle of the night. Suddenly they notice his tired, frightened, and strange face. He looks right at them. The young man began to shout at the guards and wanted to find out where they had the medicine. Men were lost. The reconciliation of Hack quickly ran to search for medicines. He scattered everything in his way. He does not understand why everything, because he tried for this body, and now it is back again. One technique of the Dark King Chan Chikan is not enough, so the guy definitely needs pills to control his condition. And if he finds the necessary medicines, he will be able to solve everything very quickly. Soon, the young man found the right pills. They were in the chest. He decided to throw them at once. Meanwhile, a mustachioed man was walking down the street who thought about everything that had happened. Those medicines that came to them today were of the highest quality. He was specifically picking up money for them, because now they had expectations about our hero. The doctor said that with the help of these pills would be able to treat the guy regularly all year long. The mustachioed man very much hoped that it was true. If they really managed to cure a young gentleman, then his position should also be strengthened. From the thought of what a wonderful roadman will start laughing. But before leaving, he is about to look at his expensive pills. As soon as the man comes to the door, they unexpectedly just break, as if someone was killing them. The mustachioed man does not understand what is happening here. The guards also ran to the warehouse with medicines to understand that there were explosions. Very black smoke appeared soon, which smells very unpleasant. Black smoke was very thick. The guards were shocked from what they saw. And you saw a young gentleman, from whom this black smoke came, and the guy shouted loudly. After a second, he just fell to the ground with his strength. The guards became larger because they did not understand what was happening to the young lady. They watched how something very strange began with the boy's body. Large muscles and veins began to appear. It was urgent to tell the head of what was happening here. The hack Nagin says that he died and became alive again. Finally, he sat on his feet. He seems to be hurt at all now. And in a second, he does not quite get back on his feet and soothes the guards, saying that he is better. The guards try to understand what happened here, that it was for the explosion and black smoke. Suddenly, a mustachioed man begins to scream a lot when he sees that there are no pills left in his chest. The protagonist calmly told that he ate everyone. When the young man was talking, a thick black smoke came from his mouth. The mustachioed man was angry and explained that they could not be taken without permission. The heck does not think it is, because he knows his body the best. After that he goes away. The mustachioed man begins to cry bitterly because he realizes that this is a complete failure. Now the man begins to think that he will not have a bright future. San, meanwhile, went a dark corridor to the young lady's room to give him food. But when she came, she was surprised when she did not see anyone. Suddenly, the assistant notices him on the roof of the house, and is surprised because he does not understand how he climbed there. The young man asks her not to read the notations, and explains that he climbed here to think about something in silence. The angry girl says he did what he wanted to go away. Last time, the hack punched the energy flow forever. It means that there was not enough pill. The guy realized that all the decision was in pills. In any case, he now punched everything properly, so it should no longer close. After a second, a roof-firing young man. And then the guy realizes that his bones seem to have become stronger than before, and now the joints no longer fell, even stopped clicking. It was probably because all the energy hidden by these streams was released. He does not even imagine how the energy increases when he can punch all the flows. Everyone already says that the condition of the young gentleman began to improve, and he is actively training. Usually they say that the talent is not immediately revealed. It seems that the hack just shone late. All this is due to the wisdom of the elders, so he thanked them. All are still shocked from the talent of the young gentleman. They all look forward to the future success of the boy. Finally, they are going to go to the case and ask the heads why he called them. The man thinks that his son has proved his power, so he wants to give him a small army. The elder agrees that the boy's skills are striking, but he is too early to enter the elite of their family. Other men also began to agree with the main elder. The heck reconciliation can be trusted when he gets more experience. The man begins to think that he was too greedy, so it is better to listen to the elders. But unexpectedly, a mustachioed man invites them to trust the guy. According to the head, the talents of the young gentleman are very unusual, so there is no reason to stop it. All the same, not everyone agrees with this, and are considered a hasty solution. Our hero not only defeated energy flows, but has also succeeded. Even if the boy does not work, it will remain experience for him. The elders thought a little, and agreed to the fact that in these words there is the fate of the truth. The man sincerely thanked them for such thoughts. The mustachioed man explained that he did it for the prosperity of the family. Now the question arose which army they will entrust the heck. Suddenly, a mustachioed man offers an army of lightning dragon, which is amazing everyone. The mustachioed man is convinced that the young gentleman would cope with this army. It seems that the father begins to worry and nervous. He doesn't find words to say something. The army of lightning dragon is one of their family's headache. It includes real abomination, and no one can manage them. Everyone is shocked by the fact that a man really wants to trust a newcomer such a complex army. In fact, a mustachioed man wanted to entrust this army of Zon. But if Hack defeated him, so it is better to give him an army. The elders thought about it and decided that it makes sense. It will be a great chance to check the abilities of a young gentleman. It remains to wait for the chapter's decision, but he will most likely refuse. It is too difficult to manage this army. The father understands that if he now refuses, then the authority, which his son has earned so long. The mustachioed man looks at his brother and waits his words. When this news reaches a Hack's reconciliation, it is not upset at all. On the contrary, he is ready to take them. The father warns that this army is not the guys who will obey. They only fight all day and do not obey. The father also adds that these guys go bad glory, so they cannot be cope with the usual methods. The protagonists think that you can just beat these scum. But when the father says they were doing so, the guy thinks that they did not too much. Suddenly they hear strong screams. Someone calls the head. Some guy ran into the room. 2 men sat at the table. There was an urgent news. The guy says that their army was handed over to the young gentleman, but everyone is just starting to laugh at it. But everyone is shouting when they hear that it was decided at gathering older. The head thought that these stupid elders decided to throw this boy to death in their army. It seems that they need to show them who they are, so that they can remember it. But one should not treat the guy from above, because in the past, the battle he defeated the sword tiger. The man is wondering if someone else has their army, who personally saw this battle. But unfortunately, no one saw him anymore, because that day they got hard and slept until the evening. The head is indifferent what he is. Whoever manages them will not allow them to change. The guy thought that the head wanted to beat the young gentleman, for which he received in his face. They are still warriors, and are not going to do it. The head is simply going to teach this young man life. Suddenly, they are hearing voice. From what they see, men fall into a stupor. They see our hero in front of them, who heard a few words. The head does not immediately understand who it is. But then as they say, it is a young gentleman. In a second, he sits with them without invitations. The hack seems to them healthier than rumors. The protagonist asked him to pour a glass, and they fulfilled his request. The head asks if the guy really coped with the energy streams of yin. The young man tells that he just punched one, but he decided to close again, so he had to try. The guy decided that he would need the right subordinates to open other streams. The chapter said they would look like a young gentleman, and he just had to pretend to be commanding. Our hero asked if they would be dirty. These words take another whine out of themselves, but the head quickly stops him because they are still a young gentleman before them. Their army is different from those that are usually. All of them were born in poverty, have complexes, and constantly sting. The guy began to humiliate them much, which strongly touched the head and angry. The protagonist says that they will make these bonds elite army. The heck noticed that the atmosphere in the room had changed greatly. Everyone surrounded him. He seems to have hit the target exactly. The head, along with his army, is about to go away, because if they fly away, even he will not be able to stop them. The man barely hold back his emotions, and his comrades try to reassure him. But the guy still did not have to hold back emotions. He wants to study the young gentleman. After a second, the angry chapter rushes to his enemy, but our hero quickly sends him to knock out the only blow to the face. The blow was so strong that the man fell from the second floor. Of course, everyone was very worried about their leader. Now they all wanted to take revenge on their head. All the warriors surrounded him, but our hero was completely indifferent. On the contrary, he smiled. But unexpectedly, in just a moment, they all fell to the floor unconscious. They seemed to know what is loyalty, because they immediately began to defend their head. But it seems a little stupid here if they rushed into a fight, knowing that the forces are not equal. Two guys who were still on their feet and saw it all in full shock. Suddenly, one of the warriors who was already lying on the floor said that it was dishonest to use weapons. But the main character does not consider wooden sticks weapons. Besides, if you say honesty, it is not honest here only. It annoys the warrior, and he says they will die better than they will obey someone. They do not look at it and do not understand how a descendant of a noble kind can be so cruel. The heck reconstructed a wooden wand right in the guy's buttocks. The boys begin to think what to do and how to do in this situation. Although they were scared, but the boys realized that they needed to take revenge on their comrades. But the young gentleman was already over the sticks, so you could try to attack. And so, after a moment, they rushed. Someone was left on the left, someone to the right. But our hero is skillfully evaded from their attack and jumped out of the room. Now, his turn has come to attack his opponents. The men saw that there were small sticks in his hands, so they had serious problems. It's been a while. The head woke up and saw a net in front of his eyes. He immediately began to wake up his comrades. It turns out that they were tied and hung in some grid above the water. Our hero has been watching them all this time. The warriors wanted to find out what plan the protagonist had, because they became a little short. The men began to shout and say that it would definitely not get off their hands. A second, the young gentleman pulled the lever and the grid in which the warriors had fallen underwater. The men did not expect this exactly, so they immediately detained their breath so that they would not die. The young man looked at the water and laughed when he saw the bubbles. A second later, the hack pulled over your mesh and the net rose out of the water. The guy was a lot of fun. He hoped that now men had come to their senses. The men began to threaten him and demanded to release themselves, but our hero was absolutely indifferent to it. Instead, he again pulled the lever and the grid fell into the water. Why was San surprised that the guy really fulfilled his plan, which he said? Nothing would work if the guy just scared them. Measures should be taken. The girl seems that the young gentleman holds the warriors underwater for too long, and they can suffocate. The girl begins to worry and say that he gets them, but the guy is about to drink another glass of alcohol. Why does San begin to panic strongly? Because I think the warriors will just die. After that, the hack gets them out of the water. Men are eagerly swallowing the air. Now the army is ready to listen to what the guy wants from them. It turns out that the main character wanted them to obey him completely. But the warriors, of course, were not going to agree to it and wanted to be released. In this case, the hack Nagan again lowered them into the water and asked for another glass of alcohol. Military think that they just need to suffer, because the young gentleman will definitely not kill them. They are sure that patience will win, but the guy has not raised them for a very long time, so the air in the lungs begins to end. Does he really want to drown them? The protagonist raised his subordinates from the water, so they could breathe normally. Of course, they began to shout and say that they would not listen to the young gentleman even if they die. And in a second, the Hekri throws the army again into the water. If they want to die, then let them. It took a few minutes and men were taken out of the water again. They coughed strongly, swallowing water. The main character really liked to look at their suffering. The army was still not going to obey, so the hack Nagan dropped them into the water again and again. The grid with people deeply squeezed into the water. Men are well aware that they can die, because a young gentleman is capable of this. After several more times, such rigid methods say they seem. They promise that they say it from the bottom of the heart. They really were very bad. But the young man did not believe in their words, so he again lowered them into the water. It's been a while. The heck hack released them from the nets and moved to the shore. In fact, the young man thought that at least a few people would die of their troops, but they turned out to be more durable. The head falls on his knees in front of our hero and promises that he will serve him faithfully. Others also join their head, fall on his knees, and promise the right service. The heck reconstruction believes in it, but believes that in order to prove these words, the death of one of the soldiers is needed. The guy is convinced that several need to be killed for the order, and then everyone will be obeyed. But unfortunately, they are all rebellious here, so something will not be planned. The head did not understand why it was needed, because the warriors also gave him an oath in allegiance. However, Hack is indifferent. He orders them to choose one so that he sacrifices himself. The head asked the boy not to rush, because they also needed time to think, but the heck is not going to wait. And after a second, it strikes the head of the head, believing that he has chosen himself for the role of the victim. Other soldiers were shocked, seeing that they were killed directly in their eyes. From the forehead of a frightened man, meanwhile, thick blood flowed. Before her eyes, he flashed all his life. Today, it was very tasty drinking, so the young gentleman decided to postpone the execution for later. At the same time, they came to them again and brought alcohol. He hit the girl on the head of the vagina because she made him wait for alcohol for so long. The assistant began to defend herself and said that it was not easy to get so much alcohol. When the young gentleman looked around because he saw that the army was going somewhere, the head begins to justify and says they just wanted to go to rest. But in response, he gets a strong blow to the face from which he flies back. It seems that the army is still not clear where their place is. The heck hack did not let them rest. The head of a voice-in-law recognizes that it is their fault. Before going, the heck hack gives them a task. It was necessary to pick up something. It turns out that it was necessary to pick up this huge thing with you. This thing was built specifically for the army, so they should pick it up. From such unexpected news, everyone has opened their mouths. It was very difficult, but with the help of joint efforts, the men took this thing, and the top sat down. It was difficult for them, and our hero continued to command them. The protagonist orders everyone to be careful because alcohol pours out of the bowl. It seems better to die than to endure this attitude. It was a normal morning. The subordinate comes to the elder to tell about the thunderstorm army. The mustachioed man, of course, thought that Nagan Hack could not cope with the army. The subordinate began to say that the appearance is just terrible. Then, a mustachioed man asked how much our hero was beaten and how much he would need to be treated. The elder seems to understand something wrong. It was not about the guy, but about the thunderstorm army. They were in full submission to a young man. Hearing this, the man opened his mouth wide with surprise. Meanwhile, the main character sat and ate. The heck hack shouted loudly and said he was hearing nothing. He said that his subordinates would be more loudly about their endless faithfulness. It was very difficult for the soldiers, but they continued to carry this burden and talk about their loyalty. The young gentleman is about to bring them to the very edge, so that they cannot think in the wrong direction. Why does the sand no longer be surprised by such cruelty of the guy? According to the guy, he has not yet fully proved this army the most effective way to get an opponent to surrender and feel fear. As soon as the horror really reaches their bones, only then they will obey him. At the same time, old tires were watched. It was difficult to believe that the thunderstorm army is so in his power. But that's not all. The protagonist increased the number of ups every time they did not hit the room. This is a rule when the number that goes at the end is passed without sound. For example, if there was a figure of 20, then you could only shout up to 19. And as soon as they did not obey this order, the guy increased the figure several times. Even breathing was intercepted from these words. It was very cruel. Some old tires had already seen them, and were very glad that someone was able to curb this rebellious army. The man was surprised that we liked it older. They even said they were glad to see such diligent workouts. But the man did not like it at all, because it is not like training. It is a common torture. It seems that an attempt to create problems for a young gentleman with the help of the army has completely failed. The man ordered him to invite the head of the army, Hen Mu. The man thinks that his plan has not fallen to the end, and he will definitely drop it into the bottom. The evening has come. The tired warriors came to the tavern and sat down at the tables to relax at least. The guys did not even have the strength to lift the spoon. It was necessary to try to eat a little to restore your strength. Suddenly, someone pushed the head, causing his plate to soup. He looked with all his anger at the stranger who pushed him. The man apologized, saying that he did not know that he had so no strength. The head was shocked when he saw that he was faced with the head of Henmun army, but the man told him to get out of here because he was not tuned now. He was very surprised that the thunderous dragon's army became so obedient. The young gentleman was very harsh with them. Another man was very angry because of his words. But a man told a friend to behave more calmly, because it is unknown that they would do a heck if he learns about it. The man understands that if a young gentleman learns about it, he will accurately get angry and punish them. Henmu was shocked that the army was really going to endure it. The head said Henmu to know the measure and go to eat quietly, but on the contrary, he continues to bring him out of himself. The head tried to hold back, but Hen called him a dog, who would go on the first name of the young gentleman. After a second, the man grabs him by the collar and is preparing to hit, but the head stops before hitting. He still tries to restrain himself, but he pours oil into the fire. And so, just at this moment, the main character comes to the room, who thought that the head wanted to beat. All present were shocked when they saw a young gentleman here. The heck did not understand why everyone stopped eating. It looks as if he was distracting them. The heck turned to Hen and Head, asking what they were doing here. The man immediately began to justify and say that he was just corrected by his collar because he had performed. But Hen denied and said that the man grabbed him by his throat and began to fall. Then our hero turns out and tells them to finish what they started. Whatever it is, if they have already started a fight, then they must finish it. But if the head is beaten, then he does not fall into his eyes because he will spare. After that, he thundered the door and left the room. The head, taking advantage of the permission of our hero, struck Hen, and he fell on the floor. Now the man is about to nail them for their dirty mouths. But Hen is threatening, saying that they will definitely not remain intact after what they will do. However, the army was indifferent. After a moment, they all desperately rushed. The sounds of blows are heard. No one pitied their enemies. A real fight began in Taverna. They stabbed each other without any feeling of pity. The fight was real because blood was even flowing here. The man made many blows to his enemy, and he could not even protect himself. And in a second, he struck the enemy on the face and bounced to the side. They dropped all their enemies into one pile, as if they were not people but just balls. Henmu commanded his subordinates to beat the enemies in response. There was nothing to be afraid because there were much more subordinates. But the army was absolutely indifferent to the number. He was about to take revenge for affecting his pride. The man threw his enemy directly into the floor. The fight is over. 5 wounded and 23 were medium. It seems that the crowd will need the help of a doctor. The man did not understand how this could happen, because they were all one family. Everyone was disappointed because they thought that our hero coped with the troops of the thunderous dragon. But it was wrong. If the heck fasten can be explained somehow, then everyone is waiting for the explanation. The young gentleman does not see anything wrong with the guys fighting because they increase their experience. In addition, the dragons are also wounded in the army. But not everyone thinks it was honest. It was not honest because there were only 3 light damage and 4 medium in the thunderstorm. The heck shock from the fact that Henmu's army could beat his 7 people. For this, he is about to study his army. There was nothing to clarify here, because the army of the thunderstorm was answered by the heck, and therefore all responsibility lies on it. You need to punish it. The elders also think that the whole army of thunderstorms should be punished. The mustachioed man is abandoned by the unhappiness of Hack, because he thinks that because of this the authority of the boy will be blown up. But the guy disagrees, because the conflict began the hen's army, and they were not going to endure the blows. The elders think a little and agree that the one who started the conflict is to blame. The mustachioed man was angry because the elders are so easy to believe. The man asked not to translate the topic of conversation. They need to decide who will be responsible for it. The protagonist says that if he is obliged to be responsible, he is ready to do so. He is responsible for the thunderstorm army, so he is ready to punish. But the army that began the conflict should also be punished. The protagonist wanted to find out whose responsibility was Hen army. It turns out that this army is responsible for the hell. It seems that the young gentleman conceived a plan. The hack winner wants all responsible punishments for their troops. Because all in the family, the reconciliation is proud of their honesty. The Hell of Peck was angry at this scum because he distorted the whole situation. So he decided to pray everything to the man. But he thinks that nothing would work. It happened to the fault of inflammatory words. But then does it make sense to ask all the harshness? Let each responsible punish their subordinates by justice. All the elders listen to this thought. There is no point in inflating the elephant fly. The protagonist bows and smugly says that the naggin of the FEC has been rightly judged. The man is not going to forget it. He is sure to take revenge on the guys for these words. Meanwhile, there are guards in the dungeons. If they knew what would happen, they would definitely eat more, because everyone was already hungry. Another guy did not understand how at that moment you could think about food, because it is unknown what punishment they were waiting for. The head tried to reassure his comrades so that they would not fall in spirit. Just at this point, the door to the room opens and the guard says that they are all released. It was difficult for soldiers to believe that they were simply released. They just don't believe that they can leave here without punishment. Someone thinks that a young gentleman has tried. After that thought, everyone relaxed. Very good when someone can intercede for you. But the head was skeptical and said it was too early to regret. It seems that most of the soldiers are already on the side of the hake. After a second, the guard adds that the young gentleman personally comes up with his subordinates. Hearing about such news, hope quickly faded in their eyes. After that, everyone was immediately scared and thought that it was better for them to stay behind. No one wanted to get out of prison, and everyone clung to the furniture while the guards tried to expel them. And then, in the end, you did not get into freedom. As soon as they saw a Hek, they immediately began to bow, showing their respect for him. The young man had already reached the fact that his subordinates did not want to leave the prison. Men immediately began to justify themselves, so that not to get punishment even more. The guy is not going to understand this and just pretends to be not. As it turned out, the young gentleman is not going to punish the army at all. He just pretended to be in front of the elders. The boys exhaled hard. The stone fell from their flash. Suddenly, the Hek saw a box on the ground and wanted to find out what inside. When the guy pushed this box with his foot, some shackles poured out of him. Meanwhile, the Peck was still angry with the guy, because he dared to humiliate him. The man in the hood tried to cheer him up a little. Now we need to be more attentive to our hero, because they have not started listening to him. The man in the hood thinks that the elder is paying too much attention to the boy, and he is definitely not worthy of it. But he could not but worry, because the Hek was his brother's son. The stronger it becomes, the more the authority of the head of the family. The person in the hood thinks that there is no way inside the family to defeat him. This means that it will use a slow but effective way to defeat it. Meanwhile, the thunderstorm dragon has started training. They put the shackles on their feet and started running. The protagonist shouted at them and made them move faster. The warriors were already very tired and began to think that they were in vain from prison. It took several months and cold. Due to illness, Hek was very difficult to experience these times. Why the dream brought food to the young gentleman, but it seems that the young man was not up to it now. He sat under a blanket in front of the fire and tried to warm up. The guy was very disappointed when he saw that there was no piece of meat on the table. San calmly explained that their families are now difficult financially, so there is no meat. In winter, always gets worse. Expenses become higher and less income. Also, the important role is played by the fact that the family purchases effective medicines for the boy. The guy will also get some time from the medication because he drank too much now. The reconciliation of Hak began to be angry, but the catfish was still standing on his own. There was a harsh winter. There was heavy snow, but the men on horseback were going somewhere. But unexpectedly, they came to Tupik. There was some mesh in front of them. After that, some attack began. Someone threw something fiery in men, causing the flames to surround them in a circle. Scared people saw strangers in front of them. The head of the detachment thought that these strangers robbers who robbed horses. After that, he ordered his subordinates to flee away from here, because these people are exactly frostbite. But the robbers were not going to let them go straight. They were going to attack. The man rushed at him with a weapon, but he was able to block the blow. The stable from which these horses belonged to the family. But even this fact did not stop the man. After a second, the unhappy horse was pierced from the back. After that, he fell into the snow. The robber was not at all sorry for them. On the contrary, they laughed at their helplessness. Another warrior wanted to take revenge for such a cuddly and for a killed friend, so he also decided to attack. But the robber ended up with a slight blow that tried to cause harm to him. After a second, the unhappy man also falls into the snow. Mountain robbers do not like when they are called robbers because it spoils their mood. Seeing that the case was bad, the detachment decided to retreat immediately. And so, just at this time, the army of the family Nagan came to the rescue. The head of mountain robbers simply ordered them to end them. And so, immediately after his order, they all ran straight to the army. But the family army was quite strong. They could harm the robbers. The head of the mountain robbers was shocked when he saw that the stations were so strong. And so, while he watched the fight in surprise and distracted, someone had already put less to his throat. It was a warrior. He threatened that if the robber resists, he would be left without a head. Do they think that robbers have attacked the horses without any purpose? Suddenly, someone is attacking the man as long as he is distracted. But fortunately, he managed to block this unexpectedly. In fact, it was very difficult, and he made every effort to withstand. A stranger in a red suit attacked a man. But, unfortunately, the warrior could not last long, and in a second, the enemy was able to strike. With this blow, he simply designed the man in half. The man had blood. It seems that nothing could be done here. It became clear that this man in the suit was not just a robber. His skill is incredible. The warriors turned, deciding what to do next. A second, 2 soldiers rushed to this enemy, deciding to attack from different flanks. Men were determined to kill their enemy, but this stranger easily evaded all their blows. And so right now, the man is going to strike back. Just after a moment, the heads of the soldiers explode as if some bombs. The man does not understand how such can be. because the warriors of the Veggies have not even managed to show all their strength, but already lost. The man was very scared, because there were many enemies before him. After a second, unbearable loud screams were heard. The head of the robber thanked the master, who was in a red mask with a pattern. The master was able to defeat the elite of the family with only one blow. It was very exciting. If it was the elite of the family, then the master is very disappointed with their misery. Before leaving, the man ordered to remove everything here. The head ordered the subordinates to pick up the horses and burn the corpses. Meanwhile, the main character still continued to train his army. Despite the frost, they were all almost undressed. They trained to throw these heavy kettlebells like balls. It was incredibly difficult. The man could not catch the weight because she flew too far from him. To do this, he even fell to the ground. Everyone began to worry immediately because it seems to be the end, and now the young gentleman will yell at them. Seeing this, our hero orders them to throw this layer 100 times. Due to such failures, the soldiers have already been added 500 times. The protagonist sees that his subordinates do not like it and suggests that he throws this layer himself. But everyone refuses and continue to throw the layer themselves. At this time, the hack looks at the sky and sees a crow. The guy does not know where this crow came from but feels energy fluctuations. Suddenly, the young man notices a crowd of men who look somewhere. He thinks something happened because they look very embarrassed. And so, as long as the heck is distracted, someone accidentally threw this heavy layer right at him. They did not start to worry immediately because they thought that the layer would hit the young gentleman. But fortunately, the main character easily says this layer with one hand. The young gentleman was very angry because he thought that these idiots did it specifically. The warriors began to justify themselves and say that they were not specifically, but our hero did not want to listen to them. Instead, he added them 1,000 times. The old tires were already discussing the fact that the horses who were driven out of the stables on the way were Slovakia. It seems that these were difficult bandits and mountain robbers. It is a very unusual enemy. Older not in shock, because they did not think that their warriors would lose a mountain robber. Due to the loss of horses, they suffered strong financial losses, and there were human losses. The fact that the bandits were attacked even knowing that their stables means that their authority is below the plinth. It was necessary to send the best soldiers to the stable and deal with the situation as soon as possible. It is necessary to catch these robbers and return the family to honor, as well as to compensate for financial losses. The problem was, who would go there? But all the best soldiers were sent to the aid of conflict. Everyone understood that if they sent the weak, then the situation could make it worse. Then, the Hell of Hell offers them to send a thunderstorm army there. There was still no one who could handle them, so they did not use them, but now everything is different. The young gentleman manages them perfectly, so you can trust this business. Others do not support it, and say that in these words, it makes sense. Someone thought it was not a good idea, because the young gentleman had no combat experience. The Hell of Fell insists on his own, because the boys will ever have to feel it. Everyone supports him because the hack won the Sword Tiger, which means that he will definitely handle. It is impossible to protect the boy all his life, so he should give him an opportunity. The head realizes that his brother has conceived something, but does not understand what. Then, everyone agrees that the thunderous dragon will be sent there. San notices that the young gentleman is very happy. The protagonist was very glad that he was able to study such freaks. I think it is dangerous because 3 of their troops were killed. The reconciliation hake has got a great opportunity to make money, so you do not have to lose this opportunity. If you penetrate into the motion of mountain robbers, you can plunder a lot of money and buy pills on them. Meanwhile, soldiers of the troops got rid of weights and felt incredible. The army was advised that they were going to the battle with the mountain robbers. This is at least not cruel workouts. Suddenly, a young gentleman came to the room, saying that they were going to make money. Meanwhile, a man in the hood put a mustache to the man that the young gentleman and a thunderstorm army have already gone on the task. After that, the Hell of Peck sends the bird into the sky and she flies somewhere. A happy man thinks that it was the last time he saw his nephew alive. He won't come back from this task. Men watch the horses carefully. Recently, there were many horses, and now at all. Sanman was very upset because of it. The friend asked him not to be upset, because in this situation, nothing could be done. They can be calm, because they will come to their rescue with an army of the family. But the man says there may be some problems. The answer came that they would send a young gentleman and a thunderstorm army. He was surprised because everyone knows the young gentleman because he was very ill. It was the worst option, but Sandman simply couldn't give up the vagrant family. Another man came running, who had made the news that the warriors had already passed the village. It is very strange that they have already come because they went out only 2 days ago. It was very surprised by everyone because they need at least 6 days to get. Soon the men went to the meeting. A few seconds, They saw the same army of Thunder Dragon, which carried some construction on their shoulders. Men were shocked from the fact that soldiers carry it all on their shoulders. Everyone is surprised that the warriors got to here in this form. After a second, the head of the thunderstorm of the thunderous dragons shouted and announced that a young gentleman was coming here. A few seconds, our hero came to the square. It was very pathetic. The horse managed something. After a second, the warriors spread the red carpet for Hack. The main character got up from the carriage and yawned sweetly. The guy is very tired. The warriors turned and treated our hero as a real emperor. It turns out that the boys carried such a weight. There was a training that was invented by the reconciliation of Hack. But the Hack believes that the road was too short for normal workout. Sandman introduced himself. He controls the stables in Keon. The protagonist laughs and asks to communicate with him informally. The main thing is that everyone is comfortable. It was a great honor for Ha to meet a young gentleman. The Kongon is an order that helped their stables in times of difficulty. And this man is the head of the Kongon fortress. And this time he also promised to help them, given the latest events. But the Heck was disappointed that he would not work, because it will be necessary to separate all the trophy. The man considers himself weak, but promises that he will attach all the strength to help the young gentleman. Our hero ignored his words. Now all he wanted is to go for dinner. They will make every effort to make a delicious dinner for the guy. For the warriors, they also prepared dinner, but Nagan Hack says they need to train before eating. Of course, the guys remembered it, and were going to do it without any reminders. They, with tears in the eyes and with heavy shackles on their feet, had to run 10 circles around the room. The main character, meanwhile, saw this chic table that contained many kinds of different meat. The young gentleman completely forgot about etiquette and ate everything in a row, not paying attention to anyone. The guy accuses a helper of his behavior. If she always gave him meat, he would not behave so wild. Wai San apologized to the head of the stable for such behavior and explained that they now had problems with finances. There was a lot of meat here, so the guy could eat and not be ashamed. After that, the young man decided to try a drink from a horse's milk. The Hack was delighted with these dishes. It seems that it was a higher-level restaurant. A second later, the man asked the guy when he would be ready to start a fight with mountain robbers. Our hero says, "I'm not going to rush. It will be here for several days to come up with a grip plan." The man began to think that the Hack was just unfrightened, so he was not going to do anything. Meanwhile, the robbers have already reached the news that our hero came to the stable. Everything seems like the robber plan. The thief in the suit will look forward to the young gentleman. The night has come. The man sat at the table and knocked his fingers nervously. Did he ask his friend if it was changed today? The man's face was very excited and sad. Another man, meanwhile, was very angry because of such behavior. The thunderstorm troops continues to have fun. They drink and eat. They make cocktails and mix several types of alcohol together. One of the warriors was especially interested in it and wanted to make a young gentleman cocktail. Our hero did not strongly try what he did. Fortunately, the Hex Fracture liked it very much. Now, the man will try even more. Finally, the warriors appreciated this wonderful taste when you mix alcohol. Suddenly, he notices how the head of the stable comes to the room. He seems to be angry. The young man invites Mr. H.A. to join them, and they will give him the most delicious alcohol. The man, restraining his emotions, asks him to drive his subordinates for a short time so they can talk. The man was very angry because they do nothing with the mountain gangs, but only carry everything tomorrow. Today's justification of the guy was that it is too cold on the street. Mr. Ha wanted to know the true reason why he delayed this operation. The reconciliation of Hack said that the thing is cold on the street today is the only reason, and he confesses that if you catch the mountain robbers, it will not make any profit. But he immediately tells the man that he should not think so, because he is not a robber. Just a young man wants to relax a little here if he arrives, because if he returns, you will only have to eat porridge. Suddenly Mr. Ha says he is ready to give it to our hero. It turns out that the man meant money. There were no other options. And so, as soon as the main character saw Silver, he immediately had a desire to work. The man was very sorry for Silver because he worked hard for him. Mr. Ha reassured himself with the idea that he could return everything and even more. With tears in his eyes, the man says he does not spare this and the guy can pick it up. The protagonist was very glad that everything was in his favor. After that, the Hack was busy that he began to count the money. Mr. Ha distracts him and says he seems to have forgotten about mountain robbers. After a reminder of this, the guy quickly gets up and runs to their search. They were already traveling, but it was a very long time and did not like our hero. It turns out that they traveled only half the way. The behavior of the young man was very annoyed by men, but they tried to restrain themselves. Mr. Ha promises that as soon as they finish with robbers, he will pay him yet. Hearing this, the Hack Nagan immediately agrees to endure even more. The guy lies in the trough and suddenly hears that they have almost arrived, and it will be very inconvenient to go on carriages. After that, the main character comes out of the carriage and needs the bones. He was sad. The man warns that there can be an ambush here, so you need to be very careful. After such words, the guy begins to look around. At the same time, someone is watching them from the mountains. These were mountain robbers. It seems that everything is following their plan. But it was not at all, because the warrior from the army could quickly find them. The guy was not afraid of enemies at all, and for healthy all as if they were friends with them. After a second, he jumped to the ground. The robbers were shocked that they were noticed so quickly. They could not believe that they had been opened. One of them is beaten by a sword in the face and cut it. Then, his companion rushes to fight to take revenge on a friend, but the guy is not afraid at all. On the contrary, he rushes with excitement. The fight between the boys begins, and he quickly jumps up to strike. The young man himself notices that his body has become much easier than before. He lands on the ground and draws the last blow to the enemy. It seems all the result of training. The wars easily cut off his enemy's head. Mr. Ha hears some strange sounds, paddle and wheezing, but our hero assures him that all is well. The reconciliation of Hack calmly explains that his warriors were already caught by scouts. From the news, a man falls into a stupor. It turns out that the protagonist also has a scout, and he is much better than an enemy scout. Now, the idea of a young gentleman has improved a little, because it seems not quite stupid. The scout comes to our hero and says that he has coped with all the intelligence of the enemy. For this, he gets a strong blow from the young gentleman, because it was necessary to leave alive at least for information. The guy was very sorry that he didn't even think about it. The Heck says that a warrior will be punished in the forefront. It took a while, and the army has already gone in search of the robber's den. Finally, the scout stops. He seems to see something. It turns out that the guy saw the fortress of robbers, but she looked very bad. There were wooden fences and pathetic houses. This place cannot even be called a hall of mountain robbers that attacked the stable. Suddenly, they hear loud screams and bring their views up. As it turned out, it was an ambush, and the robbers attacked them on all sides. Suddenly, Mr. Hogg was grabbed by a hake and introduced a knife to his throat. It was a traitor. Does he think that if the family is betrayed, he can stay alive after that? The man only laughed. It seems that the assistant does not understand what is happening here. When they looked around, they saw that they were surrounded by enemies, and there were a lot of them. If the army does not want to die like zucchini, then let them be right now. The young gentleman was right, saying that if someone helps selflessly, then he has a poison in his sleeve. Mr. Ha did not understand why warriors feel so relaxed and calm. The man repeats that if they do not surrender right now, they will be affected by a young gentleman. But the protagonist was absolutely indifferent to it. He ordered his subordinates to attack robbers, but the guy asks not to kill them, because then they will sell them in the slave market. A moment after that, the robbers rushed in different directions to attack their enemies. They are skillfully evading their shocks and attacking. It seems that after such difficult training, their body has really become much better. Here, a robber runs to the head, but he skillfully evades his rapid impact. After that, the head strikes the enemy in response. They seem to be so strong because they trained with kettlebells. They wanted to kill their enemies. I do not want to admit it, but such difficult workouts really helped them. The robbers continued to step, but the warriors stood until the last. They realized that there were very few their allies, so we need to unite. But in front of them stood a chunky warrior who said he would be their opponent. After these words in the eyes of people, one could see a strong horror. The warriors behaved very confidently in the battle. Their body was very light like feathers. Why was San shocked when she saw that the warrior was beating enemies by other people? Mr. Hay thinks that they have come crazy because they are indifferent to the life of a young lord. But the Heck does not understand why his subordinates to worry about him. With one touch, he breaks the knife in half, which was presented to his throat. After that, the young plan quickly breaks out of his hands. The young man applies a strong blow to his enemy, straight. From this power, it flies several meters back. When the man landed to the ground, he breathed hard, and foam left his mouth. Why was San in full delight in the skill of the young gentleman? The girl was very happy that everything was well with the boy, and she wanted to check if she had injuries. Soon the fight was over. They took their enemies captured. The head did not even think that such weak robbers dared to attack the stable. But it was obvious because they had a head. And so, at this moment, their head appeared. It came from an incredibly powerful dark energy. The Hack did not understand why this idiot wore a mask if he was not a clown. One of the warriors said he wanted to deal with their head and rushed forward. Everyone tried to stop it because the enemy was too dangerous, but the guy did not listen to anyone. After a moment, he jumped high, getting ready to strike. But the stranger in the suit was able to block his blow with only one hand without making an effort. Seeing this, because I finally realized that his opponent was very strong. Everyone was surprised that he was so easy to block such a chunky man. Now, he was attacked by a stranger who made many blows. The warrior had no chance even to evade. He just got these blows. The young gentleman is silently watching their fight, but does not interfere. Now, there were a lot of scratches on the body of the man's body. After that, the stranger quickly approached him and pushed him with one hand, hitting him in his chest. From this power, the man flew back and crashed into the wall. The head of the troops was not going to look at how his comrades were killed, so he entered the battle. But his blow was also easy to repel. Meanwhile, other warriors ran to a friend to check if everything is well with him. In general, everything was well with him, but his honor was destroyed. The head encouraged him and said that there was no honor here because no one would be able to cope with him on his own. These three are going to unite their hand to defeat a common enemy, and so in a second they rushed to him. Thus, they were divided into 3 different flanks, left, right, and top. But it seems that a stranger in the suit did not worry about it. He used some very strange and unknown technique. He hit this unknown thing directly into the cheek of one of the soldiers. A moment after that, these attacks quickly went to the guy, but it was very difficult for him to close the attack. The enemy struck him greatly. The other 2 used this moment to also strike, but it did not work, and the stranger was able to block him. They did not understand that it was a person, because it was impossible to get to him. The man continued to strike the warriors, and they tried to evade. Everyone wondered that this stranger was fighting against the head of their troops in his right hand. It seems that if no one intervenes in their direction, then the men will die. The things were very bad, because every time it became more difficult to block the blows. Then, the man decided to try another attack. A stranger in the suit believed that only a complete idiot could be thrown away, but it was a distracting maneuver. After a second, he found himself right in front of him. The guy grabs this man and pushes forward. So he made so that the enemy could not move. Now the head should attack, but this should be done very carefully, so as not to touch the friend. The head jumps up to make the blow as strong as possible, but the enemy, as we know, is quite difficult. He strikes the head directly, but fortunately, he was able to block this blow in time. Even so, the warrior could not stay on his feet. The enemy acknowledged that their strategy was quite good. It was simply too strong for it. After that, he will kill the guy with a sword handle. From such a blow, a man loses consciousness and falls to the ground. Right now, a stranger is about to finish the life of this warrior. The guy can't even move. After that, the head raises his sword above him, preparing for a blow. The head cannot believe that now the life of Hakdon will break right in his eyes. But unexpectedly, a man flew something at high speed. It turns out that it was a small wooden wand that was put into a tree. The enemy did not understand which murmur dreamed so much to joke with him. And so, after a moment, our hero was right in front of his enemy. The hack struck him, from which he flew a few meters ago. Everyone was surprised because the young gentleman was able to send such a strong opponent to flight. Hakdon was very grateful to the guy for his salvation. But the protagonist explains that he did not because of sympathy. It was because their lives belonged to the guy. He wants warriors to bring him some benefits. The hack ordered to watch those who are unconscious now, and he would now fight this stranger in the suit. Our hero thought it was perfectly attacked, but even so, the enemy was able to close him. The enemy was very surprised because it was better than he expected. If the man could not close his sword, then his ribs were broken. The Heck Rebellion is curious to find out where such a strong opponent comes from, but he is not going to tell him. The main character is convinced that he will not die in this battle, because he plans to live for a very long time. Is the guy so fell out of one successful attack? The enemy threw away his weapon. He seems to be going to fight on his fists. Then our hero began to knead his muscles. The young gentleman behaved very confidently. He called the enemy to start. After a moment, he rushed to the guy. His strokes were lightning, but even despite this, our hero was skillfully evading them. A brutal battle began, not for life, but to death. Now the suspicion of Hack was justified. The fists of the man in the mask emitted some powerful energy, but the young gentleman could easily evade them. A smile did not disappear from his face. In a second, the main character struck a strong blow to the enemy directly into the face. After such a strong blow, the mask of the enemy flew into small debris. The enemy flew a few meters ago. The man understood as yes, because Negan Hack was so confidently evading and responding to his attack as if he knew his technique. Our hero immediately realized that the enemy was using the art of a bloody claw of Dark Dragon. He went on the curve of the trail. After such words, the man was even more shocked. How does this snot come about it? The guy felt his internal energy that was full of bad intentions. The man is shocked, because he only recently finished this technique, and his enemy quickly recognized her. Although the external seems like the main character of a fool, he has been in many battles. In this case, if the guy guessed it, then there is no need to hide it. A second, the enemy began to go from the enemy, and dragons appeared above it. The Heck reconstruction was interesting, because now the enemy decided to fight in full force. After a moment, 2 aggressive dragons rushed directly to the young man to attack. But the young gentleman quickly jumped from them, escaping from the blow. The guy with ease, without even trying, reflects the strikes of dragons. This is observed by his subordinates. It seemed to everyone as if they were seeing a blurred dragon, and it was very strange. Hakdon was glad that the head was seen too. It means that he had all well with vision. No one realizes that this is the technique of such a powerful power. The head agreed that the enemy is really terrible, but their young gentleman is worse. The reconciliation of Hak was so naturally evading the attacks that it was a feeling that he knew how to escape from this technique. Fortunately, the enemy of our hero could not master his technique skillfully. Of course, in his past life, he would easily cope with the master even more. But now it was difficult because it is in another body. But even in that case, the guy could easily handle someone that level. The protagonist continued to evade the blows. Even if you study all the powerful techniques against the enemy who knows how they do not work. The man was indifferent. He was angry because his pride was touched. A second, he again sent powerful attacks on the main character. But the Hex was not going to evade now. He decided to attack. His blue energy flew directly to the enemy's energy flow and easily tore it. The man just couldn't believe what had just happened. But there was no time to think, because the guy was already right in front of him. The man had to prepare for him urgently. The young gentleman put all his strength to the attack and swung. And so, after a moment, he struck a strong blow to his enemy. It seems that the man did not work, because blood went out of his mouth. After that, he flew a few meters ago. But the Heck was not going to delay and immediately ran to him. He again struck him directly into his face, causing blood again. After that, the guy began to make many blows on him. The enemy had no chance to even evade. The young gentleman killed him so quickly that his fists were not even visible. Suddenly, Hakdon says he has made the decision to obey their master from now on, because he is really authority for them. The enemy, meanwhile, was already tired and his suit had cracks. The protagonist was annoyed that his enemy was still alive. It was necessary to make every effort to finish this fight. And so, in a second, he beats his enemy in the jaw, which seems to take off. It became obvious who would come out of this fight by the winner. The young gentleman also jumps up to put the last blow, and so he is a good and strong blow to the leg. By this attack, he sent it directly to the tree. The man was breathing hard and barely moving. He seems to be no longer capable of anything. Everyone was shocked by the fact that this man was beaten in the suit. Mr. Ha realized that things were really bad. That this stranger is, that the young gentleman is two true monsters. But the fact that our hero defeated means that he is even more monster than the enemy. Mr. Ha realizes that if it all end, then their fortress will end. Then he addressed his subordinate and said he would help him escape. And so, in a second, Mr. Ha disappeared from this crowd. The man tries to crawl away from here, but one must be careful so that no one noticed him. Mr. Ha is sure to get rid of the young gentleman. The protagonist wanted to find out where this stranger came from. It is better to put all the information at once until the Hake talks to him, Xiao and good. Otherwise he will start torture him. The enemy began to spit with his blood, which is why the young gentleman is very disgusting. The enemy wants to find out who this renovation is, but the guy was the first to ask. But the protagonist just replies that he is the second son of the family Nagan Hak. It is difficult for a man to believe it, because earlier the guy could not even walk, and now he reached such a level. The enemy is not going to believe in it. He wants to know who he really is. The main character begins to annoy such questions, and he is about to beat the guy. If it is not tuned now, then you need to take it with you and gradually split. The young gentleman orders to tie the guy and take him with him. The enemy is sure that there is something exactly here. Is it the benefit of this ending? Suddenly, something was started with the enemy. Some black energy began to emerge from it. The Hek immediately realized that he was poison, so he ordered the guy to move away. And in a second, the man's body began to burn fire. And in just a few seconds, there is nothing left but a skeleton. It was a fiery, deadly poison that melts the body and leaves only bones. The warriors could not understand where this information was known to the young gentleman. The Hek reconstruction was interesting why the enemy so carefully hid his true personality. It's been a while. Our hero sits on a stone and rests. Other warriors, meanwhile, try to cope with horses. After a while, the head comes and says that they have collected all stolen horses. The head says that the horses were at least 100. The Hek reconstruction says that there should be about 90. Because from that moment the month passed. During this time the horses could die or could lose them. The guy ordered the separation of 10 horses and send a cho. The guy already said to learn about the black market. He praised the head and said they understand each other. Suddenly, a young gentleman noticed a horse who walked himself. He immediately starts shouting at his subordinates for having lost their horse. At the same time, behind his back slowly crawls with a Ha with a sword, trying to attack him. The man realizes that if the young gentleman dies, the situation will return to him. But the Hak Vagan looks around and sees that the guy crawls to him. And so, after a moment, the man rushes straight to him to strike. But at a crucial moment, the horse beats her husband with his hind legs. The hack is abused from Mr. Ha. It's been a while. Mr. Ha slowly opens his eyes and sees a heck. As soon as he came to his senses, he realized that he was buried in the ground around his neck. When the men opened their eyes, they saw that they were buried in the ground around their neck. Our hero asked Mr. Ha, did he end with him the way that guy in the suit? Hack Don approached the young master and said that they buried all the enemies. But what to do next? It seems that he prepared them for interrogation, which means that he will not kill them. He will probably start interrogating them to find out who is behind them. So you should try to take time. But to the surprise of all, the Fasten Hake says that he is too lazy to do it, so they will just leave them here. There was winter on the street, cold. Is he going to leave them here and freeze them? If they all die, then this case will be investigated for sure, and the decline of the family's reputation will be provided. The young gentleman agreed with this because he really didn't think. In a second, someone lightly swung the shovel on this freak. He was hit, and after a second, blood went out of his mouth. It was a Don Hack who began to intercede for their master. But it is necessary to beat it easier not to accidentally kill him. The warrior did so carefully that as a result he broke the shovel. By that time, Mr. Ha's face was bruising. In fact, the warrior just splashed all his emotions, but pretended to be all made for the sake of Hack. Suddenly, the Thunder Dragon began to simply throw fresh meat on the ground. The man was a little surprised because he did not understand why they were throwing fresh meat. It turns out that the boys decided to feed the wolves. Of course, the number here is not enough, but it will be enough for predators to smell. If the meat is not enough, they will obviously start eating them. Mr. Ha begins to imagine how these animals rush against him, and from that, he becomes scary. The man shouts and says he is ready to tell everything, but it is not interesting to our hero. The only thing that interests our hero is that there was no money in their bags. It turns out that they quickly made homes to lure them here. The heck does not believe that there will be nothing in the mountain robbers, and so only now Mr. Ha realizes that he needs money. After that, the guy continues to pour salt on men. Mr. Ha cannot stand. He does not want to die and shouts that all their values were moved to the fortress of the Kongon. If the hack leaves them alive, then the man will give them the keys to the fortress. These words like the main hero the most than everything he has heard today. It's been a while. The summons with our heroes goes back. They are happily met by men who think they caught mountain robbers, but when they find out that everything is not true, they start to beat him cruelly by learning about his betrayal. They say that our hero can stay here for a long time, because it is a pity to let him go. But the heck cannot because he was not home for a very long time. After a second, a man extends him for his work. The protagonist immediately takes them away and says that he will hand over to how true they are. Just that night, they were already in the fortress of the Kongon and struck themselves with all the jewelry. There were many gold figures and silver as well as art objects. If you add it to the money for the sale of horses, it should be a very round amount. The hack yells to his warriors that they need to go home. The news that the army won the mountain robbers has already reached the father and brother of our hero. The reconciliation was very worried, but I was glad to get this news. Although the character of the Hake has changed, one cannot but be inspired by his skills. It was urgent to leave and meet them from a mission. Soon, the army arrives, and the man praises the head of the army for effort. But a man cannot find his son. The head explains that he went on his business. A man cannot understand what happened so serious that the guy did not come. The head should take time, because he cannot say that other warriors and his son went to hide stolen. The heck came to the black merchant immediately after arriving. The merchant thought that our hero came too early, because now he should fight the mountain robbers. The reconciliation of Hack explained that he had already dealt with robbers and was surprised that this information came to the black market very late. The trader greeted the boy on the victory and asked what he had brought here. There were two options. Either the black merchant came for information or to hand over stolen property. And then, after these words, a whole crowd of men entered the room who brought some chests here. When the merchant opened one of these chests, he saw a huge pile of gold and jewelry. If they already have ceramics and works of art, then when evaluating you need to prepare everything for a decent price. The merchant does not understand why it was to be taken here, because there were many benches on the way. The hack said it was his favorite place. At least he will not hit his back. The man will take time to evaluate it all, so you will have to wait. Our hero is ready to wait as much as you need. The merchant will not cope with it, so he wants to find assistance. In addition, the young gentleman brought valuable people who can be sold on the slave market, so they can also be counted. When the trader leaves the room, he sees a huge number of related men sitting in the column. The protagonist is looking forward to finding out the price for it. If the merchant is wearing him with a price, he will be overflowing. Meanwhile, the Hell of Hell learned that his nephew returned alive from this task. The man simply does not understand how possible. Did the guy win the ghost in the mask? A man in his life could not think that a young gentleman would cope with such an enemy. In addition, something else happened. The owner of the Fortress of the Kongon was brought here. The man is angry because he does not understand how he could get so easy. It was better to end with you. If it seems torture and tells everything, there may be trouble. Therefore, the best way is to get rid of it. The Hell of Peck felt even more hatred of his nephew. Our hero stood in his way and did not allow his plans. Meanwhile, the main character sang a song and looked at a receipt for 31,000 Leonov. This seems to be the joy of his work. Suddenly, he heard him calling him. It turns out that the head of the family is looking for him. And so, in a second, the heck hack skillfully jumped from the roof. The assistant, of course, began to shout at him and read the notations. Because they have a staircase. The guy reminds you that he has no problem now, so he will break nothing. Finally, the young gentleman finished with his business. It was urgent to run to the head, because he is very worried about his son. The head was very angry because he did not understand that his son could be so important that he did not even come to a welcoming ceremony. Suddenly, he notices that his son comes here. The protagonist went relaxed. Yes, as if nothing had happened. The father immediately began to shout at his son, and his older brother rushed to him. The older brother immediately hugged him and praised for such work. The reconciliation of Ren wanted to check if his whole brother was injured, but he immediately began to repel him. After a second, Ren again hugged his brother and was not going to let him go. The father stops shouting because he sees their sincere fraternal love. Another elder came here who was very happy to see the young lord alive. After a second, he also rushed to their hugs. They hugged our hero firmly because they were very sad about him. The father was very sad because he sees that he would not have enough space in these arms. But after all, he was indifferent, because he also wanted to hug. The man jumped to them. Mr. Ha was very angry because it was kept under lock. The guard tries to quench it. Tomorrow, during the interrogation, they will find out what crimes Mr. Ha, and while he needs to sit quietly. Mr. Ha was angry because he invited the visit of the elder to the Hell of Beck, and he was still not brought here. Superior says they are not obliged to comply with his request. They are just a guard, so they cannot call a Hell of Beck. But the guard is absolutely indifferent to the words of Mr. Ha, what he annoys him. Just at this point, another guard comes, but earlier than usual. He passes to him a bottle of alcohol, and says that he leaves and rest. After his colleague left the prison, the guard appealed to the man. Mr. Ha immediately realized that this guy was sent here. Older was simply very careful, because there were many unnecessary eyes around, so we need to do everything unnoticed. The man said that he would come to him after midnight, and while he reached for him a delicious chicken, Mr. Ha immediately attacked this chicken because he was very hungry. He also scored it with alcohol, just in case. The security guard asked if the man did not tell anyone about it. Mr. Ha was outraged that he was suspected of this, because he was not going to talk about it even under the torture of the young lord. And so, unexpectedly, the man felt something strange. He began to cough as if panting. If the man did not cope with the task, he had to end with him right at that place. The man began to breathe and grabbed his throat, trying to take a sip of air. But it was impossible, and in a second the man fell face to the floor. The reconciliation hake, meanwhile, was sitting in his room and engaged in meditation. He tried to increase his inner forces, but unexpectedly he felt severe heart pain. Although he mastered the technique of the Dark King, he still couldn't use it as it should. The only way out is to get more medicines and increase your workout. It was necessary to open at least one stream to show your power. It was good that at least the blow of a fist became stronger. The protagonist decided not to go time and go to see how Mr. Hal did. But when the guy comes to the right place, I understand that something is wrong here. He sees many elders, his father and a Hell of Beck here. Everyone learned that Mr. Ha was killed, and the cause of death was a bone that was stuck in his throat. But the protagonist did not think it was an accident, because he died a day before interrogation. Doctors are now studying this issue, so they will soon be able to find out what happened. The Hell of Peck saw that the young gentleman was captured by suspicion. Does he think that someone from their family is involved here? The heck hack thought that someone could poison him, because a lot of poison leaves no traces behind. The mustache man was annoyed by the guy's behavior because he says everything as if he knew everything. The father says that there is no need to build theories until there are no results from doctors. The guy is only glad that it happened because now no one knows that the property of a man belongs to him. After that, the young man goes away and wish everyone a good rest. The guy really just left and closed the door. The Hell of Beck was very annoyed by the guy's gaze, feeling as if he looked straight inside him. The man headed for his sons. He sat down and asked how they feel. Zhong's reconciliation tells that a few days ago, I returned to workouts with a sword. The father encourages his son and says he will continue to receive medicine for him. It is important not to forget that his talent is much more than that of a young master. It is very interesting for the sons why the father called them. Now the atmosphere is not very good in the family, so it is better not to get out of the boys for a while. The guy immediately realized that it was all because of the death of the owner of the fortress of the Kongon. Another son was very pleased with this because why should they suffer because of it? It happened because of who brought a hack. Then why should they sit here and be afraid? The brother tried to stop and reassure the boy, because they were still a father before them. Now all older are not very respectful of our hero for winning mountain robbers. Suddenly, from anger, the fracture of the pec just throws some glass bottle that flies directly next to his son's head and breaks against the wall. The father was angry with his son. Although his manners and far from the imperial, it is also no conscience. Everything that the guy did is just drunk and had fun. The son asks him to give him another chance, but the hell of hell does not want to see him more. The young man was very upset because his father covered him and decided to drink alcohol. He was very envied by Hack because now everyone was doing what they just talked about him. Suddenly, a crowd appeared behind the boy's back, saying that he was too loose in the daytime. There were many extra eyes around, so the guy had to behave more restrained. They ask why the guy called them. The guy wants to ask them for something, but first they need to go elsewhere. At this time, the man opens the box with jewelry and shocks from their number. The guy wants to pay it to buy more medicines. But the merchants say that in order to get the medicine, only money is not enough. The guy is sure that if you raise the price twice or 3 times, you can do everything very quickly and qualitatively. The hack cautiously threatens the merchants that if a man does not get his medicine, then he will be very painful. After that, he goes away and says that as soon as the man is getting a medicine, he will pass them through Watsana. Now our hero had a full money and time, which was very cheerful. At first he decides to drink a little alcohol and eat delicious, but unexpectedly, he sees in his way an angry assistant. Why cannot understand why the young gentleman goes so happy? The guy does not think he should talk about everything, girl. It is a responsibility to take care of the health of the young gentleman, and before, and now, and in the future. Suddenly, the protagonist sees his father somewhere in the distance. But as it turned out, it was just a deception to distract the girl and escape. Meanwhile, they discussed a recent situation with Hike Hog, who could not even get out of bed, and now he changed. Judging by his recent actions, we can conclude that he is not at all as before. The boys make the suggestion that the young gentleman is just incredibly lucky. The guy is angry every time I remember how my father shouted at him through a young master. Then the guys asked if they needed to deal with this young man. If they can do it, then the guy would not mind. The guy thinks that 10 stronger sword and will definitely be able to deal with the guy. They should come out. And the heir to the white spirit named Chuja, he knows the great fire technique. He is the best warrior. But the younger warrior did not keep up with him. It has a force against which it is difficult to resist. Other warriors here were also very talented. The young man accepts their proposal and asks to cope with our hero. But I remind that he is not the way he was before. The guy is convinced that the hack himself will not be able to stand against 10. The guy had to deal with the consequences, because if suddenly the son of the head would be at death, a strong voice would rise. Everyone knows that the elder Nagan Hell now manages family affairs, so you cannot worry. It was a great chance for warriors to make a good impression. The guy will ask the father to do everything so that there are no consequences. Suddenly they notice that at the next table sits their goal, our hero. In this case, the warriors decided not to waste time and complete the task immediately. They go to the Heck of Hawk, and they say that it is better for him to leave here so that no one can see him in the place of events. In this case, the guy is going to leave, waiting for good news. It will be the price for what he decided to appear where he was not expected. The reconciliation of Hack eats quietly, and suddenly sees some shadows on his table. He sees the guys who introduce and greet him. Their head was very angry because the young gentleman did not even know who he was. Our hero did not know absolutely any of those present. Ma Yuen also approached and greeted, reminding that they were friends in a long-term childhood. This is what a young gentleman wants to complete the vain greetings and ask what they really want. Warriors gather in such large groups only because of some common goal. The guy tries to be soft with him and says they heard about what happened on the stable. They invent that they decided to prepare a party in honor of our hero and prepared a ship for him. The protagonist believes that this is a wonderful offer and accepts it. He seems to be trapped. The night has come. Our hero was loyal to his new acquaintances, not even knowing that he was waiting next. Suddenly, the hack stops and invites these strangers to reveal their true motives. Chuja does not understand what he says and adds that they have left to go to the right place. The protagonist knows for sure that this road leads not to the river, and therefore something is not clean here. But even though the guy knew about it, he still followed them. Is he an idiot or just courageous? Although everyone says that the Heck is very strong. But can he resist them all at once? Our hero smiles and says that in order to find out, we need to check it. These words make their head laugh. But unexpectedly, in a few seconds, he finds himself buried in the ground around his neck, and blood flows from his nose. The protagonist appeals to them because he does not understand how such boobs could grow from dear families. The warriors were angry because the guy had touched their families, so they rushed. And so, after a moment, the main character threw a stone that, like a ball, hit them in turn. The head did not understand what was happening here and how it happened. Suddenly, the young gentleman's hand reached directly to his face. And after a moment, the young man grabbed him by his face and threw it directly to the ground. So, after a few minutes, they were all defeated and then buried in the ground around their neck. His army helped to burrow these boobs. These people seem to have lost a sense of fear if they dare to attack a young gentleman. The warriors are sure that these boobs could not overcome the heck of hack even 10. The other jokes, and I think it happened if they really went to ride the ship, then they would have melted somewhere on the bottom. From these words, they remember how our hero got them underwater. The head was heavily scared. He wanted to know what the guy was going to do with them. The hack extends him a brush and says that if they want the son to remain alive, then they should come to the wild mountains in the east. But a man cannot write anything because his hands are underground. Then, on the face of our hero, there is a predatory smile, and he says that he wrote everything with his mouth. The man does not suit it, and he quickly spitches the brush that he was put into his mouth. After that, he gets a strong shovel directly on the head. Hack Don begins to slap this abomination on the head with a shovel for trying to argue with their young lord. The chapter has no more power. He cries with pain and all his face beat. He promises that it will no longer be. After that, other warriors realize that they will not argue with the guy. You just have to listen to it in everything. Then, they take brushes to their mouths and begin to record all the information on the papers they gave. Suddenly, the head of the army reports that they have a problem. The handwriting on the sheet was so unclear that parents would not be able to distinguish whether their son wrote. Then, our hero ordered to release everyone in one hand so that they could normally write a letter to their parents. Meanwhile, in the Fortress of the White Spirit, the man was a little excited that Chol's Chu has not returned home yet, but he thinks you just got drunk in an institution. There is no need to worry, because no one will dares to attack someone from the Fortress of the White Spirit. After a second, the arrow flies at their side with lightning speed. It involves directly in the owner of the fortress. The guard immediately takes the sword and gets up for his protection, while the man trembles in pain. But as it turned out, everything was good, because this arrow was not aimed at harming it. It turns a piece of paper that has been attached to the arrow. From there, he learns the information that someone has stolen the young Mr. the Fortress of the White Spirit. A man is about to catch his son's theft and tear their skin from them. Immediately after this news, his father began investigating his son. Unexpectedly, he heard a voice. Someone recognized that this man was the owner of the White Spirit Fortress. It was another man. It turns out that his son was also stolen. They heard a different voice. Someone recognized that it was the owner of the fortress of Hen Uni and Chol Un. This is where parents whose sons were abducted gathered. Everyone was shocked that theft stolen the sons of 10 families who have powerful forces. The man went straight into the forest. Everything around was mysterious and dark. The man notices some building in the forest and slowly goes to it. Suddenly, the man notices the door slowly open. He himself did not notice how he stood. A man sat in a dark room. The Hell of Hell did not understand why our hero was still alive. Because of this, their powerful plan will not be able to fulfill. If everything went as they said, there would be no problems. Most of all, the Hell of Beck was surprised that the young gentleman defeated that strong mercenary. Because of this, the authority of Hack only grew up, and the family has suspicions. In a second, an incredibly powerful energy began to emerge from a small house. A man can barely stand them. It seems that a very fierce fight will begin now. The man comes out of darkness and says they need to have a good relationship because they had a common goal. Some elders are friendly to the Hack, and even 4 elders who have always been on their side have recently begun to doubt. The plan they prepared so much time can only fail after one hack. Although it was merged, it must be understood that it is really true. It is very surprising that their sword was defeated, but still cannot be delayed a plan through one young man. The man says to wait at least a little, but he is not going to do it because they have been waiting for a long time, so this plan is cancelled. It was very bad, and our hero is guilty of it. Now these people will play themselves. This was made, so the Hell of FEC should just actively unite them. The man tries to argue, but he is not listened to, because everything is already decided. The Hell of Hell, I ask, is it really a must-do that? Yes, it was the final decision. If the plan failed, you should act even more care. Until then, he asks the man not to look for him. After that, the man in the suit goes away. The man is well aware that now they have no way back because they have contacted a tiger. The man in the suit knew that it was impossible to trust this cunning old fox. It seems that it will have to throw a collar around the neck so that he does not argue. Suddenly, he felt the presence behind his back. It was his assistant. He ordered the warrior to bring our hero here. This winter will be a very strong wind. The parents were shocked when they saw a young lord of the Nagin family. No one could believe that it was this guy who stole their sons, but the protagonist says that he just wanted to study their sons. Some of the parents start screaming, not understanding what is happening here. When he looks around, he sees human heads protruding from the ground. In one of these guys, he saw his son who was very beaten. The father immediately ran to his son in tears, because he was very worried about his native blood, even if their family is destroyed. A man wants to kill a young gentleman who made such a horror with his son. In a second, the son also begins to cry, and his father feels relief when he realizes that he has not been cut off his head. They both start crying, and his father presses his head to himself, promising that everything is fine. A man cannot even imagine what the cause of the guy was buried in the ground. However, he will definitely force the heck to pay for his act. After a moment, the outraged parents take the sword into their hands and direct them towards our heroes. Hakdon is inflamed because he thinks that they will also dig parents, but the main character quickly stops him. The young man is not so cruel, so he decided to start with simple conversations. But it is obvious that none of the outraged parents was about to speak. They all rushed into the attack. However, the hack stops the divorced parents with the phrase that their sons were the first to attach him. They fall into a stupor because they cannot believe that they have heard. The guy explains that their sons called him for a party on the ship, and then sent a weapon for him, and even a crowd, and he just defended himself. Men were shocked. They did not expect to hear this. If they do not believe, they can ask themselves from their sons. The man asked his son nervously if he was lying to them by a young gentleman. Chuja cries and says they were not going to kill him. My father was shocked when he heard it really was true. The guy cries and explains that they just wanted to scare the young gentleman. Other guys also began to cry and cry, saying that this is all true. They only wanted to break the hand of a hake, no more. Now parents were already angry on their sons for their terrible act. Suddenly, the man hit his son's foot on his head. He continued without a drop of regret to kill his son on his head, because of his stupid act, their fortress could come an end. All parents took an example from him and began to beat their children. Our hero only watched this. It seems as if they will kill their children. It took a while and the men stopped. They silently surrounded their children. It is quite unclear what they do. Men think about how to do them to soften the situation. How could a family from the Union attack a person from the family? Everyone is well aware that if the chapter learns about it, they will end. This means that they have only one way to avoid punishment. After a second, they rotate and look at our heroes. In a second, they all strongly headed directly in their direction. The head of the army thought that they all wanted to kill the young gentleman, and therefore need to protect him. But, in their miracle, it happened completely. After a moment, the men fell before the young lady on his knees and began to apologize for their sons. They are ready to bear responsibility for it. The protagonist asks not to put him in an uncomfortable position and tells them to get back on their feet. The man cries bitterly and thanks the boy for his mercy. The reconciliation hake smiles brightly and asks them not to exaggerate. The young man says he will have a little generous compensation. The men were shocked because they did not expect to be heard. Someone considered it unfair because they were beaten very much and they have to pay compensation. Although the physical condition of the boy has improved, he is still weak, so he will need to spend money on medicines. The young man begins to play the role of the unhappy and says that his heart will now escape from his chest. Then, frightened men say that they are ready to compensate for. In this case, tomorrow the young gentleman will send them people from the thunderstorm. Warriors are surprised every time by the young gentleman's ability to take money from people. But besides, our hero extends them a piece of paper and asks to write something. The heck said they would go to raise money as soon as the roosters sing. The head does not understand why the hack Nagan needed these receipts. Their content is also a little strange. But the guy did not think it was not surprising to write that if a hack was asking for help, they were obliged to help. But the young Mr. S father manages his family, then why ask for help from such small clans? But, as they say, one head is good and two are even better. It really was. But where should I look for those heads? Where do they come from such deep knowledge of Confucian students? It is a little nervous because it has not yet received any news about the young gentleman. It was very interesting, and he could no longer wait. So he decided to go home to check everything in person. Suddenly, he heard someone greeted him. It was something. She thought that CO went to take a walk. The guy noticed that she was carrying something in the box, and he became interested in what exactly. Obviously, there were medicines in the box. He thought that this meant that our hero was very injured. But the girl immediately explained that it was an effective medicine, and with the young gentleman all is well. The guy was shocked when he heard that his arms and legs were not broken. Moreover, the boy's energy just beat over the edge. The guy was shocked when he heard this information. Anger and hatred were increasingly filled in the middle. The guy right now wanted to meet 10 stronger swords to find out what happened. Suddenly, he saw an army of Thunder Dragon. They carried some heavy bags. They were all very tired because they raised money from dawn. It was very interesting to find out what they carry for bags. He feels that the time is not now. Meanwhile, our hero was shocked when he saw the medicine. He gave a lot of money for it and received only 1 box of pills. Because of this, he was very angry. But the owner of the healing is the benches said that he did his best. Now it is difficult to get this because the seller is constantly changing the price. In fact, the protagonist would like to find the ingredients himself and do it. But they say it is a whole test, finding a way to make the best medicines. The reconciliation of Hake is ignited by the idea of raising all the money on this earth and getting the best year. In the meantime, he goes to the bar, because he is sure they are not there. At this time, 3 strangers are observed. They want to attack, but they can't, because there are too many witnesses now. They decided to be near him and wait for the opportunity to attack. The guy comes to the bar and begins to shout at the warriors for failing to do anything. But in a second, he sees that they were all beaten. Obviously, the young gentleman did it. But the warriors did not answer him as if they were pumped into their mouth. Squages and demands the answer to their question, but everyone ignore it. The head opens his mouth and says they have nothing to say. Then anger is even more captivating the guy. He begins to call these pathetic warriors. Suddenly, someone grabs him by the collar. It was a Jah who strictly told him to silence. He began to defend himself verbally and reminded that his father was a respectable person. But the head was absolutely indifferent to it. After a second, he threw the guy away. He knows who his father is, so I suggest to finish it. It doesn't matter how many nag in hell says about the influence. He will never be the main thing in the family. Compared to the young Lord COA, no one, so there is no point in continuing. The guy was broken and promised that they all regret what they said. After that, the army went away, leaving the guy himself. The young man thinks that the hack did something to get the warriors out of his mind. Finally, the warriors took all things to the warehouse. When the time comes, they can pick them up. But in fact, the main character does not know at all when this time comes. Not every time there is a chance to make money. This will not grow steadily for medicines, so a safe monetary fund should be provided. He points his finger to one of the soldiers and asks what to get capital. The guy thinks that this requires money savings and constantly accumulate money. For such words, he received his head from the hack. The guy told him not to say such words. Hackdon also expresses his opinion and says that it is necessary to invest. For example, invest in gold and silver, horses or silk. If you sell them when the price is the most, you can make a good money. Our hero does not like this idea, because he once saw it when the product went up and burns. The protagonist tells them to think because they need to earn money quickly and checked. It was very difficult because the head did not understand what he wanted from them. The heck reconciliation is nothing left to give the soldiers this knowledge. He asks the head, why is he spinning in front of the golden vein? Speaking of black money, do we mean that the cash fund is governed by black organizations? There are both large and medium-sized organizations in the area. It will be very profitable if they receive the money driven by these organizations. But the head says that they will not work. Even if so, the family of the reconciliation cannot be related to the dirty deeds of black authorities. After that, the man got a kettle right on his head from our hero. It seems that the young man disagrees with him exactly. If there is a hole in the ship, then it must close it. It all looks like they follow the rules of the faction and protect their reputation. The heck reconstruction is about to learn about these organizations, and the soldiers should be prepared and waiting. Lunch was coming, but the head of the reconciliation was unhappy. It was dissatisfied because the financial position forced them to reduce portions. But now their condition has improved, so the portions have increased, so you can eat and not worry. But a man does not believe in it because he knows the position of their family. It turns out that the protagonist gave them enough money for the family to survive. Most recently, our hero came and gave money for their families to be normal. But the man does not understand where he came from so much money. But our hero does not want to talk about it. The man still wanted to find out where the money came from. But in this case, the hake wanted to pick them up. However, the man did not say they did not need them. He just was curious about where they were. The young gentleman was right that there was no time to argue in such an emergency. He just thanked him for the money. The head was very angry because of it. He still didn't believe it. The man said they could not use money from an unknown source. In this case, the man could pick up all the food and give money to the young gentleman. But everything, you want to eat, so the man does not want to throw good food. The father is going to call his son and interrogate personally. Then a man wished them a delicious go. The man, in the meantime, is looking for a hake to eat them delicious. It is amazing that since the young gentleman has been recovering, the energy of the family beats over the edge. It was a completely new wind that was blowing towards the family. The force that is dominated by these lands is the Nagan family. The guy wanted to know about those who are on the sides of darkness, not light. But the merchants could not tell anything, because it was against their politics to tell something without payment. The guy wants to know about the dark power that runs these lands. For this information, he generously pays this. In a second, the guy shoots these coins right at the merchant. They fly directly into the wall with lightning speed and break everything in their way. The merchants were scared because the coins were right around him. He said there is always an exception, and he will be able to give him information. Now the most influential organizations are Chilhan, M1, Tunan, and Tun. The main character understood that these organizations are very large. Chilhan runs in the north and has more than 50 people. They are like parasites that are fed mainly thanks to smuggling. Mvon lives at the expense of a high percentage, the greatest evil of all. The members of the Tun faction are usually near the public house of Inagar. They do dirty deeds by supplying girls, so they are engaged in trafficking in human beings, and that means that these organizations are real garbage. Our hero also did a lot of bad things, but also protected what needs to be protected, and these guys have long crossed the border. The main activity of Tun is a game house. They pick bread from those who look rich. It is hard to believe that they allowed them to smell so widely. The strength of their family is not as great as before, but it was quite good for the main character. The income of these organizations is about 10,000 nungs a month. These idiots were very well. Now, if the trading is learning about something, it must tell the guy. The reconciliation of Hack says it will be generous to reward the man for information. He invites him to conclude an agreement and get a raise soon. From such a wonderful suggestion, the merchant's eyes were desired. The man wants to treat the guy to celebrate their deal, but our hero suggested to do it another time, because now he had a business. The young man was going to go and make money. And so, the evening came. People in the game house play different games. All this was observed by the head of Tun. The Tun. Today, these insects were quite gambling and active. For them, they are most than money bags. But the man did not understand why the head was here lately, because he used to use other people earlier. The man tells him not to worry, he will take everything on himself, and the head can go to breathe fresh air. It turns out that a man worries through the family of our hero, because he realizes that she will not be behind them. As soon as he remembers the face of the young gentleman, it becomes difficult for him to breathe. This is noticed by his friend, but he says he just mentioned some unpleasant things. The man should take responsibility as the head of Tun and focus all thoughts on business. Suddenly, another worker came running and said that it was bad because there was a guy who said that he was taking this place. Immediately after this news, everyone rushed down to see who it was. The head is threatening that it causes this scum and is faded. But in a second, the man stopped when he saw a young gentleman in front of him. He does not understand what this guy is doing here. The reconciliation of Hack realizes that the face of this chapter looks very familiar. They may have seen somewhere before. The man immediately evades the answer and says they first see. But in a few seconds, our hero knows that he is the man who recently wanted to destroy him. It is quite unclear why, but the guy is just rejoicing. Due to this fact, our hero can take this place with great pleasure. Another man was very dissatisfied with such arrogance. He was going to cut his tongue and make him eat, but in a second, he received his fist on his face from his head. The man was very surprised when he saw that he was a head. The reconciliation Hake tells him to stop and promises that he will soon teach them. Now he wants to move to the transfer to him. After a while, they finally decided everything, so you can take everything and go inside. The guy doubts if his army will cope, but in a second, people begin to fly from the windows. This means that the warriors coped. On the ground lay the head of Emuvan Su. From this point, they need to be careful with new property. The guy is surprised that the young gentleman is worried about property, not people. Some of the warriors have already gone to Chichilhon and probably already did everything there. There is another place left, but the Hacksworker hacks must first be checked before teaching them. Soon they came to another place, but here the warriors were frozen on the spot. Our hero did not understand why they behaved so uncertain. It turns out that it was all because the boys were in a similar place for the first time. It was very funny that Don's hack only looks big, but in fact inside so shy. The girls here carefully looked after their clients, trying to do everything to enjoy them. The reconciliation of Hack asked what this girl was named, and she introduced herself. Jonas. Suddenly the young gentleman grabbed the girl's hand. She immediately became very embarrassed, and she said that the guy could not do it in the eyes of everyone. The girl's hands were still very rude, which means she was here recently. It means that she is a child of a farmer family who helped them in the fields. The Heckredeem wanted to ask how long it has been working here. With tears in her eyes, the girl explained that she works here for about 2 months. Jonvi was only 20 years old, though she looked much younger. Also, a young gentleman wants to know how she was here. But Yeonhwa is very closely watched by another employee, which is why the girl cannot tell the truth. The protagonist quickly understands this and orders to get out of all from here and let one remain alone. Another employee says that if the guest does not suit Yonanda, then they can easily replace it. The hack again ordered everyone to get out of here. Without unnecessary questions, the girls had to obey their customers. Jonas felt very uncomfortable, and all over the body were ants with fear. There was no one else in the room, which means that it can honestly answer the question. But even so, the girl still can't afford it. Then our hero throws her bag with money. There was 1,000 new jags here. For these funds, she will be able to settle with debts or buy her own silk clothes. Our hero introduced himself. He is the second son of the family, which means that his family can protect the unhappy, so she can calm down. The girl was sold to this place because of her father's debts, because of high percentage loans and threats. In fact, she is only 15 years old. She tried to escape, but she was caught and beaten very much. She is afraid to die because then the debt will switch to her sisters and brothers. The protagonist asked if others are in the same situation in this house. Unfortunately, most were really against freedom. Hakdon was incredibly angry because these abominations used debts as an excuse to buy and sell girls. The head was angry that right before his parents' nose was happening. Obviously, our hero should not leave everything as is. Then, the hack Nagon is about to destroy all these freaks. And so, very soon he began to act. The frightened man does not understand that he is going on and asks the boy to calm down. But instead, a weapon arrives right near his face. If the freak continues to say nonsense, next time the axe will fly directly to the head. He can only be answered when the main character will ask something. The man did not understand why this stranger did so. For such a question, the hack put his legs right in his arms. After a second, the abomination shouted at unbearable pain. He again repeated that he could only be answered when they are approached. The soldiers were very painful to look at it. Hack wanted to find out. Our hero threatened that if this freak tries to lie, he will die immediately. With tears and in hysterics, a man tells that they are behind the grouping of Toon. Meanwhile, the head has already found some information. Our hero wants to get information about human trafficking. The man, meanwhile, does not understand where this stranger knows everything. Probably, information about trafficking in human beings is not stored here, but in grouping Toon. His last question was where this grouping is Toon. And so, right afterwards, our characters go directly to this grouping Toon. Our hero felt that the warriors were filled with anger on these freaks. The anger was flying in the air. Suddenly, Hendon quietly asked only one question. Can he kill those abomination? The heck reconstruction allows you to do it, but half must be left. They can transfer them to the administration, saying it is self-defense. The man is incredibly determined to kill these freaks. Meanwhile, the Todden, the head of the Toon grouping, they all tried to quickly remove all the evidence before the people of the family Nagin came. But as it turned out, it was too late, because the guests had already come here. There were about 10 people. Then the head ordered everyone to stop. They did not have time to hide, so it was necessary to fight. But the other man thinks that this is a bad idea, because their opponent is too respectful, and if they touch them, then they end. But on the other hand, if they defeat them, they will be able to win a little time. And then they will have to wait a little, and then start doing their business again, but now elsewhere. The head calmed down a little because they won them by quantity. If they gather with their strength, they have a chance for success. Our heroes were already under their doors, but it was very quiet. The heck think they are going to hide and then unexpectedly attack. They definitely have some dirty plan. This meant that everyone should be very careful. But in a second, the main character rushed right there. The warriors, of course, rushed to their leader. Hendon cut the gate with an axe, making himself an entrance to the yard. The angry man strongly went inside looking for casualties. And so, unexpectedly, the enemies threw a net on the guy, which restricted his movements. But this grid was not enough to keep a chunky guy full of hatred. The warriors immediately calmed down and stopped worrying for their friend, because they realized that the enemies would not cope with his force. But it was not the end. Several of their archers sat on the roof and targeted in Don's hen. A second, one of them released an arrow that flew straight to the warrior. But unexpectedly, one of the thunder dragons noticed these archers and already found himself on the roof near them. The man was a little confused, but sent his next arrow from the enemy. But the young man was skillfully evading her as if it were some kind of game. And so, after a moment, the guy was right in front of his enemy and struck him with a strong blow. After that, he immediately rushed to other enemies behind. The young man was lightning with his sword. Absolutely none of the enemies could withstand him. They just didn't have a chance. Meanwhile, on Earth, our heroes were surrounded by enemies. They rushed directly to him without unnecessary thought. But the boys were not lost and started attacking. Hendon has finally cut this net. It was necessary to rush to destroy as many enemies as possible. And then, after a moment, The young man desperately rushed into battle. Hendon put all his rage and hatred in his blows. Our hero quietly watched all this from the side. The guy calculated that there were about 50 enemies. The fight was in the frame, blood was pouring, cries were heard. There were many enemies, so it was important not to lose vigilance for a second. The enemy appeared behind the head of the head. After a second, the head of these freaks rushed directly into the center of events. The man swept very quickly, evading all the blows that they tried to make. Another warrior was scared to see such speed of his enemy. After a second, the abomination struck his leg, wounds from which the blood splashed. The warrior twisted from a sharp pain, which he felt immediately after that severe blow. After that, the group of grouping is about to strike the last blow to kill the warrior. But unexpectedly, something flew into it. Other soldiers who were determined to protect their friend came to the aid of his friend. But the head was not lost. He threw some 2 incomprehensible balls from his enemies. In a second, they exploded and thick black smoke appeared. It may be poison, so you need to hold your breath. It was a distracting maneuver to get closer to their enemies and attack them unexpectedly. The man struck a few blows to the warriors, and they did not even have time to respond to them and defend themselves. Probably they ignore him, because there is no one on these lands. If you look so, it seems that this is not the level of ordinary bandits. He knows the disadvantages of the fraction well. It happens that the lower classes, but he knew what feats were. Fortunately, the Hak Nagon found it before the problems began. The head of the thunderous dragon saw who was chief here, and decided to make him his opponent. The man continued to use his lightning speed in his favor. Now 2 leaders are going to face a powerful fight, and it is not clear who will come out of her winner. The head of the thunderstorm dragons was incredibly angry. He must punish this abomination for his actions. As soon as the man wanted to strike, the enemy ran lightly past him, not giving him a chance. The head simply could not follow the movements of his enemy. It seemed simply impossible. But after a moment, the freak was directly in the blind zone of the chapter, behind his back. But fortunately, the hacks came very time in time to protect the head. With one touch, he sent this abomination a few meters ago. The man did not expect someone to even touch him. The family has no military etiquette at all. But our hero believes that such garbage that tradespeople has nothing to say about etiquette. It became clear that this guy is a really significant problem. Then, the freak is about to win the hack with the help of throwing a so. In a second, it throws the same layer inside which there was black smoke. Immediately afterwards, black smoke wraps everything around. But the main character is not afraid of it. After that, the group of grouping throws 2 sewing in him. He is convinced that the young man will not be able to avoid him because of smoke, because nothing is visible in it. Even if the guy locks the attack, it will definitely lose a stable position. And it will be a great moment to end our hero. But to his great surprise, our hero easily caught this all. And in a second he sent him back to send. And after a moment, the sewing seats directly into the hand of this abomination. The protagonist sees the dirty intentions of this abomination right away, so nothing will work. But it seems that a man still has a plan. There was a weapon in his hand. But the heck quickly stepped in his hand without letting you do anything. The young man was very interesting to watch the suffering of his enemy. It looks like an insect. The man, meanwhile, was just screaming in pain while our hero enjoyed these shouts. The protagonist, without any sense of regret, came his enemy directly on his head. He seems to break his head with a vial, because blood came from it. The attendees watched with horror, not given to this cruelty. Seeing such force, other members of the grouping began to voluntarily give up. They asked to regret them, but of course, no one began to listen to them. After a second, the guy cut him in half. They killed 25 bandits. It was exactly half. Those who remained alive, our hero ordered to throw at the administration building and cut off their limbs. Some man begs not to kill him, and he will tell all the information from the secret income book. The main thing is to be pity. But of course, no one began to listen to him. Instead, he got his foot on his face. No one was going to pity him, because this freak never regret the girls who begged him in tears. This meant that the main character would also show cruelty to him. The hack said it was necessary to get up faster here to return home. Meanwhile, the news that the young gentleman had taken with him an army of Thunder Dragon and dealt with the bandit grouping everywhere. At first, his father did not even understand who his son dealt with. The man does not understand why his son was so unexpectedly climbed into the bandits. But at his age it is normal because energy beats over the edge. In this way, he learns to use anger with his sense of justice. Although the head of the head, why does he feel what he does not fit at all? The head of the entrance praised our hero and his team for their active activity, because they saved the women who were sold and surrendered to the administration bandits. Meanwhile, a man poured a high-quality tea headed by the head of the entrance. My father could not think that his son, who had previously been such a patient, would live so actively. This is no longer the young gentleman who was before, so you cannot worry. The elders were also shocked, and in a second, The head begins to praise his son as he usually does. The head wants the hack to come here, but it is impossible because the guy went again. In this case, the man proposes to drink tea with his subordinates. The main character was very active and it is impossible to follow him. Meanwhile, the guy was having dinner in a new room he received himself. In their world, it is similar to the situation of uniting the world. Now, the young man turns to these three bandits, whether he has broken the group. From today, all their groupings have been disbanded and go to the management of the Ilsen community. The man hears this name for the first time and I want to know what the community is. It turns out that this was recently created by a hack and came up with a name. It was difficult to believe that the greatest grouping was created under the management of the Nagin family. If they betray his community, they will die. If they fight together, they will also die. It is also impossible to rob, go gossip, trade people and drunk. And if they behave from above, they will also die. In the meantime, he filled himself with alcohol. He wanted to continue to drink, but the subordinate tried to stop him because the guy drank so much. CO breaks on the subordinate and strongly pushes him in his stomach. When a man falls on the floor, he begins to clap his feet, tearing all his anger. Workers do not know what to do, but decide not to do anything. If the young gentleman of the family is a mess, they have no right to prevent him. So they have nothing left. I'm just looking. Suddenly, he heard that these people were talking about his family. Then, the young man immediately rushed to this man and grabbed him by the collar. It swings, preparing to strike him directly on the face. But unexpectedly, he hears a sharp voice that orders him to stop. He was stopped by a grandfather. He kindly asked to stop. The grandfather reminds him that warriors should not intimidate ordinary people. The boy looked at this old woman with all hatred in his eyes. After that, he threw the unhappy man away from himself. After that, the angry young man asked him to bring him a drink, but his grandfather said it would be better to get home to relax. And if the guy does not agree, then he will call a person who will tell about all the family. The guy began to shout even more, because he didn't understand how this old man dared to threaten him. Then Grandpa orders Chichil-san to go to the family of a fuck and tell them about everything, as well as to call the warriors to accompany the young gentleman. The old man was incredibly angry with the guy because of his horrible behavior. Meanwhile, the bald man is wondering how alcohol, what he prepared himself. Our hero likes it, so it gives its subordinate bronze rank. All ranks of their community begin with iron, but depending on the achievements you can get bronze, silver, and gold rank. Status and origin plays no role because the protagonist looks only at abilities. The man was very pleased that he received a new rank. He believed that now the main among other subordinates. Another man, realizing that this, immediately began to cry to him. But his mustachioed uncle was not lost and said that his family has a secret recipe for which he can prepare him. But the young gentleman refuses, because he drank enough today. After that, the guy opened the window to breathe fresh air. Suddenly he saw some strangers on the street. They were masking, and there was some sparkling energy from them. This energy was very similar to the energy of that man in the suit. At this time, the subordinates had already prepared alcohol and wanted to give it to the sample. But the heck didn't even answer them, and instead silently jumped to the ground right out of the window. After that, the young man ran quickly to check something. The subordinates, meanwhile, were shocked that he jumped from a height of about 15 meters. The protagonist very much wanted to know what the suspicious guys he saw. If the heck is catching them, he plans to torture cruelly. So he learns who they are. The protagonist runs quickly on the lanes, trying to find them. But, unexpectedly, he notices a little very strange. The young man was surprised when he saw a dead end. These strangers could not just disappear. These strangers were still here somewhere, but they just felt their presence and hid. It became clear that these are difficult people, and it is not good that they were going here. But a heck fuck cannot even think what they need. Suddenly, the young man realizes that he has become sober. Therefore, he decides to go back in order to try the new alcohol he prepared. In the same time, I am trying to find some bar in which it is drunk, but it is expelled from everywhere. Suddenly, he sees two strangers in black. It is very unusual that in their area there were people whose faces were closed with black masks. First, you need to try to avoid them. But when he was eating all, he saw that he was standing behind him one more stranger. The guy sees that he was surrounded and becomes clear that they were specifically waiting for him. Two strangers were behind and one stood in front. In this case, the guy decided to understand what is ahead and escape. He quickly runs to him and strikes, but the enemy quickly evades. And after that, he strikes directly on the head of COA, catching C. It turned out to be much easier than they could think. They carried the boy on their shoulders, talking that the sons of the family was in no way capable. It has been 3 days. The merchant was very annoyed with something, and even began to turn some documents on his table. Through all the things he had been led by the hack, all his calculations became even more confusing. The man does not understand how he can list such a large number of things at a time. After a second, the hack sharply opens the door to the room, and the merchant from unexpectedness pours hot tea. Our hero came to look at how things move. The merchant did not have time because the volume of work was too big. If a young gentleman gives him a little more time, then the merchant will definitely finish everything. Then, our hero allowed him to do this thing calmly. The young man wanted to know some information about suspicious people who appeared here recently, but the merchant knew nothing about it. If the merchant does not have a special right, it will be difficult to check it every day. In this case, our hero gives the merchant this special right. 3 days ago, some suspicious paired tower were noticed in the direction of the Heavenly Tower, so the merchant is tasked with finding out where they are now. But in this case, he will need the help of others, because the merchant needs to sort all the things that the young gentleman said. The protagonist did not answer, but only loudly knocked on the table. It was obvious that the man lacked labor. It was necessary to say this before, and a hack would resolve this issue. The guy will send him as many people as he needed. The merchant thinks that about 100 people need to solve this problem, but it will be very expensive. The hack knocked him on his back and said he could use his people, because recently the young gentleman united those bandits and created the Ilsen community, so the merchant can take those people and use. The man is shocked that as a result, this cruel guy decided to do everything for free. But everything turned out to be not so easy. In exchange for the fact that the merchant will use his people, our hero wanted to get money. Zhang's reconciliation was very worried that his brother was not at home for 3 days, but his father was not worried about it at all. This time, everything is different, because 3 days ago, he arranged a mess in the bar and then just disappeared. The Hell of Fel was very disappointed that there were some problems in his path. The district has no place where you can hide from their influential family. You may have been stolen for the sake of driven by the Hell of Beck in a trap. The man orders not to interfere in this situation, and he will understand everything. And the task of Jonga is to close all the mouths so that there is no futile rumors. It's been a while. Suddenly, someone just breaks the wooden gate and the chips fly in different directions. The Hell of Peck was incredibly angry, all his negative energy emitted around. The man is full of fierce. He screams and demands his opponent to go out. The Hell of Hell wanted to know where his son is now. The mysterious in the mask said he may not worry about his son because they take care of him there. The Hell of FEC started searching as soon as he learned. These abominations will definitely not be able to hide. The man says it can influence the world. In this case, the Hell of Hell should not be waiting. It's time to start. If the Hell of Hell can handle it, then he will turn his son back. By this point, a stranger and hairs will not touch from his head. COA will be in full safety. Then, he turned to the abomination by the name Puppy Hap John. The man will do everything, so Khan John must be prepared for the fact that there will be no failure. Bloody flowers are right now, so it will become a very exciting scene. Came the next day. Our hero felt faded probably. It was due to the fact that spring almost came. But Wai-san reminded that they have all the warehouse filled with firewood. The assistant asked if he had heard a recent news. They go gossip that the young gentleman has not returned home for several days. The guy thinks he left home because sooner or later all men leave home. But Wai-san said that there was no news from the boy. Now everyone will whisper about it, but in a few days it can be a problem. Since the disappeared somewhere 3 to 4 days have disappeared. Suddenly the hack Yuk realizes that those suspicious guys appeared and disappeared at the same time. It seems that these bandits have come to the stable in Han, although our hero thought that their goal was him. The Nagin family will be able to overcome it. If the main character removes the masks from them, then he learns everything. Meanwhile, someone on the map looked at where the path of Hack was. Then, the merchant shows where the path of the young master was cut off. At about the same time, people who look like the young gentleman appeared. All the evidence came together, which means that it was necessary to act quickly. According to the results of the information collected, you can reduce the search area to 3 places. The young gentleman ordered his new subordinates to search for these 3 places. The heck will go with the head of the thunderous dragon. So if there are some hooks, you should immediately announce them. At this time, COA was firmly attached to the pillar. His movements were very limited. The subordinates made some news to the head. The bandits, which as a parasite in Anga, warns them of illegal invasion of their territory. This means that they need to change the place. But it is necessary to move carefully so that no one reveals their personality. Unexpectedly, anxiety began. The news came that the bandit group is moving directly in their direction. It was urgent to think of how to act. I would like to avoid fuss with them, but you will do nothing. The head opens a secret move in the wall to get out of here. The master ordered the subordinates to kill everyone and not leave a trace from them. Meanwhile, the army continued to carefully sear the territory. As they learned, it was in this place that suspicious men saw most often. Our hero praised them and told them to be introduced from here. Then he will deal with the head of the Thunder Army with everything. The head contacted no one in the district. Before that, everyone needs to clean and maintain the status of a young gentleman Nagan company. But the protagonist does not understand why he is. The head was a little confused because he thought they were doing it to find COA, but the hack Nagan does not pay attention to feudal things. He came here not to save COA, but to catch those people. It turns out that for our hero, the young gentleman COA is a feudal thing. The young man immediately realized that these rats were hiding somewhere. Then, the army decided to go first for the young gentleman to stay safe. It will be nice if they are caught at least once, so our hero allows it. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful black energy escapes from the room. These were their enemies, who immediately rushed to the warriors, but they had time to respond and repel attacks. The enemy was already behind the head of the head. This abomination was very fast, so he skillfully evaded all the attacks of the head. A second, the enemy rushed straight to him again. The enemy sent its powerful energy, and it flew straight to the head. This attack was even able to injure him in the shoulder, but it is impossible to relax because the next blow. Fortunately, the man was able to jump away from this blow and escape. It is very interesting who was his enemy because this guy is very strong. It comes from the same energy as the mountain robbers they fought with. This meant that he was from the same So. The brutal battle continued. It was difficult for the soldiers. Initially, the head should concentrate on those who have their nose. The guy is far from the same as before, so he can do it. After that, he tries to strike, but the enemy again evades and finds himself behind his back. A moment later, the enemy's sword pierces the head from the back. The warriors simply could not believe what happened to their head. But unexpectedly, the abomination notices that his sword did not enter the body of the head. The guy grabbed the blade with his body and hand. As it turned out, it was a trap from the head. Immediately afterwards, the head uses a moment and strikes the abomination. This stranger quickly cuts back, evading the impact. A moment later, the head threw himself to the enemy, not giving him something to come up with. The guy has already seen his technique. A moment, the head permeates this freak with his sword, but the enemy grabs him firmly by his hand. He grabbed the head firmly so that he could not escape, after which he swung his sword. A comrade comes to the rescue in time. It was a young gentleman who hit the abomination on the face, pushing away. The heck quarreled the head for starting to behave so carelessly. Even if he won, almost died, it means that everything is over. Meanwhile, Don's hen also had problems. The fight with the enemy was very fervent. Suddenly, another warrior was also pushed back, right into the wall near the hen Don. They seem to have serious problems. The guy remembers what cruel workouts they passed. It was very affected by their pride to deal with these guys. Even the cost of their own lives, the boys are determined to catch them and kill them. Suddenly, these two abominations simply fall to the ground unconscious. As it turned out, it was all the case of our hero's hands. The guy reminds that the life of warriors belongs to him, and therefore they cannot just take and die. They gathered in small lawn, but there were no suspicious people. Suddenly, the main character shouted loudly and ordered them not to approach him. Then, he turns to someone and says to cut, not hide like a mole. And so, in a second, someone jumps out of the ground. It was another enemy, but it was different in white. After a second, because he began to attack him. But of course, the main character is ready for his attack. It seems that this abomination did not expect that this young man would be so strong to repel him. And so, in a second, all this powerful energy flew directly towards the freak. The attack hit him directly, and the stranger did not have a chance even to evade or block it. It was very strange, because the enemy was weaker than the heck expected. It was not even necessary to use his sword. Some did not even realize that it was a sword. The guy sees such a big sword for the first time. The head still could not understand who their young gentleman was. Meanwhile, the guy was still firmly attached to the trunk. It turns out that all this time he woke up, which is unconscious, but now it seems that everyone is gone. Suddenly, he sees the hatch opens to the room. It was our hero. But as soon as COA began to talk, the young man silently closed the hatch. He just said that there is no one here, so you can go. The guy begins to cry desperately and be pleased to be saved. But after all, they decided to take this guy with them. Meanwhile, another warrior made that they had already killed all the enemies. But, as it turned out, they did not kill them. But the enemies themselves ended with them. The young man began to quarrel the warrior for the fact that he had faunted them. But you will not do anything, and you need to go home. Suddenly, the hex seems to have noticed something. The military did not understand why the young gentleman was looking up so carefully. But the guy does not answer them and says that he is very hungry. All this time, they were observed by a man in the suit. He praised the power of the young lord. This boy even understood something about ghosts. Meanwhile, the news that he has returned home had already reached his relatives. But the father does not understand how it happened, because the guy had to return only when the merger ended. The man was really shocked to see his son here. But he was even more surprised when he saw a hake. The guy immediately begins to cry and rushes to his father, because he experienced very strong stress. The older brother begins to calm him down and says that everything will be fine now. But the man was not glad at all, but only on the contrary, he was angry. The protagonist does not understand why a man has such an expression if his son returned, who is unknown where he was. And now the Hell of Hell learns that this hero saved his son. The guy would very much wanted to get a really big reward for salvation, but now he has things, so he proposes to talk about it later. The young gentlemen go away. Now all he wants is to eat. The man hated our hero with all his heart because he spoiled him. The guy says he did not know that once in his life there would be a moment when he would be grateful to our hero. CO, and he proposes to prepare for him at least some goodies. The guy thinks that they should treat him because the young gentleman saved him. But the Hell of Hell was only angry with these words. It was all awful. The father was only concerned about his authority, which was now spoiled because of this situation. If his son died, his father would not be ashamed of this situation. It was strongly angry with his father. How can I say this to your son? The older brother tried to reassure the younger one, but there is something to say. Probably his father was glad that his son disappeared because he was not as good as his older brother. The man yells at him and says, "I don't want to see him." After that, the young man in tears run away. He was going to disappear so much. The older brother thinks that CO and also had to know about it. Maybe then he would have done differently. But his father does not like this idea, because he is sure that his son would not cope with it. The Hell of Fell order to set him a path so that the guy does not do anything. Everything has become more difficult, but nothing has changed, so they will continue to fulfill their grand plan. Meanwhile, the main character was already in his room and ate delicious. Why did San wanted to tell him that they decided at the elders' meeting? But he threw food into her. The guy splashed ginseng because his taste was too bitter. It seems to be 100 years of ginseng. It is difficult to find historical now, so they have found a 50-year-old ginseng. But it makes no sense, because the taste is completely different. The Heck says it is very important because they have to prepare ginseng as it should. Then, the assistant is about to go and pass these words to the doctor. The girl says that the merger was postponed to an earlier term. But, as it turned out, the young gentleman knew nothing about the merger. He seems to be stronger every day, but his intelligence decreases. After such words, the main character broke the table in half. The assistant says that the merger is an event that a family of a fuck is drawn every 10 years. This is a very important event when all entrepreneurs of the family living in the province are gathered in the parental home and show the results of work and put plans for the future. But the main character did not understand why such an important event was postponed. They say that there is a mess, and the number of entrepreneurs who are outraged through it is increasing. Therefore, through mergers, they can overcome the crisis and build a plan to solve problems. The reconciliation of the Hake praises the assistant for analyzing everything very well. In any case, the young gentleman should also take part in the rise. It is necessary to prepare the suit and everything else, but the guy is not going to do it. In fact, the young man thinks that I will gather all entrepreneurs on is a great chance. The spacious territory was clean, the stone trail led to the hall, and the high roofs of the temple rose into the sky, like the guards of the invisible force that kept this world in equilibrium. Like a thunder in the clear sky, the door of the room slid, threw a disturbing breath inside. The Lord broke into the room. The fingers on his arms were covered with burning anger, and the steps are heavy and evil. Going to the table, he jumped on him with his whole body, and with force he turned his fist, from which the wood was lost in the air. The face was burning. In every movement there was an irritated tension, ready to explode. But he did not wait for someone behind his back, and from the sudden voice the body seemed to be cold. Pete was at the head. He did not fit in his head, as someone was able to appear in this secure place. Behind was a ghost-like silhouette with a strange expression, which coldly noted the unfinished work, which opened the way inside. The owner of the treated was even harder, because he not only appeared without permission, but also allowed himself to get in his personal chair. However, the monster kept peace like a well-trained visitor, and indifferently noted that the noise could cause unnecessary problems. The whole face of the ruler screamed in rage. He blamed the partner of negligence about the Soa, which led to the disaster. Mugwuk with a detached face looked as if not noticing the essence of the problem, as if nothing had changed. The bishop was only more annoyed without understanding the content of his words that seemed meaningless. The guy in the mask calmly explained that the plan remained in the shadow. No one learned about their existence, even the family of Us Gun. The expression of the ruler remained evil, but inside the realization that would now have to act with double caution. From him, uncontrolled anger, he clamped his fists and shouted that he could not deny the obvious, because the Geom knew where the mess came from. The masked young man just shook his head, because there was another reason that turned everything upside down. The owner froze. A surprise appeared on his face because he heard for another reason. The eyes expanded sharply when the name of the interlocutor sounded the name of Us Hunheke. The partner sat evenly, laying his hands, and said that the guy was fragile as a porcelain. He could be broken with one blow. Silence prevailed in the darkness. Only the partner's voice said that this inaction young man had destroyed the decades of carefully woven plans for half a year. The expression of the ruler changed sharply. He could not believe and heard, but still promised to end with him. The partner warned that this year at the Congress, everything would be a matter of life and death. So you cannot give yourself to overcome the boy who has not even reached the age of majority. The owner calmly replied that there was no reason to worry. The preparation would be perfect. The guy in the mask, returning, said that it was on that day that he personally caught us Hunheka. The surface of the water trembled restlessly, as if someone once and threw the stones in depth. A warrior sat on the shore, indifferently throwing stones into the water, as if trying to drown his own thoughts. For the first time in his lifetime, he felt so powerless that all the confidence with which he was born was disappeared without a trace. Another warrior came behind and quietly wondered that he was disturbing him so deeply. The warrior only exhaled slowly, not finding words and having no desire to share with someone that was happening inside. The guy exhaled the air as if trying to answer, but the desire to speak the slogan in him, along with the belief in understanding the brothers, slowly rose up, looked at his comrades, and said with a bitter firmness that they would never be understood. Touching his head, he confessed that he feels like a deaf stone wall without the slightest lumen. One of the brothers, with a slight surprise, suggested that it was because of defeat, and acknowledged that there are many stronger than them in the world. The other added that he understands his despair, because all this has already become a matter of personal honor and pride. The young man's eyes were rounded by anxiety. He stated that as a guard of the young mistress had no right to shame before him. Under the burning sun, the silence of the fighting yard shook, talking about training. But the young man insisted that a new, radical path was needed. He strongly spoke forward, healing with the idea of a new method that would instantly strengthen his strength, which shocked even experienced soldiers. The face of the comrades enlarged drops of sweat. Some muttered that it is already madness, remembering the not yet listed wound from the previous workout. The eyes were burning, the voice was torn. He reproached everyone for laziness and weakness, reminding them of here and what it means to be a real warrior. All the students gathered nearby stood with their eyes full of determination, because they came to learn true power from the young mistress. Lord was a little surprised why they decided that they had felt an invisible wall that could not be overcome. His words were surprised. Several warriors lowered his views, not knowing how to answer, but one step forward. He exploded, said he wanted to be near him, not interfering, but helping, begging for training, so as not to be a burden. Lord smiled slightly, seeing such a sincerity in the words of his subordinate that even his cold soul touched. The guy was calm, scratching his ear and saying that he knew one method, which instantly forced everyone to keep his breath in full silence. He said that it should be a real battle, because only in battle can you learn true power, but the opponent should be stronger. One of the warriors did not understand who the duel should be with, until the Lord had taken his gaze away and said that the opponent was here. A senior heir who passed past appeared in the door, and the Lord waved his hand, calling for himself. He showed his finger on the guy that he was a little scared, and asked the heir to spend a short duel with him. The older brother looked at the young man with cold seriousness, as if evaluating him before the first movement. The boy's eyes were rounded, his lips trembled, he could not believe he had to fight the heir. The Lord threw him a sword and calmly said that if he wins, he would get everything he wants. Turning to the heir, the Lord asked him to put the company in a duel, and he was going to go to buy food. The heir did not want to agree at first, but did so only because of the request of the mistress who could not refuse. After declaring the battle, he stood calmly, coldly, squeezing wooden weapons, which in his hands was like part of the body. Stidota declared the rules, the one who would make the opponent at least retreat, and the student was preparing with all seriousness. Behind his back stood his brothers, believing in him, even despite the power of the opponent, hoping at least one step from the heir. The student clenched the weapon firmly. The look became firm, realizing that the chance is and should be used, despite fear. Before him stood the heir, unwavering with the sword in his hands, and it was necessary to make him take only one step back. The views crossed, as if the blade before the blow. A silence broke out between them, in which the invisible war of the spirit had already begun. The young man's leg broke away from the ground, and he rapidly rushed with lightning determination in every movement. He jumped high, preparing a powerful bloody blow, while the heir looked quietly up, even without moving. The student outlined all the energy, performing the technique of a 10-time blow of a thunder dragon, releasing frantic force from the sword. But the heir stood calmly without moving, watching the attack, not intention of defending. The brothers kept breathing, seeing the technique from the inside, and believed that even the heir would not withstand it so simple. But suddenly their views changed. Horror appeared in their eyes, because they saw something quite unexpected. The guy lay on the ground with a weapon over himself. He fell after one blow, unable to even force the heir to leave the place. The tension disappeared when the heir mentioned the food. The Lord was in a confusion of his hands, as if asking whether he really went to him now. The heir suddenly grabbed the hostess by the collar. The guy shouted from surprise, not waiting for such a reaction. Not paying attention to the request, the heir pulled him on the earth, like a shadow without pity, ignoring all the words. In a moment, the young man's body was already powerless. His arms and legs were spread out, and his brothers in confusion watched this defeat. Panic began in the yard. One of the students exclaimed to be taken immediately. The other tried to bring his friend back to his senses, barely holding back emotions. Above the ancient pavilion where the clouds touched the roofs, a warm voice was heard with a wish of a delicious. Hardly a guy stretched with sticks to rice, as a foreign hand with a delicacy caught suddenly, eyes rounded, and only now came awareness of the holiday. With his eyes closed and sticks near his lips, the young man plunged into the depths of taste, as if a sage that opens the truth through a dish. The senior speaker watched the guy in surprise, not understanding how brother can show so much worry when in families habitually wish each other death. In the bowl, other people's sticks that offered food appeared, and the young man's surprise returned with a new wave. He exploded with anger, indignantly shouting to eat himself because he had his hands, and the speaker only silently sat in amazement. Suddenly, from the mouth of the elder heard thanks that hung in the air like an unexpected gift. The guy looked in surprise, not understanding what gratitude in this reaction seemed bizarre. The successor leaned with his elbows on the table and said that he was grateful for his recovery, still going to add something. The young man rotely followed him, freezing in anticipation of new words that had to change everything. And there were no answers, just silence and gaze that punched the bones and exacerbated anxiety. Finally, the mouth moved and the confession sounded that the guy became stronger. The guy grabbed his head with his hands, shocked by these words that seemed unacceptable to the male conversation. The eyes were burning anger, the jaw squeezed, the patience was slaughtered, and a cunning, calm interlocutor was sitting next. The majestic roofs rose to the sky like a wave of frozen ocean, and the crown of trees enveloped the yard with peace and age wisdom. Eyelids slowly open, consciousness dims. Everything around blurs and sinks in deep fainting. The brothers leaned over the body lying on the ground, their faces in the shade, and the sky is clear and indifferently calm. The boy's eyes suddenly opened and horror pierced his body like a cold wave. He was lying still and friends were behind, with surprise and relief that he was escaped after a single blow. When he came to his senses, the guy covered his head with his hands and wept, remembering the moment of defeat. Before the inner glance appeared the figure of a young speaker with cold eyes and weapons in his hands. Sitting on the ground, he miserably sobbed and realized that the level for him is unattainable. The wounded hand was bandaged. He kept her and painfully aware of his own weakness. A young host entered the room and asked if the guy was fainted all this time. All instantly got up. One of the students looked at his hostess with delight and asked how the meal was with the older successor. Lord began to actively gesture, explaining that the successor barely released him after dinner and forced to drink tea, and he barely escaped him. The hostess's gaze turned to Kanan, a guy who defeated the speaker, and he instantly ran up, ready to listen. Focused facial expression left no doubt. Lord asked if he knew what he lost in battle. Kansun lowered his eyes down, recognizing defeat and preparing for a reproach. Lordist loudly proclaimed that the defeat came because of weakness, and these words only ignited anger in the soul of consumer. Conveniently pleaded to teach him techniques, seeking improvement. But the Lord perceived these words without enthusiasm, without the desire to convey his skill. With anger in the eyes of Lord grabbed a wooden sword, annoyed in a stable and strictly stated that he could not even be able to show, so the skills to speak early. The sword fell to the student's feet, leaving a sense of helplessness and a message that seems to be defeated. After the pause, Swoden took the sword himself, stood in front of him and ordered to watch carefully, demanding to try to block the next movement. In the spacious hall, silence was buzzing with tension. Both stood with wooden swords, ready for clash, looked penetrated each other. The sudden jerk left alone shadow and trail on the floor. Lord disappeared so quickly that his movement could not have time to see. Conventionally looked at an empty place where his mentor had just stood, realizing that he didn't even have time to move. The next moment the sword was near his neck, and the body was instantly covered with sweat drops from fright. Eyes expanded to the border, breathing broke, Heart frozen in breasts, mind refused to take that everything happened for a second. Lord stood quietly without hiding the gaze, explaining that the whole thing is in the direction of the rival is uncomfortable to read. Brothers watched with extended eyes, without believing that ordinary movement can have lightning force if you get into the blind zone. Lord smiled barely noticeably, explaining that true power is born not in his hands but in thoughts, and only then in the sword. Consumer and Still was in shock, but in his gaze already broke out hobbies. He sought to master this incredible technique. Lord not hesitated the student on his head, leaving a hefty gull and proclaiming that not all in his abilities, sometimes the body would find the way. The students froze, seeing that the sword was set on them. If there is no skills to fight as there is a real master will not give a second chance. From fear the students paved, one dared to ask, but it was not said that improving skills did not matter. Lord, with fire in his eyes, lifted his sword and proclaimed that only daily practice brings power. It was she who made a faction of Sapa as glorious. One of the students shuddered, barely holding back emotions, because the situation clearly came out of control. But the Lord ordered not to think, but to perform. He stood confidently with the sword behind his back, turning to the students, explaining that their bodies will remember everything if they are injured. But when someone was carefully reminded that they were not ready, Lord exploded, scattered them in the hall with one go, and then surprised that the sword broke. A white dove ran out of darkness, spreading the wings like a symbol of will, peace, and clear understanding. Lord watched as a dove rose into pink heights, as if releasing part of himself into space. He looked to his son and gave an order to go to the training arena. The son obediently accepted his will. In his hands he held a scroll and asked if everything was transmitted correctly, or something else to inform. The father replied that this is enough. A big event is waiting for them and need to be prepared. His gaze spoke more than a word. On the roof of the old building, the hero sat motionless, and from his body was a blue energy, dissolving in the air and charging the atmosphere itself. A look directed down where two young men calmly caught fish. The conversation between them went deeper than seemed at first glance. Clear day enveloped the green tops of trees and two students in the silence threw fishing rods, merging with nature. One of them grabbed the fishing rod and gladly pulled out the catch. His eyes shone victory. Fishing suddenly became a holiday. The caught fish floated in a bucket, helpless. But for boys it meant only one thing, a snack already in your pocket. One of the boys looked at the back of a friend, in his gaze, a thought that matured in silence. Unexpectedly, he cut off silence and asked about loneliness. But he did not immediately realize what the interlocutor meant. Stringing a bait, a friend asked in surprise, not understanding where such a conversation in the middle of fishing. Looking into the water, the guy acknowledged that he had neither family nor loved ones, and this thought punched him like an arrow. A friend replied that such connections can become weakness because shackles do not always bring support. The fishing rod plunged into the water. The bait disappeared in the depths, as if silence absorbed all the unspoken feelings. They were silently watching floats, sharing thoughts about life, but one of them did not want to know the depth of another's pain. The look again stuck in the water, and the voice came thoughtfully. Because it is scary to live all life alone without support. In response, a tough truth was made that all are born single, and death is no different from birth. One of the guys tried to explain what is important to have someone else, even to be buried. But he had no money for it even. Young Lord watched this from above, and all seen caused him an unconcealed smile. His thoughts were torn between the imaginary father who thanked for recovery, and a student who sought again to stay close. All of these images caused him annoyance. His hands squeezed into his fists, and he felt the power of the name of Us-Hun, which stirred the world. Eyes expanded from the influx of meaningless thoughts. His condition knocked out of balance that he couldn't even breakfast. Standing on the roof under the night sky, the young man was aware that all these memories were like a curse that prevents breathing. The next morning the wooden beam shuddered under heavy blows. The workout was gaining momentum. Connecting the technique with all determination, the blows became more accurate. He sought to prove that not hopeless. In the courtyard heard the rhythm of the battle. The students acted as one whole. The cries merged with the whole strokes. Everyone gave themselves completely. Pete rolled out of the face of Kokni, but suddenly someone called him, noting his actions only imitation of skill. Turning, he saw the young mistress. His heart is brief, because the look of the mentor did not herald anything good. Although he was scared, and he was glad, because he thought that the Lord came to teach. It inspired him to a new hope. Lord stood silently. The look was serious. There was only one idea in thought. Not to allow friends to die until he calmly fulfills his duty. His words caused surprise to all those present, because they touched every heart by changing the atmosphere around. The students were happily shot, promised to study with zeal, because they believed that their Lord would really lead them through power. But Lord looked strictly and explained that he would teach not only the battle technique, but the ability to stand alone. Student View shuddered from horror when the task of mastering the art of lonely battle was performed as a sentence. The cold sweat was at the head of the second student. The awareness of the requirements of the mentor fell on him weighing a stone plate. The barely noticeable smile of the master made them tremble, because he explained that the tactics makes the blade stronger than the cheese power. Gathering the band, the manager declared a single resistance lesson against the three masters, and the students' eyes were lit with admiration. To start training, the mentor placed 3 wards in a tight ring, showing a strange environment. Underly and obediently they took positions, and Coney was ordered to arm themselves and raise a rack in front of the avalanche of attacks. The command voice synchronized their breath. The blue glow broke around. The hair got up under the spiritual wave. The platform swelled as if wrapped in a flame. Everyone splashed into the space. The master stood in the center of the steadfast nucleus of the storm. Conjugate with extended eyes, overwhelmed fear and reverence before the power that exceeded human understanding. Grimmondir announced the name of the reception of the dragon's night cry, ordered to engrave it as a new border of combat path. Biryuzova aura spilled over the roofs, wrapping the buildings with a transparent haze, and the students silently confirmed the unconditional obedience. The sun rose above the mountains, shedding rays on curved roofs of the palace. The day confidently entered the rite of residence. Svitanel's silence cut the alarming call of a servant who drove the young owner to a new choice and an unknown destiny. In the room, the young man tasted morning coffee when an elected servant brought news about the night exploits of a thunderstorm dragon. The pear cloud rose over the cup, and the surprised host delayed the breath before the scale of what was said. The servant explained that the warriors trained without stopping all night. Pale faces were reminiscent of shadows that constantly follow the leader. The lazy train and the soft smile of the young man spoke pride. Student perseverance pleased him even more than his own successes. The symmetry of the palace yards opened behind the walls. The city moved in the rhythm, obeying the invisible metronus. Hack dawn struck a pillar so that the dust danced in rays. The deck of a tree exfoliated in the hearts of comrades. The rhythm of training grew. Every blow was a step towards strength and recognition. A future battle was born in the root of the pillars. Student bodies strained to the limit. The views sparkled with determination. The desire to prove their own weight burned bright. The warrior's face was flooded when he acknowledged that the flow was not listening. Doubt threw a long shadow on the heart. The exhausted conjunction was barely moving forward. Every muscle struck pain, but the spirit stubbornly clung to the idea of progress. The brother fell on his knees. The sky was turning in front of his eyes. The body begged for a break. The words about lightness sounded empty. Silence was torn apart. A vesty that had a sentence of weakness and blood in the veins of the students scored faster. Delivery of the mentor radiated a cold rating. The students froze. Confidence instantly changed with trembling. Consumer, squeezing a wooden sword, pleaded guilt, because theoretical knowledge did not conquer a strict reality. The mentor voice called for uniform breathing and movement intact. Simple words unfolded a new philosophy of battle. The wicked smile of the master announced the birth of a bold idea. In the pupil shimmer spark of the plan that promised to turn the workout turnover. The students were shocked from what they felt on themselves, as if invisible shackles were shaking the body, and it was only the beginning. Young Lord lifted his finger up with a cunning glitter in his eyes, hinting that ahead of them awaits a little even more interesting. His words forced their faces to swallow. Thoughts rushed between fear and panic. Everyone was waiting for the worst. Under his feet, a blue river shone like a mirror that had not yet been reflected in what had to happen. Looking down, they were numb. Their faces were covered with sweat. Their mouths remained open from shock. The students came to the edge of the river, staring at the water, not understanding what exactly awaits them. Lord's pleasure came behind, and with a wicked glitter in his gaze, stressed that it is the danger that makes the body act correctly. One of the students mentioned with horror that it was still cold outside, and the other noticed a thin layer of ice on the water, but the mentor did not pay attention to it. Without any doubt, he pushed his first student into the water, explaining that that is why he gave them heavy metal chains. Turning to the rest, he suggested a choice: to jump for himself or to wait for a push. The students gathered will in a fist and rushed into the ice water, realizing that there was no other way out. Heavy chains pulled to the bottom. The cold was shaking the bodies, and the surface of the river became unattainable. Above the water heard the voice of the mentor who ordered the storage of the rack, and the students with closed eyes stood still. Conjunction suddenly looked up and noticed in the water a flash that moved the surface. On the shore, a young host was ungloved with a sword on the water, demanding that they catch energy and pushes themselves. He was barely breathing from continuous blows. His face was filled with sweat. The body was shaking from tension. The sword in the hands was lowered down, but the voice remained firm, demanding to keep the shape. Look darkened. His voice was a question whether they are really going to die just sitting in the water. A wave of blue energy escaped from the depths of the reservoir, by wrapping the shore and filling the space around. The rage fully swept the hostess. The eyes were blazing. He stated that it would be better to destroy them than let them die from someone else's hand. Walking through the sword, he cut the air. His energy rose around, promising death to those who could not stand. The servant froze from the shock. His face shone from sweat, and the thought was spinning that his master became even faster. Lord again hit the water with all power, and the space around seemed to crack under pressure of his energy. Eventually the student's body pulled ashore. They are worn, exhausted, coughing, trying to breathe in the air. Water flowed from the mouth. The lungs burned from the lack of oxygen. Everyone barely kept on their feet. Before Konani, the mentor's feet appeared, whose voice was calm, but in the eyes burned confidence. With a weak hope, he got up and asked if they were able to go through that stage. Lord dropped nearby, smiled cunningly, as if reading thoughts, and asked if they had a sense of unity with energy. Without giving time to the answer, he threw them again in the water. The icy wind slammed on the skin, cries flew the sky. Evening slowly woke up behind the clouds. A soft light that heralded a restless new day was playing on the horizon. Under the purple sky, the ancient tower stands with a silent guard. The leaves whispers, and the night closes in the walls of unsolved secrets. Sun rays pour the roof of a large temple. Cleanliness and hidden energy pulse in every polished stone. The trinity of horses rushes with a frantic gallop. Dust rises pillars. Hooves rock like a distant thunder before an important event. The carriage cuts the forest shadow. Wheels roar. White foam on the muzzles of horses testifies to the urgency of the trip. Konyuk sharply pulls the carts near the gate. The horses become stubs, the pavement ringing. The guards are intensely meeting the unexpected visitor. The guard unfolds the scroll. The eyes expand. The honorary guest is recognized. The latches are glowing open without unnecessary questions. Servants' fussy yards, dishes shine, drinks are cold. The air buzzes with a festive anxiety before a solemn reception. The decisive hand squeezes the sword's hand. Silence splits tension. The inevitable conflict fades in one breath. Lord stands as if stretched bowstrings. Fingers squeeze the guard, eyes flashing the heat of hidden readiness to blow. The blade snaps from the vagina with a whistle. The metal is coldly flickering, reflecting the shaking of the torches on the walls. In the room, thick silence. The harsh look of the ruler pierces the servant. The dumb demand of the answer hangs in the air. A dark-haired servant in an equal tone reports on completed preparation. Peace in voice hides vigilance. The owner nods approvingly, and the servant carefully offers to regroup the security in the banquet hall for greater security. The hand lies on the temple. Awareness of danger makes it natural to not evoke suspicion of the head of the family. The servant breaks the topic of unpredictable CO whose presence can complicate the ceremony. Steel look determines the decisions to keep the inflammatory warrior away from the holiday hall. The subordinate bows low. Humiliation glows in the eyes. Responsibility lies on his shoulders of languages. The lord's lips shrink. A trembling breath gathers determination before another step in a confused game of forces. A sharp gesture indicates direction. The servant silently moves the corridor. The tension of inevitable changes compresses air. An unfamiliar face under a white and black mask shines with icy eyes. A plate with a title gives it a noble thread in it. The assistant in the same mask reports full readiness and calls for going. The mission does not tolerate delay. A detachment of silent shadows is lining up in dusk. Swords directed forward. Joint breathing prepares a single decisive movement. Under the mask, a powerful look flashes. The hand rises in a commanding gesture. From this moment begins the course that will change the fate of many. In the hall there is a sublime atmosphere. The tables are completely filled. The ringing laughter and the solemn gestures create a feeling of a great event. Young Lord is amazed by the crowd, and the servant meanwhile eats hard. The scale of the holiday exceeded their ideas. The fingers point to the crowd where the head of the thunderstorm is visible among the guests. Even those who usually ignore such events arrived. The expression of the young changes. The curiosity awakens the focus, as if something does not give rest in this lush bustle. The conversation is about elders and descendants. Some are swaying, others suffocate in their own ambitions, and the holiday begins to crack at the seams. Lord Chu's interested in the number of guests, and the servant answers calmly. Everyone who is supposed to come, already here. Between the pieces of food, the young man in passing remembers Sarima, Tejun, and Mudan, as if these names had no meaning. The servant shrugs his shoulders without realizing the absence of these persons, because he has never seen them in real life. In the memory of the young man, the image of a man who remembered as a family was greeting even from the emperor. But now the authorities disappeared. His hand stretches to the chicken, one thing in his head, when it all will finally start. The servant gladly claps in the palm of his hand, promising that it will start, and the young lord enthusiastically bursts into the dish. The door appears in the eye bandage, proud posture, sophisticated outfit, and silence that is surprised. Accompanied by the guards, he descends the stairs. Every step echoes the authorities, every look attracted to him. Lords jokingly shows the thumb without hiding the irony, although in his eyes the respect is still visible. The head occupies an honorable place slowly, with a grandeur that does not need words, after which the celebration is officially gaining momentum. A light smile appears on the head of the chapter when he talks about a difficult way that, in the way he was overcome, he is approached by one of the guests and with a smile greeting, hiding fatigue by polite words. The guest tells of a 3-month journey and meeting with bandits, adding that all things were completed without difficulty. The chapter nods and raises his hand, confirming that all efforts are known and worthy of thanks, and the guest is leaning in gratitude. Between the narrow red buildings, the lanterns illuminate darkness, and behind the festive showcase already lies the shadow of new threats. Lord with loose hair yawns loudly, without hiding even before honorary guests, causing surprise to the servant. With his head laid on his hand, he sluggishly asks for other entertain. His gaze plunges into the void. He becomes unbearably boring. Only one thing in thoughts. Now something exciting is happening now. Suddenly the head of the cult is raised, spreads with his hands, and declares that their efforts are unforgettable, and the family's legacy reaches a millennium. All at the tables listen to a solemn speech in which stabilization in the region and global ambitions of the family. The chapter lifts a glass, smiles, and calls for a drink for the future of their home. His look is suddenly darkening. The bandage on the eye adds anxiety. Facial expression becomes alert. The hand is compressed into a fist. The veins are tense. The muscles tremble. It boils something heavy and invisible. The servant Hunpek does not stand up and unexpectedly interrupts the speech, from which the hall fades. He declares that the heart hurts, unable to hold the glass, and the head in full shock from such an unexpected explosion. The hall was agitated. The guests looked around and whispering without understanding the causes of a sudden occasion. The elderly rose up, exploded with indignation, and demanded order. His anger filled all the space. Hunpek remained unremarkable, silently watching the stage and waiting for further development. The head of the clan grabbed a chair with both hands, lifted over his head. His eyes flashed with danger. A wooden chair flew into wreckage, chips rolled like sparks of irritation. The burning view of the leader spoke rage for a broken speech. The air was thickened from aggression. Another elder slept from shock without hiding their own indignation with an unexpected little threat. Guests kept breathing. Everyone was waiting for a further step in a dangerous game of honor. Hunpek was rushed that without a chair, it is easier to continue, and calmly picked up the previous thought. One of the older owners exploded and demanded silence, breaking breath in his own voice. The gesture of the head immediately stopped the noise. Two opponents met the views. Sparks flew between them. A cold tone recalled the symbolism of a broken chair, forcing an elder to think about one's own boldness. The leader added that disagreement will be discussed after a feast in a separate hall, hinting at serious consequences. The head of the chapter confidently thundered at the floor, marking the rotary moment and punishing the hall with tense silence. The leader's brother was holding a look at the eldest, the face of the stone, the inner forces compressed into the knot of action. The elder Hunpek rose up, saying that he should say important. The voice trembled from the passionate passion. He recalled that once their genus was among the 5 strongest, and now was under a constant threat. The tables were whispering. Some of the guests spoke of envy. Others saw the obvious decline of glory. Peck proclaimed that softness and indecision threw the clan into the abyss. Kindness without power became ashes. Standing on raising, he passionately accused the leader of inaction, shocking present. The head rose slowly and restrained anger, asking for true motives of loud accusations. Peck continued by proclaiming that the leader is unworthy of the title and not worthy to carry the name of Murum. Brother of the head, eyes opened from an unexpected blow to family honor. The hall was filled with anxious whisper. Many could not believe in open power call. Young Lord watched calmly as if predicting a solution while the servant trembled with fear. The young man's gaze glowed with cold confidence, realizing that the expected storm finally began. Peck clenched his fist, declaring that once and for all he would destroy the enemies and protect the clan from danger. He cast a passionate look at the hall, calling like-minded people to rise and support him. Most guests rose by shouting consent. A wave of support stirred the banquet hall. A few bravers joined and demanded an immediate change of leader. The open rebellion was no longer hidden by etiquette. Old opponent trembled from shock, aware of the scale of the uprising and pointing a finger on the rebels. Another elder tried to balance the situation, reminding that the words of Peck may contain a bitter truth. Two men with sadness proclaimed that the clan should be reborn. Their voices trembled. They got next to the Poku, calling to change the head. The leader ordered to stop and not cross the boundaries. The head of the head was full. Hun Peck met him with a wicked smile, making a choice between voluntary retreat and forceful removal. The only eye of the head broke out by icy determination, as if a dumb call to all present. The inevitable changes are already stepping up the hall. Hun Peck's assistant stretched his sword and stared at the opponents that promised only one thing: blood. His eyes were burning hatred, and other associates were already reducing blades in a battle rack ready for battle. The head of the clan was frozen in shock, and his faithful army immediately became a shield around him, pulling his swords. In his look, a deep surprise was read, as it happened that native blood was preparing for battle with each other. The elder stood firmly, with eyes full of rage. But a barely noticeable smile, he said that it was the choice of the head itself. According to his command, the army of Hun Peck removed his swords, creating an atmosphere of inevitable battle around him. They surrounded several frightened heads of the head who did not believe that they would see betrayal so close. The head did not hold back anger. Sweat was running face. He screamed to grab the traitors until it was late. At the signal, the army rushed forward, faces distorted in rage. Every stroke of the sword brought a bloody junction. One of the warriors shouted an ultimatum to opponents: put their weapons or take death. The young man watched everything in shock. His pupils expanded twice from what he saw. The blade of one of the warriors shone fresh blood, and fear gripped the heart of a guy who was not waiting for a real massacre. He was approached by a graceful with a sarcasm, pity. But he was only trembling without understanding why he was substituted. He froze in the rack, clamping the sword in his hands, not capable of either motion or word. Before him lay a breathless enemy that fell from his hand like a fated fire. In the center of the hall, the warrior proclaimed that he had to fulfill the moral duty, and the blood was pouring in the chaos of battle. One of the older brothers of the chapter could not believe his eyes. Some people went to the side of the rebel. The shock covered both the head and his allies. Their faces froze in anxiety and betrayal. The banquet hall turned into a bloody battlefield where the cries were heard and the blades did not know the mercy. Head, with a plea and a glance, turned to his brother, but the answer in the form of a smile just deepened his horror. He grabbed the sword with both hands, pointing that the time is all inevitable. The blade was pulled completely and directed at brother, hinting that roads back no longer exist. In the gloomy look of the elder shone cruelty. He announced that only one would survive. The head stared at the only eye at the enemy, knowing that he had already crossed the border. The servant of the young mistress grabbed her head and screamed from despair, without believing in what was happening. The young host was sitting coldly, as if he had ever seen in his thoughts. Meanwhile, the students were waiting in silence behind the walls. The time seemed to stop, but the minutes flowed in hours. One of them pulled the body. It wandered away from expectation, but the order is the order. Consumer sat quietly, focused. Eyes said that the will of the owner was not discussed. And suddenly through the wall, a cry of killing everyone who resists. Those words made his heart squeeze. The brother pulled on the roof and staring at the chaos under the roof, not realizing why such a whole roar rolls from below. Inside the banquet hall boiled bloody clashes. Blades cut the air, and the cries were jamming music and laughter. The guy conveyed the news of Kokni, and he realized that the events were going predicted by the young mistress. With the cold look of Kokni recognized the beginning of the rebellion, although the confused students did not understand the hidden content of his words. He recalled that the main task is the safety of the mentor, and everyone should act for the sake of this purpose. The detachment rallied and prepared to go through the rally to find the young mistress in the battle. However, the path blocked the whole fence from the swords, and the students were numb from the unexpected. The enemy guard was lined up ahead, demanding not to take a step, threatening immediate massacre. Conveniently recognized the fans of the rebels, and the brothers alarmingly looked at. The guards answered that this was not betrayal, but the beginning of the revolution of the ripe. One student flashed a rage that was outraged by the loud words flying from strangers. Another supported him and called the enemies of the enemies cheap, not worth the silver or the blood of the blood. Conflict urged to avoid brother-in-law, but but acknowledged that retreat would mean the death of a young hostess. His appeal caused laughter at enemies. They refused to concede even a step. The commander of the rebels contemptuously denied that he does not consider students to be members of their large family. Image ignited the conjunction. In the eyes, the rage was ready to break out. With weapons alert, he rushed forward, deciding that after such an image of the mercy will not. The leader of the enemies met the blow, boldly challenging and claiming that the power does not make them more significant. The swords collided by exploding with sound like thunder. The flash of light almost blinded the soldiers. They were cut mercilessly, the views full of hatred. Everyone rushed to prove their own advantage. Meanwhile, in the hall, a fierce slaughterhouse lasted. The blades were flashing. A drop was a drop of blood. One warrior, wounded and losing resistance, flew up as if the bullet was released by the wind. Body scrapes swept the hall until the forces completely left him. Behind the back already stood the elder of the Peck, the only movement of air, and the blade paved the road through the pulp, wrapping the room with a creepy silence. The wounded fell, whispered the question, but the elder looked calmly, his heart his stone. From the sword of Peck, a drop of blood flowed. He justified the service of duty and ancient oaths. He indifferently explained that justice is not always soft, but humility of someone else's fear is not for him. Suddenly he called his voice, and the elder turned, feeling the approach of a new blow. He was flew to him by the head of the clan. In his gaze burned the boundless thirst for revenge and bloody determination. There is no regret in the only eye of the leader, only a cold desire to erase his brother from the face of the earth. The final clash was inevitable. He was mowing like lightning, ready to hit ruthlessly and with inevitable justice. The elder was not confused by seeing the attack of the head. His body broke out with energy, releasing incredible power. In the center of the hall, surrounded by eagles of magic, their views were burning rage, and this clash had to decide the fate of the entire clan. Slooned with orange flashes, Tan squeezed his fist and rushed forward. Every movement was imbued with determination and rage. The head did not have time to respond. Shock was frozen on the face, and the magical glow just started to flash, but it was already too late. The explosion of light flew the space. The wave of force flew all the way, determining the result of the battle. The roar of the explosion absorbed all around. Soldiers, walls, and hopes disappeared in a bright glow. The crowd engulfed panic. Meanwhile, on the street among chaos, one of the students raised their heads without believing their eyes. Behind his back lay a fallen army, and the disciples of the mistress stood calmly, not even using all the power. Coney only scornfully commented his stupidity. One accurate blow instantly pierced the air and hit the enemy. He did not even have time to react. With his mouth open and his eyes, the wounded fighter fell without understanding how everything happened. His opponent looked cold and indifferent. They trained while others were resting, putting life on the map. One of the allies acknowledged that it would be harder, but this victory was surprisingly easy. Another brother proudly noted that they became stronger, while the comrades still comprehended the battle. Consumer's triumph interrupted, reminding that it is not time to rejoice. You need to find a young mistress. In the hall continued a fight. The sword cut air and fell on the face of the enemy, leaving the outbreak of blood. Another soldier suffered the same blow. Face skewed, scream broke from depth. The sword rejected the enemy into the air. He lost balance and had no strength to fight. A senior warrior with a wild cry called them traitors. In his gaze, a helpless rage was raging. The striker with a cold smile answered that it would not be easy. The sword was already alert, and suddenly a new fighter with a bow in his hand appeared from heaven, flying down the determination. The mighty wooden stamp cut the air with a whistle. The blow was to become fatal. The guard's face froze with fear. Staff hit him. The body flew up, not even shouting. Present in the hall, numb, shock and panic seized everyone because they saw beyond the idea. Young Lord, with a slight surprise, watched everything and with a sarcastic expression said that the elders were stinging like worms. Time for comments passed. All the warriors rushed forward to grasp the young owner, rapidly surrounded by his like a predatory flock, but he's not broken yet. The expression of the young man's face remained calm and focused, as if every next step had long been provided by him. Lightning movement, and a stick is squeezed from the hands of a young owner. Each of his maneuver is accurate and sure that the attacker does not have time to realize the threat. A powerful blow stops the enemy. His jaws lock in pain, his eyes burned with anger, but forces leave his body. A bold jump and a stroke with a stick scatter enemies on the sides. Everyone falls like a puppet without control. One of the soldiers squeezes weapons with burning eyes, seeking revenge for a friend. His anger is mixed with despair. But the guy meets him with a smile. A stick in his hands moves gracefully as if he dances among the battle. And at the same moment, a stick with a deaf sound crashes into the face of the enemy. The drops of blood fly in the air. Another attacker tries to attack but also gets a blow to the face without having time to react. One by one, the attackers fall. The young owner demonstrates incredible skill by dumping a whole army. His blows are precise and ruthless. Another stick hit the forehead next warrior who did not even have time to protect himself. The enemy's face is skewed from pain. From the mouth flies saliva, and it falls to the ground from a powerful blow. The stick remains lowered down. The blood of the vanquished flows on it, creating a spooky silence after a battle. Under the night sky, a young man stands in gorgeous clothes, confidently and boldly asking whether all that they are capable of. The strongest warriors in the hall were silently frozen from shock. Not believing in the power of the young owner seen, one of the leaders in rage and fear broke out on a cry, ordered to kill the owner to death so that no one stays alive. But suddenly his eyes climbed up and the expression of horror frozen on his face. He felt that his end came. The young master flies into the air, illuminated by nightlight. A stick in his hand shines like a punishment. An enemy in panic watches this inevitable fall. The hero hung in the air of a lightning before the blow of the army below was frozen in a panic helplessly. Before his advantage, the frame is pierced. The gaze of the young mistress glowed with energy that broke out as if the determination materialized in his eyes. His stick was covered by magic, from which the air trembling around the charge promised a storm. He flew from the sky like a Kara A below. Enemies trembled with horror, unable to take the eye tension reached a peak. The blow explodes as lightning cutting enemies. Energy is a sinking rows of soldiers falling in chaos without having time to understand what happened. The space around is torn from the force of impact. Fragments fly everywhere. Warriors close their hands without believing that one guy was able to break the whole army, their faces frozen in surprise. Among the smoke and the dust, Hero understood that he would not stand the look, serious and exhausted, silently looking for a way out. His eyes focused on the stick of the last ally in this hell, where the shine of determination did not go out. Looking at worn weapons, Guy realized that there was almost no time left, and only needed a chance to win a minute before the arrival. In the darkness, his smile appeared calm, dangerous. He already knew how to play further, and he wrote new rules. The warrior faded by fear. He realized that the trap was not injured by a guy, but the beginning of a disaster. One blow and the enemy flies into the air as a shell. Blood flies all the way. The bleeding enemy fell at his feet unconscious and defeated, unable to fight anymore. A young man was surprised to look at him, realizing that with a hostile army already ended. The stick cracked in his hand. Thoughts were spinning around the true threat of the power that could unite the enemies. A tense look captured the danger of Vaughn broke out of the sound wave of the next attack. The hero gets a strong blow and falls face to the ground, squeezing a stick. Traces of force vibrate around. Shaking hands, he raised on his feet, looked determined. He had no right to fall finally. With every attack, the young man only tightly kept his eyes burning. Anger and movements did not let himself be broken. Among the brow of blows, it acts with superhuman faces, accuracy concentrated. Every movement reflects the attack. Energy flies around. In an instant, the boy's gaze changes. His eyes' extended hand instinctively rises as if he saw something. Among the smoke, he rubs his nape with his stick. Anger from spoiled clothing squeezes jaw. Look sharply breaks away. The guy sees something not waiting, and in it wakes anxiety. From the fog comes a chunky warrior with a sword in his hand, figure of a formidable language of the embodiment of battle. The young man immediately realized that this leader in the clash would be a cruel heart, felt dangerous. Glover was a giant and terrifying, one eye closed with a scar's look. Heavy, he looked at the guy without understanding how he could spread the army. His words promised mercy in the event of surrender, but the young man just looked at the stick and realized that he was freed from the burden. He calmly throws a stick on the floor with understanding that this fragment of a tree has completed his mission. In smoke, Guy already holds an iron weapon posture. Unwavering atmosphere is tense. He is ready for a new battle. The guy rang up the staff up, the look focused and cold, and it was reading disregard for the enemy. The head of the army was confidently standing opposite, not yet guessing what waited for further. He threw a mockery, saying the chosen whip, instead of gingerbread. But the young man kept calm, looking at his sword that cut the sky. He kept the sword with both hands, getting ready for attack, and the guy recognized in the technique of the Changong army style. His smile betrayed his memories, repeatedly entertained training with the king himself. Head broke out of place by directing the strength to the guy, hoping to knock him in one blow. But the young man stood unwaveringly, in his eyes burning confidence. He was ready. The warrior rushed at him as a wild beast, full of fierce and still. He fell with a deft blow to the ground, rejected with a powerful stroke of the staff. The leader of the army looked at the guy with hatred, realizing that the forces are not equal. The young man quietly held the sword on his shoulders, explaining that the matter is not in force, but in technique. Words struck the enemy too quickly for a sword of 9 souls, and too much for thunder, 13 lightning. The lowered head of the enemy hid in the shadow from the staff dug a dark energy he could not understand, as a young man created a new technique not reaching and 20. The guy leaned closer, his eyes burning, his smile provoked asking whether scared. These words just ignited the enemy's anger. He didn't understand why this young man is so bragged, but underestimated his guy with roar rushed forward with the air cut the air with a sword. His look remained calmly determined and accurate. Attack was lightning blue energy waves cut the space and opponent did not have time to react. And he gathered forces and squeezed the sword with all his will to prepare for a counterattack. A powerful push exploded into the floor. Earth cracked, the guy broke away from her with an explosive force. Enemy's eyes expanded from shock. He did not expect such a rapid offensive. The young man was lightly approaching the enemy, stared at the face of death. He barely had time to think about the guy's wickedness, as got a blow to the full power. The hero turned with a scornful smile. His gaze spoke more than words. The opponent did not have time to react by the young man circling around, sparkling with an unspeakable force. One jerk left. The burst of energy by the guy's movement became decisive. The enemy stood a broken and blocked, shouting himself for defeat. He fell on the knees where the final blow knew that the guy did not even use all the power. The young man smiled with confidence, hinting that not all young people are the same. He stood over a fallen enemy as a court enemy seemed helpless, and subordinates watched shocked. In the banquet hall, panic erupted. All were stunned, and could not believe that the young lord won. The army leader from the family of Osgun. One of the warriors lifted the sword over his head, attracting attention. Seemed to be preparing to declare something important. Widely outlined his mouth, he exclaimed that the young host destroyed the head of the army himself. His supporters exploded with joy. Shouts filled the space because the main enemy fell, and other warriors froze in a panic without understanding what to do further, because the situation has changed dramatically. One of them turned to the hall and opened his mouth, called the guy's name that broke their resistance. Pointing to him with a finger with a malice in his eyes, he said that if you grasp the guy, all again on their side. Inspired by this, warriors rushed to the guy ready to execute the order to kill. But he stood still, and confidently with a slight smile on his face seemed to mock the enemies. And suddenly, just in the eyes of the enemies began to fly their brothers, though no one has come close to the target. In the night sky appeared a student of a young hostess, like a wild boar of a couple torn out of nostrils. The look of a burning. Despite fear, one of the warriors ordered not to panic because the opponent was only one. But at the same moment, another student flew rapidly from the sky directly at him. The enemy just managed to expand his eyes. He landed in front of him. Blue energy exploded around, covering all. The warrior froze in fear. On his face appeared drops of sweat. He no longer understood what was going around. The newly arrived student stood quietly and confidently, the energy pulled around his figure. Meanwhile, the whole team gathered behind the boy's back and asked if everything was fine with him. He smiled, answering that they always appear as if heroes from favorite stories. His words were addressed to his comrades, who listened seriously and focused. With the cold in the look, he said that it was time to destroy all traitors. His team did not hesitate and rushed into battle by ordering with fanatical determination. The bloody battle began on the swords. Opponents flew in different directions from the strokes of formidable warriors. Elder Hunpek, together with the leader of the cult, watched the battle without understanding what is happening. The expression of the elder's face was filled with rage he could not grasp as a warrior who was trusting the most. The leader of the cult looked silently at the guy struck as he exceeds all expectations every time. He turned to the elder, offering to surrender because if the emperor intervened. But Face laughed with annoyance, did not believe that the warrior was the last trump card. And the face of a cult leader changed sharply when he turned and saw something unthinkable. Before him lay the emperor, killed and filled with blood. They looked at the body of the emperor without believing the eyes, realizing that both of their defenders were already dead. The elder Hunpek, with an icy look, stated that his brother was late and no longer had a chance to change the sentence. The heavy foot of a stranger stepped simply on the bloody crown of the emperor, mockingly noting that the resistance was stubborn than the hell expected. Before the surprised eyes, a person in the mask, behind whose back stood a whole row of silent warriors. He claimed that he had observed his word. The head of the clan, covered by horror, did not understand the unexpected development. Every warrior in the mask emitted dangerous energy. The skill of their order was dropped on the phantoms of the battle. Elder Peck returned to his older brother, advising not to surprise the future surprises. A bold smile lay on his face. 10 years, plans are still holding hidden cards in the sleeve. Rage and misunderstanding flashed in the only eye of the chapter. The bitterness of brotherly betrayal was felt. A determined leader stood ahead of the surviving warriors, realizing that those who were a support of the house now turned the threat. An experienced fighter came out of the ranks. Another detachment appeared in the shadows in black. The eyes were burning as if in night ghosts. Their posture breathed the accuracy of the blow. A mysterious man in a mask threw out an ultimatum. Death or surrender. His voice was the rest of the hungry predator. Emotions broke through. The voice of the head shuddered with pain and anger. The house of us Huns struck under the pressure of our own blood. Peck mockingly called this path madness. A former ally turned into a fanatic that ignites the abyss. The head of the head was convincing the hand of the sword. The betrayal of the native root seemed the only rescue of the house. Two brothers came together in the darkness of broken slabs. Their words competed in the right to determine the truth among the ruins. Peck's gaze glittered with a cold disdain, confirming his belief in the talent of his brother on the throne. The rolled cry of the head rolled up the hall. The name of the brother escaped with mixed pain and a thirst for paying. The enemies stuck forward, but the striking scope of the sword lifted them into the air. The space was filled with broken silhouettes. Among the chaos of the head circled with a deadly whirlwind, rubbing anyone who dared to get closer. In combat pressure, he proclaimed the curse to all opponents. Enemies flew like straw dolls. On his face blossomed a sinister smile. Every blow fell exactly and ruthlessly, turning the hall into a meat grinder. The only harsh movement sword squeezed out of the vagina, the eye was burning with determination. Every future blow promised death. Behind was Peck. Confident steps deftly echoed. For him, opponents were only empty shadows. The attempted from behind his brother became a point of non-return. It was necessary to put an end to this drama. Sudden sense of danger changed the stone expression of Peck. The look flashed with an unexpected anxious light. The lightning sword intercepted the flying object from above. The spark flash broke the darkness. The reflected blade was plunging into the ground. Peck was puzzled on an unknown sword that almost took him his life. On the opposite side of the hall surrendered a young host, holding a weapon on his shoulders and throwing a cheeky greeting. The expression of Peck's face darkened with anger and surprise. A new clash was ripe between young rebellious and experienced conspirator. In the floor, a sword protruded, the same who almost destroyed the head of Peck, the uncle of the young mistress. The guy's hands squeezed the sword's arms with a strain, as if every moment could turn into a clash. From the face of the elder splashed unbridled rage. He looked at the young man with a disgust, full of hatred. The guy stood calmly, reproaching whether a worthy relative was attacking a thumb, not face to face. Under the starry sky, both silently exchanged views, every word stretched like bow. A moment, and the calm face of the young man turned into an icy mask of confidence and harshness. The hand rises up with the sword. In the air there is a threat of action that will change everything. The look is full of anger. The sword is alert. The guy does not intend to forgive. The blood of the kind for him is not a reason for mercy. The young man's words were pierced by the elder. As if a blade, shock and humiliation were cut from the inside. Lord stands boldly. The smile does not get out of his mouth. He is ready to challenge even blood. On the face is an ominous shadow. Each phrase sounds like the last sentence, without a hint of reconciliation. The eyes of the elders burn the rage. The jaws shrink. He sees not a nephew, but a threat to honor. His army is panic. The screams of anxiety rise to the sky. The warriors rush forward for the sole purpose of destroying. One of the attackers breaks out of place, shouting about the retribution, but only ignites the chaos flames. In the next moment, the whole army fades. The invisible fear that cuts the air stops every step. Arrows fly from the sky like a heavenly court, piercing rows, sending death into every movement. One of the arrows pierces the warrior in the face, tearing the cheek. Death comes unexpectedly and painfully. In a few seconds, the earth is covered with bodies. Arrows stick out of the dead, and the Lord silently contemplates the bloody result. The man in the mask stands confused, not understanding where this punishment came from. The sergeant has confusedly opened his mouth, his eyes extended. All this does not fit into his understanding. The look directed up. Where in the dark does the incomprehensible force hangs? What was it? On the roofs of buildings there was an army with erected bows, like shadows, ready for a new volley. The solid sea of soldiers covered every roof, a wave behind a wave moving on a hostile camp. The 100,000 army with flags and swords. They were mercenaries or soldiers, but for the sole purpose. They are fearlessly stepping forward despite the obstacles, but no one understands why 10 factions have merged here. One of the warriors exclaims that they heard about the crisis in the Gon family and came to support her head. These words knock down the pestle from the panther. Despair and anger cover him. Everything flies. Lord watches and smiles. A receipt that seemed formality has brought unexpected power. The sergeant grabs for the last hope, turning to the ally in the mask. Enemies. They will not cope. But he still cannot understand why the 10 most powerful factions have decided to intervene in this battle. The man in the mask was frozen in the stupor, because no such unexpected turn was waiting for. Representatives of 10 factions were in front of the head, and a bitter implication of the inevitable duty was read behind the decisive faces. The smiles of the head of the clan and the hostess expressed relief, because the new forces became an unexpected advantage in the future conflict. In the dark, there was a group of ruthless warriors ready to die for a secret that could not be allowed to open. The air voltage was squeezing the breast, because the situation was out of control, and each subsequent step could be fatal. The elder Peck looked forward and made the decision to stand to the end, even if he had to die right here. The person in the mask finally replied that it was such a position because a blow could wait behind his back. Mixed emotions shone in the eyes of Peck, but he still believed that there was a chance to escape the victory from the hands of fate. The enemy recognized the opponent's superiority, and although the fight would be difficult, he is ready to defend every step. All the hopes lay on the servants who stood in front, because the chaotic battle deprived the archers of the usual accuracy. The sword rose into the night sky, flashed in the light of the moon, and became a silent sign to action. The warrior's face twisted from rage, and the cry about the future victory rose into the darkness like a combat anthem. The figure in the red mantle was rushing forward, the cloak of majors behind his back, and every step heard like the last blow of the sentence. The hostess was in a hurry. His eyes were alarmingly running around. He had to help his father. But as soon as a figure appeared, his pupils expanded from the fear that had gone through the whole body. In front of him stood Hun Ren, a strong, cold traitor and senior heir. The enemy's look remained empty, without emotions. Only an old wound in the eyes and a complete willingness to finish the fight. Two stood opposite. One kept the sword with alert, and the other approached with a smile, rich in disdain. Anger and insults broke out in their eyes. The voice trembles from tension, but only weapons will decide. The enemy stood in a battle rack. His sword burned blue flames, and the body trembled with concentrated force. The warrior, who was in a hurry to help, slowly squeezed the sword, preparing for the battle where silence weighed more than words. In the air, there is a red cloak. The sword is already over his head, and the enemy is waiting for the moment of collision without moving. The gaze remains unchanged, confident and firm. Nothing frightens him, because this moment has long been foreseen. The swords came together in the outbreak. The explosion of energy cut the space when the will, anger, and unwavering determination. The battle for the throne began. The Black Army stands in a spooky silence. The eyes are burning red, and a person in a mask with a cry forbids anyone to get closer. Consumer with sarcasm evaluates the uniformity of hostile troops. In his voice disdain, every fighter seems to him a faceless shadow. Suddenly explosion and cry. The fighters are rapidly bursting into the enemy's bench, cutting the rows, and the protective line of the Black Army begins to shake. The eyes of the Coney are burning with cold cruelty. He is ready to fight without hesitation. His brothers destroy black warriors with incredible ease, scattering opponents. One of the fighters breaks forward and strikes with incredible accuracy. In his view, there is unbreakable determination. The flame palm cuts the air. Magical energy explodes outside, the moment he was preparing. The red cloak is fluttering in the air. The person in the mask rushes forward. Hands are burning. The goal is to destroy the head and to break the course of the battle. The head notices the attack. His eyes darken. It releases the flow of blue energy, which cuts the space with the hum, colliding with the fire. The blue beam lightly pierces the air and hit the fighter in red. His body is thrown back, but he does not seem. The head of the bandage on the eye is puzzled. He did not expect an opponent to withstand a blow. The voltage increases. Meanwhile, the fighter's hand flashes again. The fire in his palm is gaining power. This attack will be much more dangerous. A flame pillar flashes out of heaven. The red warrior attacks from above with devastating force. The head barely has time to defend himself. The sword closes the face of the chapter. The teeth are clenched. He cannot understand that the monster stands in front of him. His pupils narrow. The face is tense. Sparks fly around. It is preparing to take the last step. The elder of the FEC suddenly appears. In a decisive impulse, he rushes to the head. He looks around, not believing the eyes. The face of Peck is full of fierce. He recognizes the power of the head, but reveals that he specifically hid energy for this moment. They face in a fierce duel. The sparks fly, the shocks are faced. The atmosphere is buzzing from tension. Another opponent breaks into the swirl of events. The figure in red flies directly to the chapter, and his gaze is full of shock. The attacker's mask is shining. He is approaching rapidly. His eyes are cold. The blow is inevitable and accurate. Explosive acceleration. The attacker rushes at incredible speed. The fist cuts the space like a lightning strike. The flame hand faces resistance. The air explodes with light. The strength of both warriors faces the peak of tension. Like a thunder in the clear sky, a young lord appears. He flies through the sky, goes to his father. At a critical moment, the guy breaks into battle. His blow splits space like a storm that sweeps everything in the way. Landing, he asks if it is too much to attack 2-on-1. The opponent with the mask corresponds to calmly. The eyes in the mask are burning red. He looks at the guy and admits that he wanted to fight with him for a long time. Lord looks with the challenge. His words humiliate the technique of the enemy and calls the mask an outdated relic. The mask is fixed, but the enemy's eyes are extended. He does not understand where the young man knows about the forbidden martial art. The stunned enemy asks who this guy is. Panic is already breaking through a cold mask. The guy only sighs tired and indicates himself. In his voice, the irony, they say, is not clear. He is the heir to us Hun. The enemy swept the rage. He does not believe that the young man has mastered the forbidden art and wants to kill him to know the truth. But the guy calmly causes him to try. Lords loudly instructs his father to deal with his brother Carr, himself takes a man in a mask. But doubt about the look of the father gives the stress of the situation. The guy exclaims that if the body follows the spirit, then it will be easy. There is no fear in his voice, only determination. The father looks at his son with hope, but still asks whether he is confident in his abilities. Without a shadow of doubt, the young man states that he will handle himself, and the father should focus on his enemy. The air is already raging in the air. The father, looking at his brother, exclaims his son who trusts him. This is the moment of final choice. The PEO of the FEC is self-confident that only one thing is sorry. Today we'll have to get rid of 2 corpses of the rich. The head is quiet, but warns that it will not be easy. The brother is angry and begins to swing. Between them grows rage. Lord activates combat equipment. His body is covered by vortices of energy, movements bold, eyes glowing with confidence. The enemy with a burning fist is flying forward. His gaze is filled with fury. The movement is like a demon in the attack. The space cuts hundreds of gold rays. Powerful technique creates an energy trap that can stop any attack. The guy stands in the middle of an energy cage, smiling. His view is full of control. He is not afraid, but only calculates the course. The field flashes. The Lord releases magical daggers that tear the trap on the pieces. Its silhouette is calm, but tense. A smiling young man lifts weapons. Energy sparkles around. His eyes are burning. His face is concentrated. He is ready for a decisive blow. The opponent in red anger explodes, activating the technique. His hands are burning with orange fire. His face is distorted by hatred. The masked enemy takes off. There are giant burning hands around him, which reach the boy. The atmosphere is tense to the limit. The Lord keeps calm and uses the technique of lightning attack. Its silhouette split. It is rapidly approaching from different sides. The young man's face is sure. It moves chaotic, but for sure. It seems that he knows this technique better than the previous carrier. The masked enemy flies, scattering hands. Its movement is accompanied by a powerful energy that leaves a mark in the air. Towards the guy, the enemy strikes a burning hand. His eyes glow with red. In his gaze, the rage is uncovered. The Lord instantly activates the artifact. Blue lightning flashes around, a sign of protection or a corresponding counterattack. In the decisive collision, the enemy produces fire rings, while the guy directs a wave of blue power. Energy are faced in a bright explosion. A dazzling light explodes against the background of the roof. The blue flash breaks the space, flying through the waves of energy throughout the quarter. This is a result of a victorious blow. Young Lord stood motionless in the middle of smoke, which had not yet dispelled after the explosion. His silhouette stood out against the background of purple sky with the sword down. Calm confidence prevailed in silence. His strict look was directed directly at the enemy. His eyes did not click, only cold determination. The opponent in the mask stood in front of him without giving a single sign of defeat or surrender. The guy put the sword on his shoulder, pointed his finger, and showed that he chose the opponent. The masked man could not believe that the young man had even destroyed the spirit, and doubted that he would overcome the magic of higher rank blood. But a young man with a smile on his mouth stated that this enemy would have long been unconscious. He found out who he fought before the rebirth. His eyes were shone with blue flames. He remembered how the great king Changchachan cleared the spirits and magic of blood by the opposite technique. Squeezing the sword's hand, the guy confidently noted that he was having this technique, and therefore had no reason to lose. A confident look flashed with a new force. Even if the body is still weak, the right movement will be able to destroy this demon. The masked enemy squeezed his hands from rage. Who is he, this young man, and how do he know so many forbidden techniques? Washing his sword, the Lord reminded that his opponent made a fatal mistake, choosing the wrong target. The instant blow made the enemy retreat. The force of attack was such that he even swayed, but the masked one did not give up. He broke out with fiery energy and believed that the difference between them is too big to win the young man. The angry enemy releases a fire ray that flies to the hostess, trying to grasp him and break into pieces. The guy skillfully reflects the attack, cuts every ray, and does not give a flame to touch himself. But suddenly his legs are shaken, and he loses balance. The danger becomes real. Everything happens in a moment. The young man flies down. Is it an end? The masked opponent extends a hand covered by the flames to grasp the guy and end with him. Lord falls, not feeling under the feet of supports. He hung in space, on the border between defeat and death. The young man's face is distorted by fear. This time it is really close to the edge. The enemy still tries to grab him and laughs, they say. He can only shy away and shout. But the guy again finds the strength, grabs the sword, and rapidly breaks out of the trap. The voltage hangs in the air. The attacker expands his attack. Fire hands multiply and surround the young man, squeezing the space around. Lord, with fierce determination, realizes that he has no choice. If he wants to win, he should use the last technique. At the decisive moment, he throws the sword directly into the face of the enemy, recognizing that he was restraining because he thought he would die. The masked warrior burns with anger, the eyes emit fiery energy. He does not believe in the guy's words. With a surprise on his face, he does not understand what is happening, and the guy asks if he has the last words. The young man's fists cover the energy that flashes a shiny halo. The earth shudders from the force he releases. With his eyes closed, he orders his body to open the middle stream, the way to awaken true force. It connects with the heart, releasing the congenital energy through the mid-flow. It is a source of powerful power that is not like ordinary. The boy's eyes flashed in blue light. In their depth, the flow of incredible energy was erupted, ready to remove everything around. His body was so powerful that it seemed as if the elements themselves had stood up for a young warrior. Like an angry beast, he rushed again. The fog and smoke wrapped the field, and their eyes were burning the enemy. Blue energy cut off the space like a thunder in the night sky. His cry filled everything around the wave of Majeur. The opponent closed his face with his hands, not realizing that he destroys his protection and breaks his will. The panic look of the enemy wandered around. He could not understand what the guy had just done. He began to suspect the worst, that the young man hid true power all this time. One finger movement, and Lord indicates a sword, as if causing him to hand one order alone. The sword rises into the air, as if he obey invisible will, and hangs in the glow of energy. In the next moment, he was already in the hand of a guy who did not even shudder. Everything was under full control. His body burns with anger. The shadow waves cut the space, and the dazzling glow in the eyes turns into a deadly ray. The hair on the enemy's head became a stroke. Seeing went beyond the idea of possible. Trembling, he lifts his hands, feeling the fear that has shaken his whole body. The enemy still tried to gather a fiery force, hoping at least to stop the young man. The flow of flames flew to the guy, but he stood still, knowing that the enemy would no longer be able to impress him. The sweat and storm scattered the energy of the enemy in different directions. His figure emitted power and fighting. The enemy boils from rage. His eyes were burning with the fire of hatred, wishing only one, to kill a young enemy. He tried to grab him with a burning hand, and the powerful energy of the guy reliably protected him from all attacks. The hostess struck the space lightly. The earth shuddered when his power struck the enemy. The flow of blue energy hit the enemy at such a speed that even the sky responded with the hum of the battle. 1 second, and the enemy has already flew down, feeling nothing but emptiness under his feet. Only the remnants of its energy remained at the battlefield. There was no trace from the enemy. Everything around smoke. The wounded warrior lay on the floor coughing with pain. The mask is partially slipping out of the face. He was stunned and could not understand who this guy was. Blooded and exhausted, he lay on the earth, not believing that all this became a reality. The boy's foot was on his chest, pressing to the floor, forcing her to feel his defeat again. The enemy coughed hoarsely. He lacked the air, and in his eyes he froze the fear of the young man. With a decisive look, Lord said cold that looking at him, it would be time to stretch his legs. Lying in the blood, the enemy said that he was disturbing the person, although he did not explain who he was in mind. The guy looked at him with surprise. He did not understand who the enemy had just said, and that he lies in these words. The young man stands over the defeated enemy among the fog and the pagoda. The wounded whispers that the true goal of the arrival that is not the one who is in front of him. The boy's look is harsh and cold. There is a determination in the silence that hung in the air. He does not need words because the decision has already been made. The bloody opponent lies on the ground. His view is full of hatred. But his foot appears near his face, ready to strike another stroke. The enemy's eyes are expanded. Panic, pain, and despair mixed on the face. Cuts and blood create a feeling of complete hopelessness. Lord goes forward. There is a trace of water energy behind his back. Ears, clothes, and scratches testify to the price of victory. He stands with a satisfied smile in the fog behind his back, the ruins of the arena and the enemy overthrown. In his pose, the absolute advantage is red. Slowly sinks a hand wrapped in a blue flame. The aura of the force spins around, with the air. The body flashes with energy. The muscles are clear like stone. The eyes are surprised, but full of awareness. All the accumulated force has already been used. Under the light of the lantern, the guy sits curled up, sighing thoughtfully. His view was full of reflection on the weakness of his own body. Bloody spots are still shining on the dark floor. The poor memory of the battle is about pain, loss, and irreversibility. The elder FEC, with a shaking in his voice, recognizes the defeat. His shoulders are compressed in the eyes of bitterness. The brother orders him to throw a sword. Looking back with anxiety, the sergeant realizes that not everything is lost. If the troops manage to get, the battle has not yet been completed. The glitter in the eyes changes despair. Hope is rooted. It is only necessary to gather the remains of the army, and you can regain control. But suddenly he sees the clumps in front of him. The center of the explosion smokes, the earth is crushed, in the epicenter is a broken body. A masked warrior rises from the destroyed crater. Stunned, he cannot understand how he was defeated, having such force. The sergeant breaks into a cry. Everything is destroyed. Years of preparation, conspiracy, trust. Everything disappeared in a moment. Among the chaos sits the young man, smiling through fatigue. In his look, he shines. He destroyed a large plan on his own. The uncle of the young man, covered in rage, screams, accusing him of everything. If you cannot kill, at least it will not allow him to be taken away. He rushes forward like a scraped beast, with hatred in his eyes and death in his heart. Firmly squeezes the sword in his hand. His goal is to finish the guy, but the head appears behind his back. One blow, and the head of the elder is injured. He screams, and blood flows from the wound. The flurry of blows is then collapsed. They break the enemy without giving any chance of protection. In despair, the sergeant screams. The earth under it shudders, but his anger is only the last flash before falling. The head is silently watching. His look is cold, and the presence is felt like a sentence. The young man pushes back. In front of him lies the enemy, just overthrown. He did not expect such a turn. The father puts his hand on his son's shoulder, asking if everything is fine. Lord replies that he is truly worthy of the title of head. The head compresses his fist. His eyes flash. Anger from his son's words flashed suddenly. The young man instinctively closes his hands. On the face, the grimace of fear of the blow was frozen. But his father's hand slowly sinks on the boy's head. He does not understand. He still expected a blow. The head smiles. The son is still confused, but his father thanks him. Thanks to the boy, they manage to avoid catastrophe in the family. The father hugs his son, calling him the most expensive. But the boy does not like. He asks to stop hugs and to get order faster. The head smiles and agrees with the son, they say. It is time to do things that do not tolerate delay. The hand confidently squeezes the sword's arms. The golden patterns shine in the light. One movement, and there will be a team that will change everything. The sword rises to the sky, glittering in the night. The head solemnly demands the weapon. His posture radiates unwavering power. There are captives in front of the palace. They are on their knees with their heads lowered. The hands are tied. It is the end of the struggle, the moment of humility. A girl with a scratched face lowers her eyes. In her eyes mixed pain, shame, and bitterness. It is like a shadow of the events just survived. One of the men was justified, they say, acted for the family. But everyone understands. These words are delayed and will not change anything. Suddenly the elder explodes. His face is imbued with condemnation. He accuses traitors of greed and warns of reckoning. The faces of the perpetrators are pale by fear. The repentance will not save. The decision has already been made. The punishment will be according to the laws of the family. Above the palace clear sky, someone calls the young mistress. After the storm comes a new stage, the beginning of a new chapter. The young man looks at the arrivals. His words are short but accurate. The tension is still felt, but in the air no longer war, but peace and surprise. His companions breathe hard, sweaty and exhausted. They admit that they are not used to such meetings, though they heard about them. Consumer wipes sweat and smiles. He is grateful for the training that saved them, although he tries to hold back emotions. The camera is transferred to other people's feet that appeared in the hall. It is unclear who is, but its appearance causes tension. Lord asks for servants in masks. One replies that the leader is killed and the rest either escaped or committed with them. Convenus recognized that they were terrible people. But the guy notices something on the side. His gaze changes focused. The hall enters the senior ink. His steps are slow. The posture is confident in the look of disregard. Without words, with a slight movement of his hand, he nods as a sign of greeting, holding on top. The brother of the young mistress explodes with anger. He calls a deserter that appeared only after victory. Suddenly the servant interferes. He hurries that misunderstanding has occurred. Both stop the views on the dump. He calmly reports that all this time he fought with us, son John. It changes everything. Young Lord does not believe. His view studies his silent brother. The tone is no longer hostile, but still restrained. But emotions break through. He breaks down and pokes his brother in anger, indignant with his silence. The older brother does not answer, only slowly approaches and stretches his hands to the mistress. The guy looks with surprise. He does not understand what he thought. But the jerk just grabs him and hugs him firmly, squeezing his belt, not hiding his joy. The older brother smiles and praises him. But the Lord does not withstand such tenderness. On the face, a clear dissatisfaction. He repels his brother, grunts that he knows about his fatigue and deliberately holds him when he is gone. Governing annoyed, he called someone to help, even if you had to die, if they were taken away. The attendees watch this scene and sighed. They say, "What are the strong fraternal bonds?" But it is better to go until you were called on you. Under the bright sky, the voice of the mistress is heard. He is calling for the coney, but everyone has fled, leaving him himself in his brotherly arms. The quiet sky above the palace reminds that after a storm of life it returns simple joys, and even the supply of food sounds like a promise of peace. The servant serves a tray with steamed meat, dumplings, vegetables, and gold pudding. The aroma of fresh dishes fills the room. The owner sleeps peacefully under a blanket with birds. Only hair looks. The servant uncertainly decides to wake or allow rest. On the face of the servant, the fight of shock and fear. The young man has been sleeping for 3 nights, and the mistake can become fatal. He leans to check the pulse, make sure that the heart is beating and the dream has not turned into the silence of death. The young man's eye suddenly opens, feeling the danger. A stranger's figure hanged next to him. The hand grabs the wrist of the servant, stopping the touch. The movement is full of instinctive defense. On the face of the maid, anxiety and repentance. She is afraid that she did inadvertently, and waits an unknown reaction. The owner sharply picks up, holding her hand, reproaches for carelessness, and it is justified through tears. He sits, wrapped in a blanket like a cocoon, warns that a sleeping warrior can cut in response to noise. The servant bows his head, surprised as the one who has not recently held the sword, so jealously takes care of combat honor. The owner under the blanket accuses her of condemnation, and she trembles, as if under the hail of arrows. Out of the child, eyes full of doubt and distrust, they watch closely at every movement. The servant in cold sweat, the guilty look lowered. The words were stuck, as if before a strict exam. The young man muttering about the loss of energy, barely moving, and the maid silently observes his powerlessness from his back. The servant does not understand the meaning of the monologue, until the guy exclaims that he is the owner of this body. Without appetite, he bites a piece of meat, convincing himself that food will speed up recovery. Even while eating it is annoyed by foreign sounds, peace is clearly not its element. The maid is surprised to say that the traders were going on in the hall, and he had no idea. A clear sky shines above the traditional building with multi-tiered roofs, and human destinies are solved here. Inside, high beams and heavy canopies inspire fear. Each breath seems crime under the eyes of an elder. The head of the bandage listens to the report. The sentence for 3 elders is issued, silence ringing like a string before a blow. The words about the expulsion of families and hard labor are cut by air. It is a painful purification called justice. The servant in the humble pose repeats the order. His voice trembles, because each syllable is now equal to someone's tragedy. The heads of the head are burning. The jaw is rock. Personal insult leaves no place of mercy. The steps lead to the dungeons. The torches blink with a single light. Here dignity fades and despair is born. A coat man with wounds and an empty look sits on the ground, and a spark of resistance is still smoldering in the pupils. He experienced betrayal and humiliation. In the silence of the dungeon sounds a voice that asks why everything went to a scrape. Before the prisoner, the chapter appears. The posture is straight, the look is solid like granite. The brother looks at him with fury, reproaching the failure. Angry words echo in the dungeon. The moon of the dungeon is heard by the steps of the older warrior. The fists are trembling. The eyes are burning with anger. Every muscle is ready to break the hatred shackles. In shackles, the conspirator does not bow his head. Pride burns in the pupils. The bitterness of the failure is stronger than the pain of chains. The elders gaze from pain and insulting. The silent sentence is more difficult than the sword. In the dungeon, a crippled hand trembling, which no longer recognizes brotherly ties, they crumbled ash. The compressed jaws are looking for the answer, who were shadows that turned the clan upside down. The traitor rejects cooperation, a look rich in hatred. A poisonous smile cuts a stone. The senior approaches the lattice. The cold voice breaks the patience. Life hangs on the thread. The prisoner explodes with a cry, preferring death than to see the eyes of a former brother. The senior silently turns and goes. The steps are heard. The sentence is already delivered by the heart. In the silence of the dungeon swells the request of his own execution by his brother. The circle of hatred should be closed. A calm sky shines above the roofs of the palace. Silence seems deeper in a breath before a new solution. The trembling hand opens a box with 2 gold balls. Tension grows from the feeling of their weight. The disappointed sigh is heard. Only 2 precious balls. The quantity does not cover the dubious quality. The Lord swallows both balls, but the body remains unbreakable, as if hope have escaped. It rolls into a blanket. The cold squeezes the bones. The complication holds it in the icy grip. Extended eyes catch fear. Inaction will mean death. It is time to move out of place. The look falls on a shimmering device. Thoughts are looking for a rare ingredient like a star from the sky. Sudden illumination gives a plan, a chance to save a flashing brightly, intercepting a breath. The blanket flies up. The guy grasps. The determination cuts the air. The weakness is left behind. A triumphant smile blooms on his face. The habit of finding a way out again leads to victory. The palace in the rays of the event is silent, hiding the storm, ready to explode among marble walls. The main figures of the kind came at the long table. Every view weighs the opportunity to seize power. One elder recognizes mistakes, promises to support the head. Repentance is delayed, but still sincere. The head solemnly swear to multiply the glory of the family. Sincerity is intertwined with cold predictability. The name of hack, a new genius or threat. The leader calmly assures that everything is going according to plan. The smile of gratitude shines on his mouth. The authority is fortified with words of support. The elders whisper, surprised by the crazy growth of Hawk in half a year. Imagine who he will become. One of them warmly points out that the very mention of the young man evokes smiles from anyone who is familiar with his success. The head listens in silence. Pride and anxiety will move behind a calm face. The guard exclaims about the arrival of Hake. The corridors are heard by the steps of the future. Loud strokes are approaching. Every step announces a new era for the family. The elders are overwhelmed. The bright blanket on the young man drives them in surprise and quiet fear. One of the elders fades with an open mouth. The appearance of the guy destroys all expectations. The harsh father is also surprised. The gaze gives the uncertainty that has happened to his son. On the threshold, a Hake in a colorful blanket instead of armor appears, is confidently interested in the cause of the meeting. And the surprise of the hall is thickening. The leader with a gray beard turns to the boy with gratitude and asks what reward he wants. But instead of the answer, he receives a spit that causes shock and confusion. The scene goes into a humorous tone. The senior, wiping his face, tries to preserve dignity and hints that time has been unsuccessfully chosen. But the guy suddenly decides to speak. Looking not too confident, he wipes his nose and seriously states that he wants to go on a trip. The father with the bandage on the eye is markedly surprised. His face is full of distrust. The word journey sounds like a thunder in the clear sky. The new moon insists. He looked at 4 walls. The elders look in surprise. It violates the usual order of things. The guy explains that he has not left the estate for years because of poor health, but now wants to see the world. The voice sounds for the first time true determination. The father is lost. He cannot pick up words because the son's statement knocks him out of balance. Young Lord leaves the hall to his servant. He immediately asks how the meeting has passed, anticipating a difficult conversation. In response, the guy only playfully waved his clothes and pauses, hinting that the answer will be unexpected. Finally, he says he got permission. Smile on the face, out of sure. He is ready for a new adventure. The servant is amazed. Despite illness and family problems, the guy achieved permission. Her view is full of respect. Smiling, he tells how he coughed and simulated weakness to cause the pity of elders. The plan worked and supported it. He answers, Hebe. They will celebrate the birthday of the daughter of the local ruler, a great reason to go on the road. The night covers the eastern roofs. The silhouettes of buildings on the background of the sky seem to whisper about a new chapter that will start. Having dropped the heavy blanket, the guy feels relief. The body no longer trembles. The chills have passed. Gathering freedom, he leaves the room. Before the trip, you need to handle the latest things. The scene changes. a dark dungeon in which a prisoner sits with a darkened look. The atmosphere is filled with anxious anticipation. The prisoner is surprised and interested at the same time. A hero appears near the lattice and says that the enemy is still alive, despite blocking energy. Through the grate, he adds that he hoped to see him broken, but apparently he was still holding on. The prisoner rushes forward. His cry is heard as a promise of revenge. Lord is evading with ease. Smiling, he mocks the powerlessness of the enemy and notes that he still has a little energy. The prisoner's eyes are burning. He extends his hand. He shouts that he wanted to kill the guy. In the night darkness, when flickering the fire, the boy's voice sounds calm. He says he came because he was interested in something. Recalling the blood technique and returning souls, he causes his uncle shock. A cold sweat appears on his face. The guy stubbornly says that he knows about the revival of forbidden techniques and wants to know who the mysterious fighters were. The prisoner burns with anger. He is not going to reveal the secrets to this bold young man. The guy just scratches his ear and says he does not insist. He is curious, but there will be nothing to pull. He returns, going to the exit. He says he wanted to save the prisoner's sons if he went to cooperate. But now, apparently not. The prisoner exclaims through playing, asking whether John and C is really saved by A. The guy, smiling, replies that it all depends on him. The eyes of the prisoner are full of despair. He says he knows nothing for sure. But the guy who was with him in that battle is Kvien. He called the Shadow. The guy listens silently to his uncle's story without interrupting. He was really interested. The basement was filled with the sounds of the prisoner and the rats. He told how one day came to him and suggested power. It all started. After bowing his head, his uncle said that it is all he knows. But the guy was not surprised. He expected more. Looking at his uncle with interest, he said that he was simply used, stupid and funny. The uncle angrily shouted that they were not so weak as to allow ridicule on herself. The guy came back, going to go. Raising his hand, he said that he was already aware of all this. Now that families are nothing more threatening, it can go quietly. Uncle looked after him, with his mouth open and wide open. Inmatement and prisoner shouted afterwards, asking what would happen to his sons and whether their nephew would save them. The guy replied that he could not kill children. Of course, he will save them, even if he hates his uncle with all his heart. He dropped on the floor, feeling helpless and pathetic. In four walls, he could not change anything. Young Lord walked confidently. He was sure that his every step was correct. The sun was rising above the clouds, illuminating the gorgeous castle of the Gun family. A young host came out of the door. He felt well. It was the perfect day to start a trip. He spread his mouth wide and shouted to his comrades, asking if everything was ready for departure. But he did not have time to finish the phrase as a fright appeared on his face. The legs were smiled as if a ferocious beast was set before him. He stood in front of him and waved his hand. The guy was surprised. He didn't expect to see him. The father was behind his brother, smiling and saying that his brother would leave with him. The young mistress did not like this idea. His face broke out. He pointed his finger and shouted why his brother interfered with a journey that became a reward for him. His father, with a gesture of his hand, pacified him as if ordered to remain silent. He said the brother also deserves a reward for help, so he has the right to go. Going closer, he smiled and added that he would be calmer if the son does not go himself, because he does not know where to bring him, but wants to take care of safety. But the guy just clenched his teeth. He didn't like it. Seeing this, his father immediately turned around and said that if he did not like the satellite, the journey would be cancelled. Young Lord stopped him instantly, grabbed his shoulder, and said that very glad to go with his brother, so much that he wants to dance. Hearing this, his father smiled widely and noted that it was the right decision. But the guy himself looked dissatisfied. In his eyes, sadness and annoyance were read. We stood in the middle of the hall silently drawing my father. He walked calmly and satisfied. Once his father disappeared from the field, the guy was angry with his brother, accusing him of always interfering and wanted to just nail him. But when the father turned, the guy stopped at once, pulled his smile and began to squeeze his brother by his shoulders, shouting what the shoulders were in that wide. In the foreground, the father was glad, believing that the sons were finally approached. But behind his back, the guy burned from anger and dreamed of one thing: to nail his older brother, although he was calm. In the boundless marine spaces, against the backdrop of rocky shores, a majestic ship is floating. It is a symbol of freedom and a new beginning. Two brothers, overcoming difficulties, go towards adventures.